Chapter 126, Building a Fleet. Interceptor. Boateng shook his head. Never heard or seen one before. Is it a large warship? Xia Fei looked slightly disappointed. No, it's about the same size as a frigate but has a 14,000 meter per second cruise speed. I'm guessing that this isn't its limit, its top speed can probably break past the 20,000 meter per second threshold. My goodness! Boateng was at a loss for words. Evidently, he could barely believe the 20,000 meter per second that Xia Fei estimated. There existed high-performance proton engines before the advent of warp engines. Although those engines allowed for incredibly high speeds, they were largely unstable, requiring plenty of fuel, and were troublesome to maintain. Nobody uses those anymore. Xia Fei searched through his memory before shaking his head. From what I've observed, the ship doesn't have a proton engine. Whatever. Since we can't figure it out, we'll just let it be. The two of them left the office for the yard of the factory. There were 20 or so ships in the yard, and combined with the plant and equipment, everything should be valued at over 1 billion star coins. Old Porter was quite generous with gifts to his 4 apprentices. The Anathema-class frigate sat quietly in the middle of the yard, barely noticeable. Only in battle would this top-tier hybrid frigate show its fangs. Why are you flying this ship, instead? What happened to my master's naval-issued Eagle-class frigate? Boateng asked with furrowed brows. Xia Fei's story in the Wild Star region when he spoke about it had Boateng sighing regretfully. That's quite unfortunate. That warship has been sitting there ever since I started at the factory 13 years ago. Master would wipe it down by hand from time to time, too. It couldn't be helped. Since you lost it while escaping with your life, I'm sure the master wouldn't blame you for it. Boateng understood Xia Fei's position. After all, the latter had done everything he could at that time. If others had been in his position, they would have been unable to get lunar eclipse out of the Wild Star region, too. Boateng and Xia Fei entered Vampire, and the former was shocked by the mess within, exclaiming, "You must have been in quite a nasty situation. Why else would the interior look so bad after your modifications?" Xia Fei nodded. "I didn't have much time then, so everything was done in a hurry." "What's so special about this Anathema class?" Boateng asked. Xia Fei went through the ship's unique features and its origin. Boateng was more and more surprised the more Xia Fei spoke, and his eyes almost fell out of their sockets when he heard about the energy-draining device. A frigate that can support an energy-draining device. My goodness! No wonder you picked this over lunar eclipse. That function is just too incredible. I would have done the same in your place, Boateng said after swallowing his drool. How do you plan to retrofit Vampire? The same way I did with lunar eclipse, reduce the living space by 2/3 and use it all to house combat equipment. I also want to install a second energy-draining device. Xia Fei already had an idea of what to retrofit Vampire with long before he arrived at the warship graveyard. The greatest advantage of Vampire was its ability to house an energy-draining device, so Xia Fei wanted to use this to its greatest potential. Once the second energy-draining device was installed, Vampire would have double the energy-draining speed. With 2 energy-draining systems, the original 5 minutes it took to suck an enemy ship's energy dry would be cut down by half, or this crew or frigate might even be able to deal with 2 enemy ships at once, maximizing its combat power. While equipping your ship with 2 energy-draining systems isn't a bad idea, I think that you should install 2 heavy energy shield systems, too. Once those energy-draining devices are turned on, Vampire will have enough energy to maintain 2 energy shields at once, greatly increasing its defense, said Boateng after some thought. Xia Fei patted Boateng's shoulder with a smile on his face. You sure do understand me well. Get these comfort furnishings out of here. As long as I get to possess great offense, I'll be more than happy to sleep on the command deck every day. After confirming the retrofitting directions, work started immediately. Old Porter's factory became quite busy that afternoon. Having worked in the factory before, Xia Fei knew the other staff quite well and had a decent relationship with them. These workers offered to work overtime just to get everything done on Vampire. Xia Fei did not refuse their kindness, contacting Sunny on the sly to provide them with the best support. Good food and drinks were a must, and the menu should be varied. The work progressed quite quickly, and all the parts that would not be used were taken off the Vampire within a night. The luxurious marble bathtubs, soft mattresses, all-metal kitchen, all of them were given to the workers. Obviously, they were more than happy to receive them, for not everyone was willing to sleep on a cold, hard floor like Xia Fei. A storage battery was also added to the power system, meaning that he could store stolen energy from enemies, thereby avoiding wastage. The warp disruptor and traction control module were rearranged, and the 4-beam laser cannons were swapped to dual laser cannons. This meant that 2 beams of lasers would be shot from each of the cannons instead, increasing the ship's firepower by 60%. Xia Fei was not worried about the additional energy consumption, as the energy-draining device could claim energy from an opposing ship as its own, meaning that it would be more than enough to support the simultaneous use of all this equipment. There was also the twice-heavy CL5 energy shield recharge system, which could continually replenish shields, increasing defense by over 30%. As Xia Fei brought over a bunch of equipment, which was previously on lunar eclipse, most of the parts needed not to be purchased. Moreover, Vampire was a new ship, so few parts had to be swapped, making the work go much faster than before. However, some trouble was still encountered when installing the second energy-draining device. The original high-tier energy-draining device was made by Shenzhen Manufacturing Company. It had an incredible performance, but top-tier equipment like that was incredibly difficult to find on the market, so Xia Fei had to settle for a normal one. That was probably the only flaw in Vampire. At the same time, the 8 Iteron-class industrial ships were brought over from all parts of the warship graveyard one by one. These industrial ships looked quite broken down and needed immediate repairs. After the work on Vampire was done, these industrial ships would enter the garage next for fixing. Xia Fei even picked out 2 frigates, a Metalian Rifter and Calderian Kestrel, to take on the task of escorting the cargo ships. The Rifter's high speed made it suitable for performing tracking tasks, whereas the Kestrel had high firepower, which allowed it to dish out heavy damage. The 2 frigates had their unique strengths and, together, formed a team with great maneuverability and offense, a great combination, indeed. The 8 Iterons cost Xia Fei 93 million star coins, the Rifter 28 million star coins, and the Kestrel 35 million star coins. The ships in this fleet alone cost a total of 156 million star coins, and this did not include the price of fixing them. Xia Fei estimated at least 200 million star coins would be needed to make the fleet fully operational. It was also worth mentioning that Boateng sold the ships to Xia Fei at their base cost, not making even a cent of profit as a result. It was actually quite safe to travel around within the alliance. Pirate robbery was totally an uncommon occurrence in this part of the universe. Xia Fei had other things in mind when he insisted on buying these 2 frigates, though. Once built, this fleet would be the Earth Federation's first space fleet. It could greatly increase the prestige of his company, Quantum Holdings. It should be known that the Federation did not have a single warship to its name, yet his company managed to gather one without external help. This feat was bound to shock the people of the Federation. Doing business was also an art. The better the reputation a company had, the more business partners and profits they could acquire. It was just like decorating a store before its opening. Reputation and impression had always been things that should not be neglected by anyone doing business. Moreover, his fleet still needed to be flown to high-tier planets far away. What would the aliens think if they found out Quantum Holdings did not even have frigates? Who would do business with a company that had no power? Since he had decided on building himself a fleet, he might as well go all out. Some money could be saved, but others had to be spent. Xia Fei's bank account was steadily spiraling down. The 200 million spent on building the fleet, the 200 million that went into the company for liquidity, and the amount dedicated to retrofitting Vampire reminded Xia Fei how easy it was to spend money. Luckily, Boateng was unwilling to sell the tools Porter left him. It was difficult to part ways with the tools he had used for such a long time, so he planned to bring all the tools and maintenance equipment with him when he moved to Earth, saving Xia Fei the costs he would have incurred if he bought such stuff himself. After 10 days, the finished Vampire was pushed out of the garage with a brand new look. Everything that ought to be done was finally done. Xia Fei, your ship looks incredibly low-key. It doesn't look anything like a top-tier special ops frigate at all, commented Boateng. Yeah, Xia Fei replied with a smile. You'll live longer being low-key, it's never a good idea to be too flashy. I'll leave the rest of the industrial ships and frigates to you. I need to head back to Heaven Execution Training Camp tonight. Boateng nodded. Don't worry. Once all the work here is done, I'll deliver your fleet safe and sound to Earth. Still, I need to deal with and go through this factory that my master left me with, so it may take some time. Boateng then turned around reluctantly, losing himself as he looked at the old factory as well as the ships he and his master had repaired together. Xia Fei lit up a Hung Taschen cigarette. Take your time. Old porter put a lot of effort into building this factory, you should take good care of it even if you are selling it, and sell this factory to a buyer with a good reputation, don't let anyone ruin your master's reputation. Yup, I'll be sure to sell it to a trustworthy buyer, Boateng agreed firmly. By the way, Sunny told me in private that he wants to go with us to Earth. Although he's a bit unpredictable at times, he's not a bad guy. Plus, he has experience with driving and maintaining warships, so he should fit well as my assistant. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. I've been seeing him quite a lot these days, why didn't he ask me this personally? Boateng laughed. Sunny might be all smiles day in, day out, but he fears his mother the most. She told him not to bother you, and that's why he's taken the roundabout way of asking me to ask you. Xia Fei gave it some thought. Sunny was quite clever, but he somewhat lacked composure. As long as he was not holding an important role, he should be of some help to the company. Sure, let him know that I agreed. Get Sunny's mother and his brother Nemo to come with you guys to Earth, too. They are all natives of the warship graveyard, so Sunny and his family can be companies to your wife and daughter. Ever since Xia Fei decided to include Boateng among his people, he had started to be more considerate of anything related to the latter. Sentimental men like Boateng did not care about money but being emotionally satisfied, instead. Likewise, the moment Boateng treated Xia Fei as his own, it was a matter of course for him to do everything in his power to help the other with anything he needed. All right. Boateng stared at Xia Fei, feeling touched. Thanks for being so thoughtful of my family. Let's go, the brothers are waiting. You should head back to the training camp after this drink. Getting into Heaven Execution training camp is no easy task, so you should cherish it. If my master contacts you. Xia Fei patted him on his shoulder. You can relax, if old porter contacts me, I'll let you know as soon as I can. The vampire slowly landed at the airport outside of Otter City. Xia Fei rushed toward Heaven Execution training camp sans dilly-dallying. It was 9 a.m., the time when work would usually start. Xia Fei skipped the dorms and reported straight to the library immediately. It was winter on Hexstar. Xia Fei could see the white library was surrounded by garbage yet again. It was littered with leaves, paper, and thick snow, returning to its former state in the time Xia Fei was away. The heaters were more than sufficient in the library, and Qin Mang was still sleeping with that big black cat in his arms at this time in the morning. Xia Fei gently placed down the tea leaves Qin Mang wanted on the table. Yuqian Longjing tea was incredibly rare, and André only managed to find 12 caddies of it after a long time of searching. Therefore, Xia Fei brought other types of high-quality tea like Da Hong Bao and Biluakun, for Qin Mang, too. Xia Fei gently placed the brewed pot of tea on the table before quickly cleaning the dust in the library. Qin Mang slowly opened his eyes, petting the lazy, fat, black cat with his right hand as he quietly observed Xia Fei who was busying about. When Xia Fei noticed that Qin Mang had woken up, he hurried over with a smile, pouring the latter a cup of tea. Old man, this is Da Hong Bao, a specialty of my hometown. Although it's not as fragrant as Yuqian Longjing, it has its uniqueness. Go ahead and have a sip. Qin Mang brought the teacup to his lips and took a small sip, savoring it before muttering, mellow yet rich, not a bad tea. After placing down the teacup, Qin Mang brought out 2 old-looking keys. These are the keys to the 2 rooms in the basement. Hold on to them, from today onward, clean the basement on top of your regular duty. Xia Fei was shocked before grabbing the keys from Qin Mang's hands. The old man had never let him near the 2 mysterious rooms in the basement, but today he had given him the keys. What did this mean? Chapter 127, Surprise. After cleaning the upper floor of the library, Xia Fei went down the basement with the 2 keys in hand. There were 2 rooms in the basement. There was the room on the left with the rare book on the introduction to robot coding stored inside, which Xia Fei already knew about, but he had no idea what was in the room on the right. The robot coding book was priceless, and Qin Mang allowing Xia Fei to clean the room meant that he trusted him now. He would not entrust him with these incredibly important keys otherwise. Xia Fei headed into the room on the left first to give it a good cleaning. The room was just as before, with the massive glass cabinet standing right in the middle of the room, where the heavy book resided. After shutting the door, Xia Fei came to the room on the right. It was of a similar area to the previous room, but it was obviously messy, stocked with plenty of old tables and stools as well as many other things. Xia Fei was slightly disappointed. He thought that the room would have some kind of rare book, but it seemed like an average storage room. He quickly scanned the room before arranging everything in order. Xia Fei was just about to leave with a vacuum cleaner in hand. All of a sudden, something popped into his mind. It was so shocking that he stood there in place. "Why are you standing there?" asked Phantom. Xia Fei did not reply and just walked around the room using the number of steps to try and estimate the size of it. "Is something wrong?" Phantom was puzzled. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. "The two rooms aren't the same size." Xia Fei walked outside and measured the length of the hallway. He felt even more weirded out. The hallway is about 67 steps long, but the rooms combined are about 45 steps. "About 22 meters are unaccounted for," Xia Fei said in a deep voice. Phantom finally realized what was going on. The length of this hallway was way longer than these two rooms. Could it be that there was another room in the basement which was undiscovered? Xia Fei placed his hand on the wall, observing as he felt it up in hopes of discovering the reason for this discrepancy. This wall was clean and smooth, nothing that suggested the existence of a secret door. The walls also had the same paint. Evidently, the work was done at once. After walking back and forth twice, Xia Fei decided to give up his search, and he returned to the upper floor filled with questions. After returning the tools, Xia Fei went back to Qin Mang and poured himself a cup of tea as a break. "Is old porter from the worship graveyard doing all right?" asked Qin Mang. "He left the worship graveyard because he has something to do. His factory has been put on the market. I think he won't be returning anymore." Xia Fei quickly went over Porter's situation, leaving out the part where the latter left him an ultra-long-range receiver. Ultra-long-range receivers were only one way, meaning that only Porter could contact him, whereas Xia Fei would be unable to contact the old mechanic. "Oh," Qin Mang nodded, looking as if he felt sorry about the whole situation. "Oh, right. I'm supposed to inform you that you'll be joining the internal division on the 1st of next month." Qin Mang suddenly recalled. Xia Fei almost spat out his Dahong Bao tea. "Old man, are you saying that I'll be joining the internal division?" "Yes. I've never submitted an application for that, and I haven't joined any type of exam, either. Why would I be chosen to enter the internal division?" Xia Fei did not understand the situation at all. Apparently, entering the internal division was incredibly difficult, so why was he chosen to enter it when he had not done anything? Did the saying not go, "The sun rises from the west"? Who told you that one needs to submit an application or take a test to enter the internal division? Did you think it's a fight, where whoever wins joins? Qin Mang rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. "If you don't want to join the internal division, I'll let Xiao's Commander Ye knows that you've declined." Because of how sudden this was, Xia Fei struggled to believe it. It was not that he was dumb, he knew what it meant to join the internal division. Setting aside how comfortable the conditions were, the weird Stygian training center alone was enough to catch Xia Fei's interest. They were training rooms that mimicked the energy found in Heart of Spirits, which could help accelerate Xia Fei's rate of absorbing the medicinal residue, would greatly increase his rate of improvement. Nobody with half a brain cell would decline this opportunity. "Hold your horses, old man, I'd never decline a chance to enter the internal division, I just wanted to clear things up," said Xia Fei with a laugh, then he poured Qin Mang a cup of tea as thanks. Qin Mang shook his head and explained slowly, "There's a lot that goes to enter the internal division. Unbeknown to you, the selection process starts the first day one enters the training camp. Someone is chosen to enter the internal division every month, at the same time, someone leaves the internal division. As for how you got chosen to join the internal division, I have no idea, either. In any case, you won't be coming to the library starting next month, just focus on your training in the internal division." Xia Fei lit up a cigarette and thought for a minute. "Of course, I'll go to the internal division, but I'll report to you every day as usual." Qin Mang was puzzled. "Why? Are you addicted to being a librarian? Don't you care about other people ridiculing you?" Xia Fei shook his head. "It was my decision to become a librarian, anyway, and I don't regret it. Moreover, why should I care about what others think? It's not my problem what they think. You're not worried that your work at the library will interfere with your training?" Qin Mang seemed to gain interest in the matter, for he asked this while squinting. "I've been to the internal division. The thing that interests me the most is its Stygian training center. Training there is quite nice, but I realized that it's not a good thing to stay in the training center for too long. Humans are like a bottle, there's a limited amount of water a bottle can contain, once overfilled, the excess will just flow out. That's what I discovered when too much energy entered my body at the training center. I plan to train there during the night and come to the library to read some books and clean the place during the day. Plus, I can't just leave you when you've been treating me so well. Xia Fei praised Qin Mang without any subtlety at all, leading to the latter letting out a hearty laugh. All right, boy, I still don't know what you are thinking, but I know that you being unwilling to leave me isn't the reason. You want to stay with the sea of books in the library. Ha, you got me again, Xia Fei said with a smile. I think having skills isn't enough to become an elite warrior. Take the journal full of retrofitting methods given to me by old Porter. If I hadn't read that, there was no way I could have won the race, which means that I wouldn't have had that chance to visit the internal division. And if it hadn't been for the space station emergency handbook, I'm afraid that I would have died during the last mission. That's why I think that being mighty isn't the be-all and end-all. A passionate and hot-blooded person only knows how to scream and kill, but that'll just be pure courage. Without the proper knowledge and theory, hot-blooded can quickly turn into dog-blooded. Qing Mang's cloudy eyes lit up, laughing. Hot blood turning into dog blood, I like that. Over the years, the Alliance has developed a strange concept. The more elite the warriors are, the more they look down on machines. They think that strength alone can conquer everything. But they never seem to realize that if a person has incredible strength and also possesses knowledge in various techniques, won't that make them stronger? If you want to become the strongest, why exclude technology that can make you even stronger? Xia Fei laughed. Perhaps the ancient civilization being destroyed by their very creation strikes fear in them, and that's why so many look down on technology. What a joke, Qing Mang said with a cold snort. The ancient civilization was destroyed because they crossed the line. Nature gave humans life, humans gave machine life, but the ancient civilization tried to play the role of nature. Obviously, they got punished for that. Who else could they blame? Qin Mang's ideologies would certainly be considered treason outside. The Pan-Human Alliance had always held a certain level of reverence toward their ancestors, and it was wrong and almost unheard of to criticize their mistakes. However, this also meant that Qin Mang was incredibly trusting of Xia Fei, not worrying that the latter might betray him at all. Xia Fei remained silent. Qin Mang composed his emotions before continuing. For the last 30 years, you're the only cadet who volunteered to be a librarian. I hope that you won't be ignorant like the others. Remember, the more elite the warrior is, the more knowledge and technology they should master compared to others. Xia Fei nodded. Of course, if I only recognized strength like other cadets, you would have never let me stay in the first place. Qin Mang took a sip of his tea without speaking, silently admitting to it. Back in his dorm, Xia Fei received a notice to enter the internal division at the beginning of next month. The notice briefly went over where Xia Fei should report after entering the internal division and nothing else. After escaping certain death from the space station and chasing an insectoid ship to the shocking events in the Wild Star region, Xia Fei's life finally returned to normal. Every day, he would do some cleaning at the library, do some reading, then chat with Avril at night before ending his day with his routine training. His days were simple yet fulfilling. The only regrettable thing was that Chen Dong and Moon Song had already been accepted into the internal division, so there were only Xia Fei, Man Jun, and Bahai during mealtimes. It was quite quiet without the bossy Moon Song around. Time flew by, and it was not long before the day Xia Fei was supposed to report to the internal division came. Xia Fei woke up early that morning. He stored all his belongings in his spatial ring before utilizing his speed ability to go to the internal division. He could see from afar a lady standing on the white stone arch bridge within the internal division. She spat at the river, then watched her spit flow down it. This lady also had a thick cucumber in her right hand, taking big bites at it from time to time. Xia Fei walked over with a smile. What are you doing, Moon Song? Moon Song turned around and looked coldly at Xia Fei. It's none of your business, definitely not waiting for you, though. Mistress Moon did not change at all as she still had her fierce look. Xia Fei did not mind her and merely continued walking. Upon seeing that Xia Fei did not care about her, Moon Song stomped her feet bitterly as she walked beside him. The two of them remained silent. A distance away was a group of 50 or so internal division cadets. They were gathered in an open space, with many of them holding weapons in their hands, who knew what was going on. What are they doing? Asked Xia Fei. Oh, they are off to explore C-grade ancient ruins, replied Moon Song. Ancient ruins? That's right. Ruins exploration is one of the perks of the internal division. It'll soon be the turn of the cadets who entered the internal division this year, so you'll probably have a chance at it, Moon Song said casually. Xia Fei was shocked, not realizing that the internal division had this type of privilege. The ancient ruins referred to the remains left behind of the early human civilization, which were very valuable, so it was incredibly worthwhile to explore them. Xia Fei's ancient machine killer golden cicada was excavated from one of such ruins. Those ruins were divided into different levels according to how many times they had been explored as well as their area, with A grade being the highest to E grade being the lowest. Basically, A grade ruins were the most dangerous but had the highest chance of having valuable ancient relics, while E grade was the safest but had the lowest amount of loot. Most of the ruins within the alliance were controlled by powerful countries or organizations like the Adjudicators. Ordinary people had no chance of exploring them at all. Unfortunately, the huge profits from the relics found in those ancient ruins had attracted many lawless thieves. All for the sake of finding valuable items, they had no hesitation whatsoever when taking risks, using various methods to get into those ruins which could make them rich fast. These cadets were about to enter some C-grade ruins. Although it was not the most dangerous, there was still a high chance to obtain valuable relics from it. They would be rich if they found even 1 or 2 high-tier weapons. It should be made known that the ancient civilization was much more developed than humans right now. Be it in terms of weapons or martial arts, they were much stronger compared to the people of today. Those guys sure are lucky. You mentioned that we will have a chance to explore ruins in the future, too. Xia Fei asked Moon Song. Moon Song nodded. Everybody in the internal division will have an opportunity to visit ancient ruins. First years can visit E-grade ruins once, while second years and third years can visit D-grade ruins once. Since they are in their 4th or 5th year, they get to explore C-grade ruins. And do you know what the best part is? Moon Song asked slyly. Xia Fei shook his head. It was his first time hearing about the internal division being able to explore ruins, so he was clueless about it excluding that. Those ruins are exclusive areas of the Adjudicator Union. Nobody has done a comprehensive search in them, that means that they are all practically virgin sites. Moon Song deliberately put emphasis on the word virgin. Xia Fei could almost imagine this lady extending her devilish claws at an innocent girl in the middle of a dark, windy night, and a creepy feeling crawled up inside him. Chapter 128, A Contract to Sell His Soul. Several Gaian Catalyst-class destroyers landed on the internal division's dedicated landing pad, ferrying these cadets toward the C-grade ruins. Who knows what they will experience and gain, muttered Xia Fei with a hint of jealousy. Anyone who had not been to any ancient ruins would certainly develop a desire to visit one. The ancient civilization was the most developed human society ever since they came to be. Humans then had the most developed technology and the most power, bar none. No other race had reached the heights the ancient civilization managed to reach. The war between humans and insectoids would never have happened in that era, as humans already had technology and strength to dominate all beings in the universe, possessing powers nobody could compete with. Sadly, the incredibly mighty civilization died at their own hands. Xia Fei watched leave the cadets, who were lucky enough to be on some ancient ruins expedition, then he went with Moon Song to the internal division to go through the admission procedures. Have you been well? Xia Fei asked with a smile. Moon Song angrily complained, how nice of you to ask. I dislocated my shoulder thanks to your shock bomb. Man Jun had 7 stitches on his nose. Other than that crazy Chen Dong, everyone else got injured. When the space station exploded, Bo Xinggui's ship was blown away a few thousand kilometers from the shock wave and ended up severely damaged. If our SOS signal hadn't been picked up by a passing mining ship, we might not be meeting each other face to face today, she continued her grumbling. You should have remained to save us rather than go after that insectoid ship. Sorry, but that was something I must do, and even if I were in to repeat that situation, my choice would still be the same, he said solemnly. There was a high possibility that one of my friends was on board that ship. Meanwhile, your chances of surviving were much higher than hers. If I let the ship go, my friend would most likely die. Xia Fei's words were cold but true. Moon Song was in much less danger compared to Xiao Yu, which was why Xia Fei had ditched them and gone after that insectoid ship then. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu was not on the ship, so Xia Fei would have to live with this regret for a long time. Moon Song glared at Xia Fei bitterly before taking big steps toward the Stygian training base. Let's have lunch together, but you're paying. The massive internal division returned to its former empty appearance. Xia Fei followed the instructions on the notice and arrived on the 3rd floor of the building and knocked on the door of one of the offices. Surprisingly, it was not just Supervisor Kingston, Battalion Commander Ye Jingshan was also there. In fact, Ye Ziohan, as well as a few others who were probably instructors and whom Xia Fei did not recognize, was also there. It seemed that the process of entering the internal division was quite complicated. Sit down. Kingston pointed at the chair in the middle of the office. Skipping the formalities, he casually sat down in the chair. Xia Fei, you can go train in the internal division from today onward, but I have a few questions for you before that, said Kingston as he looked at the form in his hand. Xia Fei nodded. After asking a few usual questions, such as where he was from and what his experience was, Kingston pivoted right into the main topic. Rules exist in the internal division. Since you've been to the internal division once, you probably already know that we have the best training place, the Stygian Training Center. Lots of money go into that center every day, so the facilities there aren't provided to all cadets. Only people who will remain in the Union and work for it can use the facilities as they please, explained Kingston in a stern voice. Evidently, he was a no-nonsense person. Xia Fei was shocked. I don't quite understand, what do you mean by remain in the Union? Ye Ziohan filled him in. The Union provides abundant resources raising the chosen cadets, so everyone must sign an agreement. If the organization needs you to hold a position in any subordinate department, you are not allowed to reject it. The Union will pay great attention to the people raised by them. This is an excellent opportunity. There's a chance for you to be part of its core department and find yourself constantly being mobilized by the Union in the future. Ye Ziohan seemed to be intentionally reminding Xia Fei with her subtle tone of voice. Xia Fei nodded. The Adjudicator Union is actually a loose organization of elite warriors, and not every adjudicator has to work exclusively for it. Many leave the Union after receiving their certifications and do whatever they like, belonging to the organization only in name. Other than emergency commands from the Union, those adjudicators were free to do as they wished. By signing this contract, Xia Fei would become a permanent member of the Union. If they needed help with something, Xia Fei could be asked to perform it, and he could not do anything to reject that request. Does it mean that I wouldn't be able to join the internal division if I don't sign this contract? Xia Fei hesitated for a few seconds before asking this with a smile. In his eyes, this contract was the same as selling his soul, and Xia Fei did not like strict contracts like this. Although he could move around much easier as an adjudicator, he did not wish to sell his soul to the Union. That's not necessarily true. You can still join the internal division if you don't sign the contract, but your training time in the Stygian Training Center will be limited to 90 hours every month. You will be charged for any excess hours, Ye Ziohan explained patiently, though there was a hint of hope in her eyes that Xia Fei would not decline the contract. Supervisor Kingston took a look at Ye Jingshan, only to find him sitting there motionlessly as if nothing happening here concerned him at all. Kingston intentionally let out a cough or two before saying, "You don't need to decide so soon. This is a sample contract, you can get back to me once you make a decision." Xia Fei had already made up his mind, very quickly coming to a decision regarding the signing of the contract. While it may seem as if anyone who signed the contract would be working in an adjudicator union's core department, with a bright future ahead of them, Xia Fei did not just care about it. He was incredibly willing to become an adjudicator and work for the union, but it must be done out of his willingness to do so and not be forced by a contract or something. Not signing the contract only meant that his training time in the Stygian Training Center would get limited. Xia Fei had never planned to cultivate there all day all night in the first place, for he had already made plans to learn other techniques, with his own study plans. Moreover, everything must be in moderation. It was never a good thing to stay in a place so dense in energy all day long. It might even cause irreversible damage to the body if one was not careful. Xia Fei shook his head and said gently, "No need to think about it, I've decided not to sign the contract." There was a collective gasp in the office. These leaders of the internal division could barely believe this at all. Being part of the core departments of the Adjudicator Union and freely using the Stygian Training Center that only the top elites could use were great opportunities that many people dreamed of getting. Anyone else would have signed the contract without hesitation. Though Xia Fei demonstrated the same lack of hesitation, it was his readiness to decline this huge opportunity instead. Ever since the crisis grade assessment, Xia Fei was synonymous with trouble, causing headaches wherever he went. And since entering the camp, Xia Fei had become synonymous with his maverick ways, declining various divisions and choosing to become a librarian instead. Now, rather than taking this chance to be part of one of the union's core, he chose to become an independent adjudicator. Ye Jingshan immediately knitted his eyebrows, letting out a muffled snort as if he was holding himself back from outwardly reacting. Kingston turned and took a look at Ye Jingshan, only to see the cool battalion commander hesitating for quite some time before he unwillingly nodded his head. Kingston let out a bitter smile before sighing. Come to think of it, you're the second in the history of the internal division not to sign the contract. You are an internal division cadet from today onward, I'll get people to help organize the rest. Just as he finished speaking, Ye Ziohan stood up, volunteering herself. Let me do it. Kingston nodded indifferently. Ye Ziohan then gestured to walk out with Xia Fei. A few other instructors read the room and left soon after, leaving behind the skinny supervisor Kingston and Ye Jingshan. After everyone else left, Kingston quietly said to Ye Jingshan, Battalion Commander Ye, are we just going to let this matter go? Ye Jingshan helplessly nodded. We'll leave it at that. You may go on ahead, leave me in silence for a bit. Kingston stood up as he carefully left the room, thinking to himself, all right, the internal division now has a second cadet that declined to sign the contract, who also happens to be the first to be chosen before reaching star domain rank. What's going on with Battalion Commander Ye? Why did he insist on choosing Xia Fei? Only Ye Jingshan was left in the office. He finally cracked, unable to suppress the anger within him anymore, and slammed his right fist on the alloy desk with anger in his eyes. It took him quite some time to gather himself. He stood up and tidied his clothes before establishing a video call. On the other side of the connection was the fat, old man at the library, Qin Meng. Teacher, Ye Jingshan greeted respectfully. He never conversed with Qin Meng sitting down, and every time he talked to him, he would make sure that he was dressed neatly with a solemn look on his face. What's the matter? Old man Qin Meng had his legs crossed as he sipped Biluakun tea while munching on the 5-spice sunflower seeds gifted to him by Xia Fei, looking incredibly relaxed. Xia Fei's gifts to get on his good side fit Qin Meng's tastes just fine, and he secretly took a greater liking to the clever young man. Qin Meng had never cared about money, yet Xia Fei's tea leaves and sunflower seeds managed to capture his heart. Sometimes, things like this would just happen, the smallest gifts achieving better results than the most expensive ones. Xia Fei didn't agree to the contract. Ye Jingshan knitted eyebrows. So what? Qin Meng asked in response. Teacher, you already know this. If he doesn't sign the contract, it means that he won't be under the union's control at all. Doesn't that mean that your wishes to promote him are in vain? Qin Meng let out a hearty laugh. You're such a fool. I think it's a good thing. It's his choice whether he wants to be a full-time member of the union or not. Must there be a connection between the two things? In short, just do the things I've told you to do. There's no need for you to question things any further. Understood. Ye Jingshan nodded and stayed silent. Even a fool could tell that he was not in a good mood. After ending the call, Qin Meng muttered to himself as he stroked the black cat in his arms, not bad. He even knows what he should accept and what he should reject. I didn't waste my time, after all. Chapter 129, Winter to Spring. It had been some time since Xia Fei saw Ye Ziohan, yet she still had that cold look on her face. Xia Fei did not think that there was much to talk about with her, so the two of them walked side by side in the hallway in total silence. Out of nowhere, Ye Ziohan said while smiling, "It's great that you're back, I thought that you were dead for sure." Someone who never smiled actually smiling for once was an incredibly awkward situation to deal with. Xia Fei was completely weirded out by Ye Ziohan's actions. Her smile was perfect, and there was even a hint of softness in her tone, yet it felt completely fake. Xia Fei felt a burst of chill entering him, and he unconsciously shivered before saying lightly, "It wasn't much, I was just lucky." "Why didn't you agree to the contract?" "Many have the dream of joining the core departments of the union, you know." Ye Ziohan continued to ask with a smile. After half an hour or so, Xia Fei let out a sigh of relief once he finally parted ways with the lady, who had become really weird, muttering, "That's scary. I'd rather not see her smile." Xia Fei got himself to the dining hall after doing some quick unpacking. There was a large group of cadets exiting the Stygian training center, hastily making their way to the dining hall before rushing back after they bought something random, not willing to waste a single second of their time. The special benefits of the Stygian training center had completely captivated these cadets' attention. Just like drugs, they easily got addicted to it, not realizing that they were becoming more and more reliant on the training room. To Xia Fei, these cadets were comparable to walking corpses moving like robots with lifeless eyes. At this moment, Xia Fei felt that he had made the correct decision. No matter what, he wished that he would never lose his sense of self. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Chen Dong and Moon Song appeared in front of him. Effortlessly, Moon Song had changed into a white set of training attire. There were 2 axes embroidered on her chest as if displaying her plump weapons. Just as before, Chen Dong had nothing but his short pants on. "What are you looking at?" demanded Moon Song at Xia Fei when she caught him staring at her chest. "Weapons," replied Xia Fei with a smile as he pointed at the axes on her chest. This clever joke was such a hit that even Chen Dong could barely contain his laughter. "What are you laughing at, you blockhead?" Moon Song glared at Chen Dong. She could not do much about Xia Fei, but she was confident in and used to handling Chen Dong. The latter hastily suppressed his laughter, then he secretly gave Xia Fei a thumbs up. Perhaps it was because they had not been in the internal division for too long, but Chen Dong and Moon Song were not as robotic as the others. They were just as rich in emotions as before. After ordering a few dishes, the 3 of them chatted while they dined. "When did you 2 join the internal division? How come it was never mentioned when we chatted last time?" Xia Fei asked as he swallowed a big piece of beef. "Moon Song and I entered the internal division just a month ago. Yeah, the guy who crashed into you during the race was also with us. I heard that a group had left the internal division, so we were elected to replace them," replied Chen Dong. "That's indeed the case. The internal division will always maintain 500 people. Once a group leaves, another group joins." Oh, Xia Fei nodded. "You guys haven't done any assessments before entering, either?" "Nope, just a simple notice. I thought that there's going to be an assessment or something, who would have thought the process was so simple," answered Chen Dong. Xia Fei did not say anything. It seemed that everyone had gone through the same process, whoever got selected by the internal division would be able to join. Xia Fei previously thought that there was something fishy going on, but it seemed that his admission here was the same as everyone else. The 3 of them chatted for a bit longer. Xia Fei eventually noticed that Chen Dong kept fidgeting in his seat. He was all brawn after all, and he must be in a hurry to go back and train, so Xia Fei gave a reason to end their meal. His life after joining the internal division was just as before. Xia Fei would report to the library on time every day and would stay to read after he was done cleaning. When it was time to leave, he would even bring a book to his dorm to read at night. The distance between the library and the internal division was by no means small, they were 400 or so kilometers apart. Luckily, Xia Fei possessed the speed ability, and distance posed no problem to any speed ability user. Xia Fei just treated it as part of his daily training and would push himself to travel between the 2 points as fast as he could. As days went by, Xia Fei and Qin Meng grew closer and closer. The 2 of them would chat over some tea, going through their days uneventfully. Even Qin Meng's lazy black cat was getting closer to Xia Fei, often begging him for food. He had come to realize over time that Qin Meng was anything but average. Shocking words would often come out of the latter's mouth, and he was not a stubborn person either, being quite open-minded about many things. In his eyes, the Human Alliance was a for-profit organization, and the Adjudicator Union and Monastic Order were just cannon fodders, gathering large numbers of hot-blooded and dog-blooded people who liked to show off. Xia Fei never liked sticking to conventions and never took what he said seriously. If there was one thing similar between him and Qin Meng, it would be that they were the rebellious type. They did not like being restrained and did not care too much for the rules the Alliance had set. Xia Fei would still clean the basement every day, but he never did manage to find the hidden room, nor had he ever mentioned it to Qin Meng, and the old man had not once brought it up to him, either. There was no question that Qin Meng had stayed in the library for dozens of years, and he surely knew about what was up with the basement. Moreover, Xia Fei felt that Qin Meng had something planned from the very beginning. Be it recruiting Xia Fei to work at the library or letting him clean the basement, nothing was as simple as it seemed. Xia Fei got here by following his instincts. He had never regretted meeting Qin Meng. In truth, he already gained plenty of unexpected benefits from the library. Qin Meng would occasionally take books off the bookshelves and give them to Xia Fei. Those books were about all kinds of things: geography, biographies, military tactics, etc. They might seem irrelevant at first glance, but Xia Fei would seriously read every book twice no matter what subject it was about. Slowly but surely, Qin Meng gave Xia Fei more and more books, and the latter would spend a lot of time going through them back in the dorm, just like doing homework. Qin Meng would often ask Xia Fei for his thoughts the next day, and sometimes he would even ask questions mentioned in the book. 2 months later, Xia Fei finally understood that Qin Mang was teaching him how to read books. The old man would give him basic books initially, but as time went on and Xia Fei's reading capacity increased, the latter would assign him books that were more complex. Other than the abundant information about combat, Qin Mang would let Xia Fei read the forbidden tomes on the second floor. These forbidden tomes contained information about the ancient civilization, and Xia Fei absorbed their contents in the most correct way possible under Qin Mang's guidance. The moment he got to reading the technological information left behind by the ancient civilization, he was shocked by his ability to understand the obscure codes and formulas presented in the tomes. This was absolutely a big step for Xia Fei. He could never have learned this useful information in school, so he was comparable to a blank piece of paper, but in just a few months' time, Xia Fei's notes were filled with writings, and these writings became more and more deep and complicated. Xia Fei never forgot to chat with Avril, either, but because of his studies, they often spent less time chatting. Of course, Avril had something to say about that, but whenever Xia Fei talked about his studies to her, the girl's eyes would be filled with a glow of approval. At first, Avril could still understand some of it, but as his reading skills improved and what he was reading got ever more complicated, Avril began to think that the knowledge he was sharing with her did not exist in this realm as it was barely intelligible. Eventually, Avril stopped trying to understand what Xia Fei was saying, focusing instead on how Xia Fei looked as he talked. Although Chen Dong and Moon Song were in the internal division with Xia Fei, the three of them seldom saw one another, for those two had been devoting their days in the Stygian training center to train. Moon Song would sometimes get Xia Fei out to have a meal together for a chat, but Chen Dong had become a training machine. Xia Fei had not seen him for the entirety of last week, and even if they did meet, it would often be a quick hello and goodbye before Chen Dong would hurry to leave. Xia Fei did not have much to say about this as everyone desired different things. He wanted to be as balanced and well-rounded as possible, whereas Moon Song and Chen Dong wished to be stronger. These were their choices, and it was not up to anyone to say what they should do. Quantum Holdings had finally assembled its first fleet and even managed to perform a few deliveries, selling products to other planets. Although the profits were not high, it was still a start. As the products increased in variety and quantity, profits would be sure to follow. They had already survived the worst stage, and Xia Fei was glad for that. The people of the Federation were incredibly enthusiastic about Earth's first space fleet, too. The name of Quantum Holdings quickly spread around, and many companies fought with one another for a chance to work with Quantum Holdings, even if they had to pay funds in advance. The merchants had been very much looking forward to interstellar trade for a long time, and being able to work together with the only company in the Federation that had access to interstellar trade was something they viewed with pride. Even an ordinary staff of that company would feel proud of themselves while walking down the streets. In the blink of an eye, winter turned to spring, and willow trees began sprouting their tender leaves. Thus, Xia Fei's first journey to ancient ruins had begun. Chapter 130, Onward to the Ruins. At dawn, Xia Fei packed up and walked out of the dormitory, ready to meet up with the other members of the internal division who would explore the mysterious ancient ruins for the first time in their lives. This exploration was strictly kept under wraps from the cadets. Every cadet participating only received a simple message, which briefly informed them of the date and the approximate time the entire expedition would take place. There was no mention of where it was located, what kinds of dangers lurked, or what special preparations they might need. The ancient ruins did not just symbolize the ancient civilization. All types of ruins contained varying amounts of relics, and these items, which were far beyond the technological levels of modern-day society, could be sold for incredible prices on the black market. This was not mentioning the incredible research value they represented. Thus, it was incredibly normal that the Adjudicator Union would keep the ruins, which were under their control, a big secret. Chen Dong and Moon Song had been waiting on the white stone arch bridge outside of the dorms. The others were waiting next to the internal division launch pad, and there appeared to be around 40 people. All of these cadets had been fully immersed in their training, so many of them had faces unfamiliar to Xia Fei despite being in the same division. Moon Song was leaning lazily on a fence in a tight-fitting, black combat uniform, which accentuated her curvy figure. In truth, Moon Song was a woman of good taste. Unfortunately, her unique personality kept most people at bay. Moon Song asserted that she liked women, not men, but Xia Fei had never seen her bringing a girl back to her dorm, and every time it was brought up, Moon Song would say that the women in the camp did not suit her taste. Xia Fei never looked any deeper into it as her sexuality was no concern of his. Chen Dong was in a pair of tight-fitting shorts and a new pair of combat boots. His black pearl necklace also seemed to have been polished as it shone brightly under the sun. Xia Fei walked over with a smile. This is a rare opportunity, you two have finally left the training center. Chen Dong nodded. I didn't want to go to the ruins, but the instructor wouldn't let me stay, so I'm forced to come. Chen Dong did not have any other interest outside of training and fighting. In his eyes, no matter how meaningful or special those ruins were, they would never compare to the enjoyment he got from training wholeheartedly. The three of them walked toward the launch pad side by side. Chen Dong looked at the new sprouts all around him and expressed, the days sure go by quickly, it's spring already. Moon Song crossed her arms and said in a mocking tone, Hey, turns out a musclehead like you is aware of the different seasons. I didn't think you knew anything outside of training. Chen Dong laughed, ignoring the rude Moon Song. He knew that he would never be able to gain anything verbally crossing swords with Moon Song, so he simply ignored her. Xia Fei lit up a cigarette and took 2 deep puffs. Moon Song tilted her head, stared at Xia Fei for a few seconds, and asked, Do you know what the people in the internal division are saying about you? Xia Fei shook his head. No clue. To be honest, other than you two, I don't really know any other cadets or instructors in the internal division. Moon Song laughed. Of course. The cadets in the Stygian Training Center take a break at the resting lounge every day, so they're bound to meet someone there, but you on the other hand only spend 3 hours in the training room. Once your time is up, you leave. Xia Fei simply smiled, not elaborating any further. 3 hours of training was already enough. Xia Fei had done a few experiments with some sophisticated human analysis equipment. After 3 hours in the training center, the drug concentration would decrease by 700 units an hour, a further 550 units every hour from the 4th hour, and only 300 units after 6 hours. This meant that 3 hours was the most productive, and the benefits would rapidly decrease over time. If Xia Fei stayed in the training room for 24 hours, he would only gain 5,000 or so units compared to 3 hours of stay. This was not mentioning the other side effects of the training room. Many cadets experienced temporary blindness or shock, some even developed acne on their backs that could only be removed via surgery. Although nobody talked about it, everyone knew it in their hearts that these were all side effects from staying long in the Stygian Training Center. Moreover, these were the obvious side effects. Who knew what other undetected side effects they could have been secretly afflicted with? Risk and return were always in balance. If one wanted to improve quickly, they must be able to accept the risks. Xia Fei never cared about these as he would never sit around doing nothing outside of his training. Strength was a must for warriors, but so were machines and electronics. Xia Fei treated all skills equally, improving all of them at the same time, not leaving one be. In the past few days, he had felt that his beast spirit codex was at the threshold of breaking through to the 3rd stage. It was as if there was a door stopping Xia Fei that was a gentle push away from opening, it was just that he had not yet discovered how to open it. Xia Fei, you're a speed ability user, Chen Dong, you're a nature ability user, and as for me, I'm an illusion ability user. It would be good if we three cooperate, suggested Moon Song. Xia Fei had long known of Moon Song's ability, but he had never seen her use it. Illusion ability users could use their brain waves to induce hallucination in their enemies, interfering with their judgment, even possibly causing them to break down or commit suicide from the terror. It was an incredibly rare support type of ability. These illusion abilities were not that effective when used solo and were more suited when coordinating with a team. Xia Fei was a speed ability user, possessing lightning-fast speed and perception, making him a suitable fit to be the team scout. Chen Dong's aggressive nature combat ability was best suited to the role of a team's main offense. The three of them combined would definitely make a great team that could strike fear in their enemies. If their team of speed and nature ability users with the support of an illusion ability was able to skillfully cooperate with each other, they could even compete against the Glorious 13. Unfortunately, 2 of the Glorious 13 had disappeared in that space station incident, with not even their bodies found. The Enduro Star region had, therefore, lost Glorious 13 from then onward. The only survivor of the group, Bo Xingwei, was also incredibly disheartened, retiring from the front line and staying on the training grounds as an instructor. He was now working in the internal division. Xia Fei had seen him a few times, but there were few words exchanged between them, and after a polite nod, both of them would go their separate ways. Xia Fei mulled over Moon Song's suggestion for a moment and agreed it was decent. With his speed ability for scouting, Chen Dong's ice ability for offense, and Moon Song's illusion ability for protection, it was definitely a combination that was hard to come by. Although Moonsong's illusion ability was not the same as Quira's quicksand defense, they were the same in principle, focused on defense while also providing supplementary offensive capabilities. The Glorious 13 also got its fame from a similar trifecta. We'll see when we get there. We are just freshmen, after all, so the instructors may not let us move freely and may even treat it as a group activity, instead. If we're actually allowed to travel alone, we can try forming a team. Xia Fei actually preferred working alone, but he understood that his speed ability by itself was limited. Teamwork was important, especially in a new, dangerous environment. Moreover, Xia Fei had absolute trust in Chen Dong and Moon Song, so he would at least be at ease if he needed to depend on them. I don't have any interest in exploring, my aim is to try and find opportunities to battle other cadets, especially Bai Ye and Yahan. Yahan is apparently the strongest among our generation of recruits, so I've been itching to fight him for a long time. Bai Ye, on the other hand, had a dispute with Xia Fei during the race, so I've been wanting to teach him a lesson. There are many messy rules within the training camp, and combat challenges can be declined. I should have a chance at it now that we are about to go outside, Chen Dong muttered as they walked. It seemed like he had put a lot of thought into this. Xia Fei simply laughed. It was not surprising that Chen Dong, with his personality, would think like this. Having been training hard all this while without getting much of a chance to fight someone, he must be all pent up. Since he finally had a chance to leave the training room, what else would he do other than fight? Moon Song gave Chen Dong a hard look. Musclehead, are you going to die if you don't fight? Whatever. Xia Fei and I can form a team, too, right? At the same time, Moon Song glanced at Xia Fei with a hint of a pleasant surprise. Xia Fei waved his hand. We still don't know any of the specifics. I'm of the mind that we should wait, it's not too late to figure out our strategy once we get a better understanding of what to expect. Xia Fei. Moon Song crossed her arms, then glared at him. Do you not want to team up with this lady? Xia Fei was left speechless. Since Moon Song had already started referring to herself as this lady at such a young age, he felt that he should steer clear of this tigress. After chatting for a while longer, the Gaian Catalyst class destroyer slowly appeared from afar and descended to land. Bo Xingwei, Ye Ziohan, and 2 other internal division instructors exited the ship, all wearing combat uniforms and armed with weapons, all of them looking particularly stern as they stood there. After confirming everyone's identity, the 40 or so cadets boarded the ship. The destroyer was much more spacious than a frigate and still felt that way even after all of them had boarded. Xia Fei habitually looked around the ship to check out its equipment. From the outside, the Catalyst-class destroyer seemed incredibly average, but inside, it was equipped with a high-capacity reactor and a large engine that Xia Fei did not recognize. Is this ship perhaps about to engage in ultra-long-distance travel? Why else will it need such large-scale equipment, and what model is this engine, wondered Xia Fei. Xia Fei, Moon Song, and Chen Dong sat down on a sofa in a corner. Ye Ziohan then handed everyone a pair of virtual reality glasses so that they could view whatever they wanted to pass time. This ruin exploration involves the core secrets of the Union, so everyone has to sign a non-disclosure agreement. You can't reveal anything that happens in the ruins, Bo Xingwei said in a deep voice. It appeared that he was leading this operation. The agreement was an electronic one, they just had to provide their fingerprints using the projected screen. After everyone had signed their NDAs, the Catalyst-class destroyer slowly took off as they headed toward the ruins. Chapter 131, Breaking Through the Beast Spirit Codex's Third Stage. A Catalyst-class destroyer flew into the stars, carrying 47 internal division cadets into unfamiliar territory to explore the ancient ruins. This warship was designed especially for the training camp to transport their cadets. With a very spacious interior, every cadet could not only have their personal cabin but also have plenty for a meeting room, dining space, and other function rooms, allowing for leisure entertainment like chess and cards. The facilities available were comprehensive and luxuriously decorated, freely utilizing precious marble and top-grade metal alloy plates everywhere. Xia Fei did not go around admiring the ship's opulent designs and lavish decorations. He opted to shut himself in his room and focus on cultivating the third stage of the Beast Spirit Codex. The breakthrough for this third stage was just right before his eyes. He could practically touch it if he reached out and grabbed on it, yet Xia Fei simply could not find a way to make this breakthrough. Every attempt only ended up in failure time and again. Opening his eyes, Xia Fei gazed outside the window and decided to take a break before making another attempt. Colorful meteors streaked past as quickly as they arrived, leaving behind beautiful trails that sparkled against the dark space. 15 minutes. Another 15 minutes. Xia Fei had been quietly counting the time that passed with each warp. Different from the usual ships, this specialized destroyer of the training camp would spend 15 minutes every time they traveled through a wormhole, which was a lot more time than how long other ships usually spent. Even the Vampire, when fitted with the top-grade Black Mamba 130 warp engine, would only need around 10 minutes to travel through a wormhole, crossing a distance of about 60,000 light-years each warp. Meanwhile, this seemingly normal Catalyst-class destroyer took 15 minutes each time. Could its warp distance be even further than his Vampires? Xia Fei shook his head vigorously. Thinking about such a question at this time made him feel very uncomfortable. Cultivating the Beast Spirit Codex expended a lot of his mental energy, and it was different from physical strength. Mental exertion made the mind groggy, as if being battered by thousands of waves that sought to submerge one in seawater. The constant rolling waves made it so that one would emerge feeling extremely tired and vexed from the entire experience. Lighting a hung tashan, Xia Fei tried to perk up as he did his best not to think of this ship's engine issue. What he needed now was peace and rest. Thinking with his already depleted mind was not about to do him any good. He took out a snake eye berry from his spatial ring, placed it in his mouth, and chewed on it as if it were a peanut. A refreshing sensation surged in his body, alleviating the lethargy he was feeling by quite a bit. Sitting down cross-legged, Xia Fei adjusted himself and got ready for another attempt to break through the third stage of the Beast Spirit Codex. I refuse to believe that I still can't open this door, Xia Fei stubbornly thought to himself. The repeated failed attempts had instead roused Xia Fei's competitive spirits. It was like climbing a mountain, one would be the most exhausted the closer they got to the top, but as long as they persevered, they would eventually be able to stand on its peak and be rewarded with a breathtaking view. Mind control was a very strange technique. It allowed the user to transmit their brainwaves to the target's heart forcibly and gain control of the target as a result. Since Xia Fei had already mastered the technique from the second stage of the Beast Spirit Codex, ocular cognition, all he needed to do was overcome this hidden obstacle in his mind, then he could relay his brainwaves from afar through his gaze alone. There was no way for the average person to understand just how powerful the Beast Spirit Codex was. The ability to transmit information through the eyes was an astounding technique. Mental ability users were only able to send information through their brainwaves because their seventh brain region had been activated with such an ability. Meanwhile, a normal person could learn technique to control other living creatures with their mind alone through the Beast Spirit Codex, and it was considered to be a targeted mental technique. While mental ability users could use their brainwaves to control their own species, the Beast Spirit Codex enabled its users to control beasts. It must be said that beasts and humans had a qualitative difference in terms of their brains, and the frequency of the brainwaves between the two was completely different. There were commonalities among the humans because their brains had the exact same structure and the same receptors. However, beasts were not that easy to control. For example, if a beautiful woman were to wink at a man, most would understand it as an attempt at seduction, but would a person understand what it meant if a crocodile stared at them? No. It was impossible. Because the user and the target did not belong to the same species, it was completely impossible to understand the information being passed. The Beast Spirit Codex was precisely able to turn something thought impossible into reality via its unique technique. In order to achieve this step of mastery, he would first have to cultivate ocular cognition, making his eyes able to figuratively speak, so as to transmit a signal which beasts could understand. There was also a need to alter a human brain, to convert human brainwaves into special brainwaves that could affect beasts. Xia Fei had successfully mastered the first step of ocular cognition, and now, he was learning the second step, which was to alter his brain. Following what was written in the Codex, every human's brain contained certain biological structures that could generate and convert minute brainwaves, which permitted communication between them and beasts. It was just that, after not having been in use for ages, these organs had slowly deteriorated. The Beast Spirit Codex provided a unique channel to forcibly reinvigorate these long deteriorated portions of the brain that would affect beasts, allowing humans to establish a direct and effective connection with them. The stage that Xia Fei was cultivating had not gotten to such a profound level yet. What he needed to do now was activate 3 unique points of his brain, and once these 3 points were activated, Xia Fei would be able to establish the most rudimentary communication with beasts. Wave to someone, and that person would know that it was a gesture of farewell, flashing a thumbs up, and the person would know that it meant praise, accidentally showing a middle finger, and all that awaited would be a beating. The third stage of the Beast Spirit Codex worked to help humans and beasts establish simple communication through body language. Even though there would not be much information that could be transmitted, it would at least allow beasts to understand the user's intentions. It was just that this simple exchange would not truly depend on body language, but on the user's eyes, and that was what set the Beast Spirit Codex apart. Language had a myriad of permutation, and the information transmitted through such a method would be bountiful. However, using just the eyes to send messages would not be as simple. It required the brainwaves, which were being transmitted, to morph into the sort that animals could understand before shooting them out, and the difficulty of this could only be understood by people who had really cultivated up to that level. At this point in time, Xia Fei had already activated 2 of the 3 critical points in his brain, and activating the last part was all he needed to be capable of sending out messages through his 2 eyes, thereby breaking through to the third stage. Going by the instructions in the Beast Spirit Codex, Xia Fei first had to accumulate wisps of energy in his brain and form a thread with these, which he then had to manipulate into flowing throughout his brain. At the same time, that thread would constantly be drawing and gathering the energy in his brain, increasing over time until it was finally forged into a potent force. Several minutes after, when Xia Fei felt that the energy he had gathered was sufficient, he would begin the final step, which was to destroy the exterior defenses at that point, striking at it with a large amount of his mental energy at once, thus activating it. The thread of energy gave Xia Fei a head-splitting migraine as it swam faster and faster in his mind. The constant motion of that energy also disturbed the other structures in his brain, causing everything to begin to feel volatile. Xia Fei shut both his eyes, gritting his teeth as he endured. All of a sudden, that initially malleable energy that Xia Fei was manipulating became as sharp as a knife, and it shot to the right of his brain, homing in on that one spot. An invisible explosion occurred in his brain, and though no sound was heard, Xia Fei felt like that strike was as unbridled as an atomic explosion. The huge impact of that wave struck in that instant and spread across the whole of his mindscape. Xia Fei felt that it was unbearably deafening, like 10,000 bells ringing at once. After the dust had settled, Xia Fei's body slackened as he collapsed heavily on his bed. The past usage of his mental strength weakened Xia Fei, and it was like Xia Fei had been completely drained by it. After a short time, Xia Fei slowly opened his eyes and inspected his brain via his consciousness. "There's no need for you to look. You haven't managed to break through." Phantom suddenly appeared and spoke to Xia Fei as he sat at the bedside. Because Phantom was in his spirit form, he could examine every organ in Xia Fei's body, and it was much faster and more accurate than the latter using his consciousness to sense his body's state. Xia Fei let out a heavy sigh and climbed out of the bed. His constant failed attempts had not dulled his perseverance, however, instead, it had made him even bolder, stoking his fiery determination within. "This guy's truly reckless." Phantom sighed as he returned to the moorstone and ignored Xia Fei again. He was reputable for his obstinacy, and no one could stop him once he had set his mind onto something. Phantom did not care to try and dissuade him. Now that Xia Fei had made his decision, there was no way he would listen to anyone, unless it was to offer advice on how to make the breakthrough. Xia Fei was vexed from the repeated failures. He had begun attempting this breakthrough 2 months before, and it was only a week ago when this juncture point had finally eased, though no matter how hard he tried, he simply could not proceed further. In Xia Fei's eyes, anyone who stopped him from making progress was an enemy, and there was only one outcome for anyone he viewed as an enemy: death. There were plenty of stubborn people in this universe, but Xia Fei was probably the only one who would treat that point in his brain as foe. Munching on another snake-eye berry to replenish his energy, Xia Fei intended to bear another tumultuous baptism as he attempted an unprecedented assault on this enemy impeding his improvement. "I'm going all out." Xia Fei seethed. Once more pulling out a strand of energy in his mind, Xia Fei made it swiftly travel through that path in his brain. This time, Xia Fei was not in a hurry to attack that unyielding point. Instead, he tried to gather as much energy as he crazily could. Xia Fei had already resolved that, since this enemy was so tenacious, he would have to be even more ferocious in his assault to tear down this formidable foe. As for the price of such a reckless decision? Most of the time, Xia Fei was well aware of what was at stake, but the moment his madness took over, he would no longer pay heed to the cost of his actions. It was hard to imagine that 2 extremes, composure and madness, could coexist inside Xia Fei. This was probably the instinct that warriors possessed. Even the calmest warrior would not lose this madness that they hold within themselves. The energy accumulated, and that trickle of energy slowly converged into a flooding river. "Come." Xia Fei had his eyes shut, his face appalling to behold. This one assault was powerful, directed entirely to that impediment in Xia Fei's brain which had plagued him for so long, figuratively sundering the ground as devastation abounded. At last, he had successfully broken through the third stage of the Beast Spirit Codex. The shockwave from this overwhelming attack ran wildly all over his brain, filling up every wrinkle and fold of it. Exhaling, Xia Fei was rendered motionless and silent on top of his bed by the overwhelming exhaustion gripping him. Phantom anxiously came running out of his moor stone. He stared at Xia Fei for quite some time before revealing a strange smile. Oh, he's fallen asleep due to overexertion. Truly, he's such a mad lad. Chapter 132, YZZ 7526. Cadets joining in the exploration of the ruins, please take note, we will be reaching this ship's destination in 1 hour 47 minutes, may everyone proceed immediately to the meeting room to receive the mission briefing from the commander. Xia Fei had only slept for a handful of hours before being awakened by the ship's broadcast system. His head was still a bit groggy when he got up, and it seemed that the after effects of his assault to break through to the third stage of the Beast Spirit Codex had not yet dissipated entirely, for he was still dealing with a weakened mental state. We've finally arrived. Xia Fei jumped out of his bed, splashed some cold water on his face, and made his way to the meeting room, where he forced himself to perk up once inside. 40 over cadets were sitting in a disorderly fashion around the room. Xia Fei spotted where Moonsong and Chendong were seated and walked over to join them. When walking past Bai Yat, he heard that Milksop chuckle at Xia Fei. He nodded his head slightly, and that was considered as his greeting to that man. Why is that bastard laughing at you? Moonsong stared at Bai Yat coldly, asking in an unfriendly tone. For some reason, Moonsong seemed to harbor deep resentment toward Bai Yat, for she was always in an irate mood whenever she saw him. Xia Fei shrugged nonchalantly. Who cares? Will it be normal if people start crying the moment they see me, instead? Moonsong pouted, looking away from Bai Yat. That guy is surely devoid of good intentions, you ought to be on your guard against him. Xia Fei nodded. Actually, he would naturally remain vigilant of Bai Yat even without Moonsong warning him. After all, that man had already demonstrated his hostility toward him when they were participating in the extreme hovercar race. In any case, Xia Fei had always possessed great circumspection, and he disliked the way the milksop, Bai Yat, did things. Very soon, Bo Xingwei and the other 3 instructors filed into the meeting room. Bo Xingwei maintained a very serious expression as he stood in the middle. Because he was once a member of the Glorious 13, his strength and capabilities were obvious to all. So when he assumed the important position as the Internal Division's deputy supervisor, he was also tasked with overseeing the cadets' exploration mission. It was just that there was this perceptible melancholia on his face. Though the matter with Xiao Haili and Quiras had happened quite some time ago, he had not yet gotten over the death of the two, which just showed how sentimental he was and how close he was with those battle buddies of his. Only Xia Fei knew that Xiao Haili had once attempted to kill him, for he had not mentioned this to anyone. The man was already dead. What use would it be to continue pursuing this matter? Besides, Xia Fei did not wish to explain this matter to anyone else since that would only bring plenty of unnecessary trouble his way, and Xia Fei already had enough on his plate at the moment. What a pity, to actually mourn over someone like Xiao Haili, muttered Xia Fei under his breath as he shook his head. He gazed at Bo Xingwei, who had seemingly aged quite a lot since the last time they met. Ye Ziohan and the 2 other instructors took out some pre-prepared portable packs and handed them to the present cadets. Xia Fei opened one to find 4 weeks' worth of rations, emergency survival kits, medicine and drugs, a potable water device, a communicator and an environmental monitoring instrument. The food rations were those soft energy bars that looked like toothpaste. The taste of these energy bars were terrible, there was a sort of mild bitterness when chewed, which was worse than eating toothpaste. Though they tasted bad, the energy bars did provide the necessary nutrients the human body required, and eating a few bites a day was enough to fully satisfy a person's physical needs for 24 hours. The potable water device was a very useful outdoor survival tool, and its appearance was of a sealed metal teacup with a cover that had several rows of densely packed circular holes. It was battery-powered and could last for hundreds of years without needing a recharge. When switched on, the potable water device would draw the water vapor in the air and filter it through that cover, storing it inside the cup after undergoing heavy purification. Unless the environment lacked any water molecules in the air, there would be no need for anyone using the device to ever worry about drinkable water. Bo Xingwei opened a portable pack and displayed all the items out on the table. Everyone should recognize the energy bars, emergency survival kit, and the potable water device, so I won't speak about those. All of you just have to remember, Planet YZZ 7526 is a low-level radiation zone. You can only depend on the rations and water you have with you, otherwise, you might end up suffering from food poisoning or even worse. Next, he picked up the bracelet-shaped communicator, which was similar to the ones used during the crisis grade assessment. Its silver shine was very eye-catching. YZZ 7526 has the Union's high-powered signal jammers for disrupting communications, so aside from these specialized communicators, no other device can be used to transmit messages. Similarly, your every move will be recorded, so I hope that you guys will keep yourselves in check, don't do anything out of the ordinary. Also, this here is a handheld environmental monitoring instrument. I've said it before, this planet is irradiated, reaching high enough levels in certain places to cause harm to your health. Unless you have a high-grade combat suit, you should immediately leave an area if you see the instrument flashing red and only stop once this stops, Bosingwe very seriously addressed the crowd. The ancient civilization possessed extremely advanced technology, and they dared to utilize even the most dangerous substances in all the cosmos. Though it would be very convenient for mankind, the consequences of such actions were plain to see. When the robot army fleet rebelled and began annihilating one planet with human inhabitants after another, plenty of those poisonous substances that were hard to deal with ended up leaking, and over such a long time, the extremely rich planets remained filled with poisonous and harmful substances, becoming inhospitable for humans. Bosingwe cleared his throat and continued speaking. Next, I'll be setting the assignments for this exploration. All of you may stay on planet YZZ 7526 for 2 weeks, and in this time period, anything you find from your exploration will belong to you. If you wish to sell the relics you discover to the training camp, you will be appropriately compensated with points. Xia Fei was stunned. The training camp had been very generous this time, actually allowing their cadets to bring back whatever they were able to find. He thought about it and very quickly saw the reason why. This planet was ultimately just some E-grade ruins, so it had a rather low rank. It would be really difficult to find any top-grade relics here, which was why the training camp had decided to be kind enough and give it to their cadets. A low-grade ancient civilization relic was not valued much by the Adjudicator Union, so it would not matter if they let cadets get hold of them. Besides, these students might not even locate anything with just the 2 weeks' time that they were given to explore such a large planet. There's plenty of insect species living on YZZ 7526. These insects are specially bred by the Union so that you can all use and test your mettle against them. I'm sure everyone here knows that the Pan-Human Alliance's greatest enemy is those disgusting bugs, so there's plenty of benefits for everyone here to familiarize themselves with how to fight the insectoids. The Alliance has divided the insectoids into 9 ranks based on their danger rating. The insectoids living on this planet are all rank 1 and 2 insectoids. Though they are merciless, it doesn't mean that they lack any sort of intelligence. Those present here are cadets of the Internal Division, and such low-rank insectoids shouldn't be able to pose any sort of threat to you. You all will be awarded a point for every rank 1 insectoid killed and 3 points for the rank 2 insectoids. It's fine even if you wipe them all out, but of course, that is impossible. Xia Fei smiled. No wonder the Union has been so generous thus far. We won't only be limited by time but also by the large number of insectoids to contend with. At this rate, there are even slimmer chances of getting hold of any ancient relics. Beside him, Chen Dong was abnormally excited, his 2 eyes glistening as his chest heaving incessantly. This battle maniac would get excited as long as there was a fight to be had, be it against a human or an insectoid, it mattered not to him as long as he could fight them. Instead, it was Moon Song who looked somewhat disgusted. Plenty of women did not like dirty bugs, and though she had a different sexual orientation, it did not change the fact that she was a woman, who happened to really hate bugs. The atmosphere in the meeting room became lively as the cadets' fighting spirits were evoked after hearing that they would get to fight insectoids. Bosingwe swept his gaze across the room, seemingly satisfied with the passion and fervor everyone was demonstrating. There are 2 modes of action you all can take for this operation. The first is to follow the instructor teams and work together with everyone. The benefit of doing so is that it'll be a lot safer. Also, the instructors can also impart some skills anytime, anywhere, helping everyone improve as they go along. The second is to go individually or in groups. This would be more dangerous than having instructors by your side, but you'd have more freedom doing this. No matter which option you end up choosing, you must pay attention to the map and instructions on your communicator at all times, as well as your environmental monitoring instrument. Seek aid the instant an accident occurs. Okay, meeting adjourned. I wish you all the best of luck. Bo Xingwei said in a booming voice a moment after. The cadets all stood up and returned to their cabins for the final preparations. Xia Fei thought about it for some time and decided that it was not a bad choice if he acted alone. After all, having more people still required him to depend on himself, and there was no way to grow if he kept following behind someone. Xia Fei did not mind it either if Chen Dong and Moon Song proposed to form a party. He was fairly good friends with them, and they were worthy of his trust. That was when Chen Dong got up and loudly asked, "I'd like to know if the cadets can freely challenge one another while on this planet." The cadets who were in the process of leaving the meeting room each came to a halt, turning around to look at Chen Dong as they wondered why he would ask such a question. Bo Xingwei laughed. He was very fond of Chen Dong's bull-headed personality. "Of course, you can. This isn't the training camp, so as long as you don't cause their death, you guys can all fight however you wish. We are all warriors, and combat is our calling." Chen Dong nodded, staring coldly at all the other cadets. All of them felt a wave of panic wash over them, each making the decision to avoid the madman Chen Dong, absolutely planning not to go anywhere near him. The scenery of planet YZZ 7526 was in a state of ruins, with the sky overcast and the smell hanging in the air being both sour and smelly. It was a bit like falling into an entire jar of chemicals. The Catalyst-class destroyer slowly descended on the outskirts of the city ruins. Xia Fei, Chen Dong, and Moon Song all alighted from the ship together. The decrepit ruins in the distance looked desolate, and the crumbling walls and remains intertwined to create a tragically beautiful scene. Xia Fei could even vaguely hear some strange noises, which probably came from the insectoids crawling about. Chen Dong waved at Moon Song and Xia Fei, heading to the city with great verve, not saying a word as his eyes gleamed with that combative fire burning in him. It was evident that Chen Dong had already decided that he would fight on his own. Xia Fei chuckled and went in the opposite direction. Since Chen Dong had no intention of forming a party, Xia Fei of course chose to go off on his own as well. Moon Song stood on the spot, dumbfounded. She watched both men leave and her face turned beet red, yelling at the top of her lungs, "Where are you two madmen going?" Xia Fei did not turn his head around and just waved his hand offhandedly. "I'm off to explore the ruins, of course. With the two of you gone, what will I do? Take care of yourself." Saying that, Xia Fei's pumped strength to his legs and disappeared into the horizon, chasing after the soft glow of the setting sun. Chapter 133, Black Sky Beetle. YZZ 7526 was just a medium-sized planet that was once a human mining colony. Its population could not compare to the commercial planets and was even considered one of the poorer planets during the time of the ancient civilization. According to the map, there were 5 main cities on this planet, with small satellite towns surrounding each of them. Those cities all shared a common trait, and that was its proximity to major mining sites. The humans who had once lived here subsisted off mining, so their cities were naturally situated near mining sites, making it more convenient for them to commute to and fro. The Catalyst-class destroyer had landed near one of the 5 main cities, coded 04. Xia Fei did not head right into the city like everyone else but chose the other main city about 2,000 kilometers away, coded 02, instead. This was where he planned to begin his search in the ruins. He could tell clearly with the map that the ruins of City 02 were far more spectacular than the abandoned City 04. It was at least thrice larger in terms of landmass, making it the second largest metropolis on the entire planet, meaning that it had been highly prosperous in the past. The majority of the cadets chose the ruins of 04, which meant that they could help watch out for one another, but it also meant that the purpose of their exploration would be greatly reduced. Xia Fei was not an idealist by any means, but his goal here was certain: he wanted to profit from this operation. Previously, Quantum Holdings and Vampire had emptied his pockets, and he did not have more than 200 million star coins left in his bank account at this point. While 200 million star coins sounded like it was a decent amount, Xia Fei still needed to save for more medicinal ingredients he would need in the future. The medicinal ingredients that he would take every time were almost always astronomical in price, and the 200 million star coins was not even enough for him to glance at them. There was Quantum Holdings, too. Xia Fei had expended a lot of his hard-earned money on Earth's first interstellar trading enterprise, and it was presently unable to make it in the black as of yet. Since it could not bring back any profits to Xia Fei in the meantime, if he wanted it to make more money soon, he would have to upgrade it as fast as possible and create popular products that were in short supply. This would thus require him to increase his investment in the company. Even the daily expenditure of maintaining Vampire cost Xia Fei quite a lot. If there was any shortcoming to a top-tier special ops frigate, it would be that the assembly was too high-end, and the means needed to maintain it would be far beyond the average frigate. Just the cost of changing some of its worn-out parts was enough to keep an average frigate well-conditioned for a year. Just thinking about this gave Xia Fei a headache. In this realistic galactic society, everything required money. Xia Fei's intention was not to be a normal warrior, but he was still so far from his goal, which meant that he must spend exorbitant amounts just to improve himself. He needed to earn money so he could earn even more money. Xia Fei's heart was bellowing loudly as his legs ran non-stop toward the ruins of City 02. His two eyes sparkled as if his destination was not some ruins but a mountain of gold. Not long after he set off, the day slowly turned to night, and darkness descended upon the wilderness. The strange noises around him gradually grew denser, and Xia Fei knew that the majority of the insectoids were active at night. With the arrival of their favorite time to do activities, the insectoids could hardly contain their excitement as they crawled to the surface from underground. Xia Fei pushed a button on his Windshade Mark IV combat suit's mask, and the two thin night vision goggles appeared. The darkness of the night became as clear as day to Xia Fei, though because he lacked any source of light, the world he saw through the lenses was just a light hue of red as if he was standing on some bizarre land. There were two heavy beetles somewhere 400 to 500 meters ahead of him scavenging for food. Each had thick, shiny black carapace, a pair of sharp mandibles, which looked like two large sickles the way they snapped together viciously. Their bodies were around the size of small cars, with either having 6 thin and short legs that made them sway from side to side as they crawled. They were extremely slow. The pair of black and white feelers on their heads looked like two antennas that kept rotating flexibly in the air. Right under these feelers were two pitch-black orbs. They had no eyelids, and those two eyes the size of basketballs were plainly exposed. Xia Fei stopped and hunkered down to observe these two insectoids. Checking through his communicator, he identified them as black sky beetles. Classified as danger level 1, they were considered low tier. Xia Fei's two eyes suddenly changed, releasing a sort of sharp and bright glint, then he unleashed his Beast Spirit Codex Stage 3 on them. Having just successfully made the breakthrough and completed his cultivation of the Beast Spirit Codex to the 3rd stage 10 hours ago, he reckoned that this was the perfect opportunity to test it. Countless informative commands were, thus, sent forth from his gaze in the form of brainwaves to those two insectoids' minds, traveling like unceasing streams toward them, with every interval of the brainwaves being bigger and faster than the last. Xia Fei started, from where he was, at the two large insectoids just a short distance away from him as they slowly ambled toward him. The brainwaves rapidly penetrated these insectoids' heads, and after battering their brains incessantly, some feedback from the insectoids' brains was sent back his way. It was as if these two insectoids had been frightened by this, for they started dancing intensely from where they stood. Their 6 stubby legs kept trampling the ground as if they were trying to break free from the harassing brainwaves. It could only be imagined just how tortured and messy their minds must be at that moment. What was strange was that Xia Fei had followed the Beast Spirit Codex's secret technique to send silence commands at them, but the two insectoids were stubbornly defying them. They teetered on the edge, putting up a fitful resistance to Xia Fei's commands. Xia Fei had discovered at this point that, after he had infiltrated these insectoids' brains, the secret technique's effectiveness would reduce rapidly, unable to achieve the strongest effect. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. This strange display was beyond what he had initially expected. The Beast Spirit Codex's techniques were designed to be used particularly on exotic beasts, and the insectoids were considered as a race of beasts, so he could not understand why it would have such a poor effect on them. He abruptly increased the strength and frequency of his signal, attempting to swiftly whittle down the enemy's resistance and establish some initial contact with them. That was when an unexpected scene occurred. The two insectoids suddenly slumped onto the ground, all their limbs madly thrashing about despite their feeble and weak states. They were akin to epilepsy patients who suddenly experienced a seizure, seemingly in a state of moribund. Presently, Xia Fei had already exerted the maximum energy that he could use, and this immense mental energy consumption left him breathless. His head was abuzz. Boom boom. Finally, as Xia Fei's powerful brainwave assault directly broke through the two insectoids' brains, it was as if a double kick had been unleashed. 2 crisp explosion sounds could be heard, and the insectoids' heads split in half. A thick green liquid slowly oozed out from their brains. They are dead. Xia Fei was mildly stunned. He had not expected that completely unleashing the Beast Spirit Codex would result in the brains of these insects to suffer such fatal damage. Shaking his head, Xia Fei let himself regain his spirit as he paced over quickly to the side of the two black sky beetles. Their brains were protected by their black carapace, and seeing the injury they had sustained, he concluded that the brainwaves he had produced promptly caused their brains to expand, and the pressure ultimately surpassed the limit that their heads could withstand before ultimately exploding open. He lightly dipped his finger in one insectoid's green brain juices and sniffed. The liquid was as sticky as glue, and it smelled like spoiled cow's milk, making him have the urge to vomit. Phantom suddenly appeared next to Xia Fei, rubbing his chin in a thoughtful manner. "A penny for your thoughts?" Xia Fei asked. Phantom shook his head. "I'm uncertain. I only feel that your brainwaves have a very limited effect on these insectoids. It's like having two completely different frequencies. The frequency of your brainwaves differed from that of these insectoids, so you failed to implant your commands on them." Xia Fei nodded. "I agree with that as well. It's as if my commands were a foreign language to them, and they were completely incapable of comprehending it. Could the insectoids have a separate brain system that is different from beasts?" Phantom mulled over this for a while. "I can't determine that, either. How about this, capture another insectoid, cut them open and, using the Beast Spirit Codex, observe their Beast Spirit fire. If the insectoids are different from beasts, that will be an important discovery in the history of neurological research. A dead centipede could still move its limbs, though the brains of these two sky beetles had already exploded, their limbs were still spasming." Xia Fei ruthlessly kicked one of these limbs and unsheathed his chasing light, continuing his run toward City 02. After clearing a distance that was no more than a dozen kilometers, a pair of black sky beetles appeared once more in a dilapidated building somewhere ahead of him. It seemed that these insectoids enjoyed moving in pairs, or perhaps they shared a spousal relationship. It was really hard to tell. Xia Fei was not in a rush to attack this time. Instead, he used the ocular cognition technique from the Beast Spirit Codex to peer into their Beast Spirit fire. Doing so, all he saw was a light green flame rising from within each insectoid's body. The flame was not only small but also appeared weak. It was a stark contrast to their huge bodies, as if a light breeze was all it would take to extinguish their flames. It stood to reason that such large life forms ought to have a more vigorous beast spirit fire, yet their flames were so weak that they were barely perceptible. It would take but a moment to cover the few hundred meters of distance the insectoids had with Xia Fei, yet these black sky beetles remained oblivious that death was upon. Chasing light pierced the head of one black sky beetle, cleaving it cleanly in half with a vertical slash. That sturdy carapace was as weak as tofu in the face of his cyan blade. The blade's speed and precise cut Xia Fei demonstrated meant he was able to vertically and horizontally cut the brains of these two insectoids respectively with surgical precision, also for the convenience of examining them from different angles. Xia Fei had encountered insectoids before when he was in the Wild Star region, but he had never once killed one of them with his bare hands. To his surprise, Xia Fei discovered that the heads of these two insectoids also leaked out the same green, viscous liquid that he had previously seen. It turned out that the insectoids' brains were filled with these juices. Phantom was in shock, somewhat awkwardly rubbing his head. "I didn't know that this was what's inside the heads of insectoids. I've seen insectoids before, but I never got the chance to cut the head open of any of them." Xia Fei helplessly shrugged. No wonder the Beast Spirit Codex had little success with them. The facts were clear, the brain structure of these insectoids was completely different. He pulled out a small, shiny, diamond-shaped, black crystal from inside their heads. Every insectoid would have such a crystal growing inside, and according to the difference in their type and rank, the crystals would differ in color and size as well. No matter what, each of these crystals could be exchanged for a point when brought back. These training camp points were fairly valuable, and harvesting more of these crystals could greatly aid in alleviating the monetary crisis Xia Fei was presently facing. Pushing the questions he had regarding insectoid brains to the back of his mind, Xia Fei began his extermination spree. Xia Fei left behind a trail of corpses as he ventured further in the direction of City 02 from this wasteland. When dawn broke, vast ruins appeared at the foot of the mountain. Everywhere he looked, there was large concrete debris, rocks, and long rusted steel remains. Though this city had long been laid to waste, Xia Fei could tell that it had once been quite a majestic sight to behold just from the proportion and extent of the remains before him. Chapter 134, Square-Shaped Building. Xia Fei sat on a mountain peak and had his breakfast as he admired the morning sun gradually lighting up the huge, ancient ruins below him. Most of the buildings within City 02 had already been reduced to rubbles, and even those edifices that had managed to retain their shapes were all riddled with holes under the intense firepower from the robot army. They were barely still standing and seemed as if all it would take was a light touch to bring them all crumbling down. The only structure at the city center that could be considered intact was a square building. It was large and angular, with dozens or so already destroyed large cannons on its roof. The cannons looked like dead tree branches, bent and twisted as they dangled from above. There was a layer of shiny silver metal on their surface. Despite experiencing the elements all year round over all these years, the metal remained gleaming under the sunlight. That should be where the core organization of City 02 resided. Its resistance against attack was simply beyond belief. It was nothing short of a miracle that it could remain standing and not succumb to the relentless onslaughts of the elements. Xia Fei had a simple breakfast, composed of 2 cans of beef and peach, 2 liters of milk, 20 pieces of dense bread, and 1 each of white dew and snake-eye berry. Xia Fei had a shockingly big appetite, and everything that he had just eaten only made him half full. No one could eat their fill when in battle. He needed to keep himself on the edge of hunger, so he would be able to find his strongest explosive combat strength within. It was akin to someone heading off for a job after filling their stomach with food. Not only would he feel lethargic, but his stomach would also be unable to take the exertion. A real experienced warrior would never let themselves be at ease. They needed to use hunger and pain to stimulate the biological instincts that had already deteriorated in humans, so that they could rely on their beast-like abilities to hunt, battle, and survive. Getting up to his feet and exercising his limbs, Xia Fei began his trek down the mountain. He maintained a speed of around 500 meters per second, a measured pace most suitable for him to observe his surroundings. It was now daytime, and most of the insectoids had burrowed into their caves to rest, making it the best time for him to go exploring. As for insectoid extermination, that was best reserved for the night. Xia Fei had managed to harvest over 800 diamond-shaped crystals from fighting the insectoids last night, which roughly translated to an equal amount of points from the training camp. A simple conversion of these points would net him approximately 80 million star coins, and to the cash-strapped Xia Fei, this was a timely injection of funds. He had made the decision deep down that he would start to keep his ruins exploration to the day and insectoid massacre to the night in order to earn money. It was not every day that he would get a chance to explore the ruins of the ancient civilization, so he must attempt to cover the expenses of his next batch of medicinal ingredients through this exploration, and it would be ideal if he could earn some for quantum holdings as well, so that when the right time came, he could afford a comprehensive industrial upgrade of the company, improving its competitiveness. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei had already arrived on the outskirts of the city. The alloy plate paving the roads within had long been made uneven, and the buildings on either side devastated to the point they were no more than rubble. A slight breeze lifted the dust off the ground and kept them suspended in the air, which painted a particularly desolate image. Xia Fei concentrated, then began regulating his breath control technique. He needed to be careful at all times if he were to proceed in such an environment because even a pack of soldiers would have an easy time hiding in these densely packed buildings of varying states of dilapidation. Xia Fei could keenly sense that there were plenty of unfriendly eyes staring at him from these rows of buildings on both sides of the road. Needless to say, they must belong to insectoids that were currently searching for chances to tear him into shreds. They had long been tired of feeding off their kind or what sparse vegetation that grew on this planet. Xia Fei's appearance was akin to a piece of fragrant steak placed on top of bland white rice in a bowl. Countless insectoids were already salivating at the prospect of getting their mandibles on this meat. With a crooked smile, Xia Fei's figure blurred as he instantly disappeared at the center of the road. The insectoids could only helplessly watch as that steak escaped from them. Because his speed was too fast, it easily surpassed the limit of scrutiny that the insectoids possessed. The insectoids were not the only ones capable of lurking in the dark to ambush their prey. Xia Fei himself was an expert when it came to making concealed kills. After all, his specialized skills were all attuned to the assassination, so when it came to disappearing into the dark, Xia Fei was a lot smarter than these insectoids. There was no reason for an assassin to walk along the open road to wait for others to ambush. Instead, it ought to be the assassin who would hide to launch a sneak attack on others. His figure flashed like a bolt of electricity, and Xia Fei kept making progress under the cover of the ruins. His movement was very strange, flitting from one point to another before pausing to observe his surroundings. What he was doing did not seem like running but more like jumping. Xia Fei had seriously considered each and every point, and doing this would not only give him a suitable angle to take in his surroundings but would also take into consideration the light and the movement of the air, including the possible paths of return. Xia Fei's actions were not as a result of his fear toward the insectoids but a habit formed when it came to his mobility. Whether the enemies he was facing were powerful or weak, he felt it necessary to treat them all seriously. A proper assassin would never underestimate their target, a creed that any assassin would not compromise on. Though Xia Fei was no assassin, he had been learning the assassin's ways from the very beginning and was even under the unorthodox assassin Phantom's direct guidance, so he had more or less been heavily influenced by their practice and views. Xia Fei was half crouching behind a low wall. Diagonally across from him was a green insectoid. This insectoid looked like a huge earthworm, plump and soft all over. Its head was growing more than a dozen eyes of different sizes. The insectoid's most unique feature was its mouth. It had numerous circular rows of teeth, much like the ones seen on lampreys, so anything that accidentally ended up in its maw would get shredded in a matter of seconds. Xia Fei learned from his inquiry that this type of insectoid was called sawtooth, considered to be rank 2. Possessing a certain level of intelligence, it was cunning and brutal. Xia Fei had positioned himself very cleverly, including the protection from his breath control technique, that Sawtooth was simply unable to sense his presence despite being so near. Xia Fei waited for the opportune time and went dashing behind the creature in a flash as his chasing light deftly carved a circle around the Sawtooth's neck, cutting off its head at one go. Green liquid gushed out of the wound like an open fire valve, an amount that was almost at least several dozens of liters. This headless Sawtooth carcass lay in a heap on the ground, madly thrashing about. As it lost all blood, its originally plump body gradually shriveled up. Its head was still thrashing about on the ground, its maw full of tooth whorls tore and bit at the empty air. Xia Fei stomped its head and it finally ceased moving. Thrusting in his chasing light, he very casually dug out that diamond-shaped crystal from the insectoid. Storing the crystal into his spatial ring, Xia Fei continued toward the heart of City 02. He did not intentionally go out of his way to kill insectoids. Unless they were obstructing his path, Xia Fei would not take the initiative to kill these insectoids. It was already daytime, and according to Xia Fei's timetable, his focus now should be on exploration. If he were to stumble upon one or two valuable ancient relics during his search, his expected haul would far outstrip what he could earn by killing tens of thousands of insectoids, and money was something that Xia Fei sorely needed right now. Along the way, Xia Fei discovered that the ruins rarely had anything that could be deemed as 100% intact. Even if there was any, it would just be worthless trash, and there was hardly a trace of those top-grade items that he so desperately sought. Xia Fei stopped and considered this. He realized that the chances of finding what he wanted were very low if he continued to search through the ruins blindly. If he wanted to be rewarded for his efforts, he had to choose a specific location and carefully comb through it. He tried to construct a mental image of how the city looked back in its heyday, attempting to integrate himself into this city in a way that he had higher possibilities of locating the places where he might find valuables. That huge and square-shaped building at the city center evidently came to mind as one such possible location. There were also those mansions on the west side of the city that the wealthy had lived in, the local garrison. Finally, there was that upscale business hub, which could potentially be worth searching. Xia Fei walked on the road leading to the city center, slowly making progress toward that huge building. All of a sudden, Xia Fei became keenly aware of a distinct aura coming from that building ahead. This aura was thick and violent, like what one would sense from a ferocious tiger deep in slumber. Though it was asleep, fatally carnivorous sensations still strongly permeated the air around the area. Phantom coincidentally appeared beside Xia Fei at this time, his eyes also trained on that silver-colored, square-shared building. You felt it, too? Xia Fei asked. Phantom nodded. Its aura is formidable, something an insectoid possessing extremely high combative strength can give off. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Indeed, and the fact that the creature isn't even trying to mask its aura means it's very confident of itself. High-ranking insectoids usually gave off two auras. One was maniacal savagery and violence, a murderous aura that clearly indicated the insectoid's ferocious and combative nature. Two was non-cunning. Insectoids were very careful to let their auras be felt by others, and some would even try to make themselves appear harmless. Apparently, the insectoid currently hiding in that building was the former, the ruthless type that possessed formidable strength. Going by Bo Xinggui's initial introduction, the insectoids living on this planet ought to be of the lowest ranks, so why would there be such a unique insectoid here? Xia Fei did not give this further thought and followed along the decrepit walls of the surrounding edifices as he fast approached that square building, hoping to catch a glimpse of the insectoid with his two eyes. Killing a high-ranking insectoid would reap him plenty of benefits, and the carcass could be sold to science institutions. This would be a very lucrative haul, which was why Xia Fei had decided to venture deeper in all by himself. He would kill it if he could, and if he could not, he would rely on his speed to beat a hasty retreat. There hardly posed any danger with his plan. He spread his body backward and got into a stance, ready to take off. Pumping strength to his two legs, Xia Fei applied top speeds as he dashed toward the wall in front of him, and just as he was almost upon the metal wall, with a mere 0.5 cm distance away from slamming on it, Xia Fei abruptly lifted his right leg and used the force to send his entire body skyward as if he were Spider-Man. His leg stomped on the surface of the wall as he continued to use the force from his acceleration to scale the wall. The moment the force weakened, Xia Fei would begin to fall off that shiny wall. There was a hole on the 5th floor of this building created by the blast of an explosive shell. Just as the impetus of his sprint was able to ebb, Xia Fei's two arms managed to grab hold of the hole's edge, then he pulled himself up and climbed into the building. Because it was apparent that a ferocious insectoid resided in this building, Xia Fei did not choose to enter the place via conventional routes but utilized his speed ability's advantage instead to get himself to the 5th floor at once. It appeared that he had ended up inside an office of sorts. There was an old map hanging on a nearby wall, and several alloy desks were piled at a corner in a disorganized fashion. The explosive shell had, once upon a time, come from outside the building, creating a circular tunnel that bore through one wall after another along its trajectory. Xia Fei surveyed this messy room, then took a deep breath, venturing further to the core of this huge building. Chapter 135, Deep in the Tunnel. From the partitioned rooms and decorations around him, Xia Fei could tell that this building was an important facility like the City Hall or the Congress Assembly. At the center of this building was a large, open courtyard, and it appeared that he was somewhere 5 floors above that. He saw numerous, dug-out holes on the 1st floor, each roughly about an adult man's height. It was unknown where the closely packed entrances led to. That murderous aura was coming from these countless tunnels, and Xia Fei reckoned that they should all be connected, with some unknown insectoid living within this network of tunnels. Taking a look around him, there were actually no other insectoids inside this huge building, most likely because a high-level insectoid had taken up residence here, so every other insectoid was giving it a wide berth. It could be seen that the one here was not just above the insectoids outside in terms of their level but was also likely the leader of City 02. Xia Fei went down one floor via the stairs, ducking behind a broken office desk for cover. He kept a close eye on what was below him, hoping to catch sight of the insectoid leaving the tunnels so that he could determine whether he could kill it or not. An hour passed in this manner, and that insectoid Xia Fei was hoping to see did not leave its resting place at all. The situation remained unchanged after 2 hours. After 3 hours, that violent aura diminished by some, and Xia Fei reckoned that it might be a sign that the insectoid had fallen asleep in its nest. Pondering over this quickly in his mind, he decided that this was a rare opportunity and that he must capitalize on this stroke of fortune to venture into the tunnels and kill the insectoid. He got up and was just about to make his way into one of the tunnel entrances when, all of a sudden, he heard skittering noises of seemingly several insectoids rushing to the location from outside the building. Xia Fei once more crouched low and kept his eyes peeled on the entrance. After a while, he saw 4 5-colored beetles, which were dragging in a carcass of an insectoid and some fresh grass, crawl in from the outside. Xia Fei was quite surprised. He recognized the carcass these insectoids had brought in as the sawtooth he had killed earlier. In fact, the diamond-shaped crystal from its head was sitting quietly in his spatial ring at this very moment. The 4 5-colored beetles used their mandibles to drag the carcass and fresh grass into the tunnels, ignorant of Xia Fei's presence. Could they be sending in lunch for the insectoid in the tunnels? Xia Fei wondered to himself. There were many types of insectoids capable of thought, doing work, and developing their language just like humans. Some were even able to drive insectoids with lower IQs to do work for them. Could there be a high-level insectoid in the tunnels? Xia Fei's suspicions grew. It must be mentioned that high IQ insectoids were classified as at least level 4 or above by the Pan-Human Alliance, yet Bo Xingwei had told all the cadets, including him, that there were only level 1 and 2 insectoids on this planet. Just where had the highly intelligent insectoid come from if it was truly residing here? With his breath control still active, Xia Fei surreptitiously tailed those 4 insectoids as they entered one of the tunnel entrances. These 5-colored beetles were hardly a threat to Xia Fei, having already killed almost 100 of them while he was outside. The only thing that might be a threat to him was that insectoid he had not yet met inside these tunnels. Xia Fei had already perfected his breath control technique, so these 5-colored beetles were unable to sense that a human was right behind them. Xia Fei maintained a 200-meter distance from them, using the uneven terrain within as cover while he tailed these insectoids that were going deeper underground. The tunnel was pitch black inside, and the air was cold and stale. The strong smell of decay was everywhere, as if a pile of rotten fish had been placed somewhere in these tunnels. Xia Fei turned on his Windshade Mark IV combat suit's night built-in vision goggles and kept the environmental monitoring instrument into his spatial ring. This planet's environment was exceptionally bad, and the instrument should logically be stored away somewhere on his body just in case of emergency, but the instrument would beep endlessly the moment it detected danger, and that would expose Xia Fei, endangering him as a corollary. Fortunately, the legendary grade defensive capability of his Windshade Mark IV combat suit had fairly decent protection against all sorts of hazardous materials, so there was no need for Xia Fei to worry about the environment he was in. The length and complexity of the tunnels went well beyond what he had imagined. Half an hour had already passed ever since he entered the tunnels. Xia Fei reckoned that he should be over 2 kilometers below the surface at this moment, and to have dug such a deep and complex tunnel system was a testament to the depths of understanding the insectoid possessed over digging. The smell of rot in the air was becoming more and more distinct as well, seemingly filling every corner of these tunnels. There was another bend in front of him, and with these many tunnels all starting to converge in one point, he could infer that the insectoid's nest was not too far away from his location. Moving forward, Xia Fei abruptly discovered that one tunnel was a lot colder than those he had been in thus far, and there were even icicles that had condensed on the rocky wall surfaces. The path was very slippery, so Xia Fei pushed a button to activate his combat boots' ice spikes underneath. He continued along for another 500 meters, and the way ahead gradually opened up to a cavern. In response, Xia Fei completely activated the spikes on his combat suit, using these to scale the wall like an agile gecko. Several minutes later, Xia Fei silently appeared at the highest part of this cavern and spotted a sleeping, maroon-colored insectoid. The 4-5 colored beetles seemed to be very afraid of it, for they took care to toss that sawtooth carcass on the ground, leaving the bundle of green grass to the side, very quietly before quickly retreating to where they had come from. Once they were a good distance from the maroon-colored insectoid, the 4 beetles scurried away as fast as they could, looking as if they had just survived a meeting with death. By now, the only ones left in this cavern were that maroon-colored beetle and Xia Fei. This insectoid was not particularly large, only about 1.5 meters in length, not even reaching Xia Fei's height. From its outward appearance, it appeared to be a super-sized wood louse. Its body was long and narrow, with a smooth and hard carapace covering its back. There were plenty of soft feelers on its abdomen, most likely what it used to move. A pair of blood-red orbs were growing on its head and tail, making it hard for anyone to determine which was which. Its body was tightly curled up into a ball, and some of the longer feelers even extended at times to scratch itself. This insectoid did not look special on the outside, hardly seeming vicious no matter how Xia Fei stared at it. Nevertheless, the aura around it was extremely ferocious. Xia Fei clung tightly onto the ceiling, using his left hand to pull out his communicator and aim it at the insectoid, hoping to get a read of what type, level, characteristics, habits, etc. it was. The communicator was actually a miniature computer, and while communication was its main purpose, it had plenty of other functions as well. Technology had developed to a point that pretty much all devices used computers at their cores, though they had different fortes, just like how Xia Fei's microcomputer's main use was to access the interplanetary internet and his communicator to conversate across the various frequencies. The maroon insectoid's physical attributes were swiftly inputted on the communicator, which quickly scoured through the insectoid database, then gave Xia Fei the results in a few seconds. The result he got back was that there were 0 matches for this particular insectoid. The word unknown was prominently shown on the screen. Xia Fei stored his communicator into his spatial ring. He was ready to continue his observations so that he could completely comprehend its true visage, but this was unfortunately cut short by the maroon insectoid waking up. It uncurled itself and slowly crawled to the food, dining on it with great relish at the unidentifiable insectoid's pace. It even took several minutes of break from eating before resuming its slow pace digging in. It pulled the meat off the sawtooth carcass twice before taking in 2 heaps of green grass, demonstrating its knowledge of mixing meat and vegetables when eating. Thoughts? Xia Fei asked Phantom through his consciousness. I'm not sure, but from what we've seen thus far, this insectoid doesn't seem to be of any threat, but how to explain that very intense aura we've felt from it before? Phantom was scratching his head in puzzlement. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, then revealed a mirthless smirk. An easy way to find out if this insectoid just faking it is by killing it. With that said, Xia Fei let go of the cavern ceiling and went plunging toward the maroon insectoid. His chasing light was held high in his hands as he sent a horizontal cut on its body. The low thunk produced by metal meeting metal echoed in the cavern. The insectoid's thin layer of the carapace was far more resilient than Xia Fei had expected. Not only did chasing light fail to penetrate it despite Xia Fei using all his strength, his arm even went numb from the impact. All of a sudden, that wild and violent aura became even greater, and the maroon insectoid demonstrated an unbelievably fast speed to turn around, its two blood-red orbs eyeing Xia Fei rather inhumanly. It was hard to imagine that, just minutes ago, this insectoid was still very slowly munching on its food, yet the instant it was attacked, this creature would demonstrate 100-fold increase in speed. Though it adopted a stance that exuded rage, it did not unleash any substantive retaliation. Xia Fei ignored its stance. Since the attack had yet to begin, he was not about to let up until the insectoid died. He used his speed to put some distance between himself and the insectoid. Xia Fei circled his target, his concentration pushed to the limits. Right now, he needed to avoid that hard carapace and find a way to land his attacks on that soft abdomen. Meanwhile, the maroon insectoid used its fast speed to shift its gaze accordingly, moving as Xia Fei did. This made for a fairly peculiar sight, with him going in circles around the cavern and the maroon insectoid spinning from where it stood. Chance! Xia Fei abruptly kicked the cavern wall and using that powerful counterforce, his entire body went hurtling like a released arrow toward his target. Xia Fei was skirting close to the ground, looking like a fish that was swimming on land. His chasing light performed a sweeping blow on that insectoid's body. Clunk! Chasing light formed a cyan streak of electricity as it passed through, slicing off feelers after feelers, the maroon insectoid's abdomen. No, it was more precise to say that an entire row of feelers had been chopped off by Xia Fei. The maroon insectoid depended on the soft feelers on its abdomen to support its body. Having all of the feelers from one side severed by Xia Fei caused the insectoid to lose its balance, falling over on one side as a result. This was a great opportunity. Its soft abdomen was completely exposed at the same time that the insectoid's body fell to one side. Another one. Xia Fei did it once more, burrowing the counterforce from the wall once more as he lashed out anew, his chasing light pointed to the creature's weak abdomen. The maroon insectoid, which had lost its balance, was completely incapable of defending from this attack. The sound that rang out was similar to that of a piece of cloth being ripped in half. Chasing light gave a steady cut that ran across its abdomen, gutting its underbelly. Green liquid intermingled with plenty of its internal organs as it slowly oozed out. No matter how strong the insectoid's carapace was, the abdomen remained as its fatal weakness. Xia Fei came to a halt by a corner of the cavern, pulling out a stick of hung tashan as he lit it. Right now, what he needed was to wait for that maroon insectoid to die, so he could collect what valuables it had. He was involuntarily sneaking a peek at that insectoid when, all of a sudden, something strange occurred. A gust of frosty breeze came. Chapter 136, A Forbidden Military Base. Between the sparks, a bamboo-like, green insectoid rushed out of the maroon insectoid's body, slashing at Xia Fei with its two knife-like arms. Who would have guessed that there was another insectoid within that insectoid? The violent aura was coming from this green insectoid, not the maroon insectoid that was a mere dummy. Xia Fei abruptly bent his body backward, ending up on his back. The two green knives whooshed right past Xia Fei's nose, slicing his freshly lit cigarette in half. Bending his right knee, he slammed it to the green insectoid's abdomen. A resounding thunk was heard when it connected, as if his knee had hit a steel plate. Xia Fei knitted his brows as he started to rotate sideways. Chasing light followed a perfect semicircle from top to bottom, slashing right toward its brain. A sound could be heard as the sharp blade cut through the air. This was completely unexpected. In such a difficult situation, not only did Xia Fei manage to dodge the opponent's attack, he even utilized his crafty approach and counter-attacked in 0.01 second. People who practiced crafty approach aimed to surpass the limits of the human body and relied on their explosive power as well as their flexibility to execute completely abnormal movements, turning the impossible possible. The green insectoid curled itself accordingly like a shrimp after taking a blow from Xia Fei in the front, making an attempt to block the attack from chasing light with a raise of its arms. Clang! Chasing light was wedged between the arms of the green insectoid. The green insectoid used this opportunity to hastily retreat, occupying a corner of the cave while staring at Xia Fei with its dark eyes. Crap! Xia Fei regained his balance before spitting the remaining cigarette butt in his mouth. That's not good. I almost got ambushed by a bug. Judging from the speed that the green insectoid ambushed Xia Fei, it was moving at least 500 meters per second. Although it was not as fast as Xia Fei, it could be described as inconceivable. It was just an insectoid, after all, not a speed ability user, so it was shocking for it to possess such incredible speeds. If Xia Fei did not have the assassin's ultimate move, crafty approach, to protect himself with, that attack would likely have decided the battle. Crafty approach was indeed quite powerful and could be used to bail Xia Fei out of trouble during the most critical junctures, allowing him to turn his passivity in any given situation into aggression, but it should be mentioned that behind that incredible move was an inconceivable amounts of practice and sweat that made it possible that could be calculated in tons. Years of training were for moments like this. Regardless of what it was, Xia Fei's knowledge, which he spent time and put effort gaining, would always prove itself useful each time. The two of them stayed at their corners in the cave, keeping on each other's every move. Xia Fei held chasing light at the ready, moving by taking slow and soft steps as he scrutinized the insectoid. The green insectoid, which resembled a mantis, had a body akin to thin bamboo, dark orbs cunning and violent on top of its triangular head. Its two arms were like scalpels, sharp and sturdy. Chasing light did not manage to cut through its arms and only left behind two obvious indentations. Evidently, the mantis-like insectoid had an incredible defense. Again! Xia Fei yelled before rushing toward the mantis-like insectoid anew. As he was right in the middle of an insectoid's nest, there could be reinforcement anytime, so Xia Fei planned to end the battle as soon as he could. Ping ping ping! Chasing light was wielded to its full potential as Xia Fei used everything he had learned in his life to launch vicious attacks one after another. Xia Fei was pushing the limits of his capabilities with crafty thrust as he stabbed and slashed with chasing light, the flurry of attacks falling in rapid succession like a machine gun upon the mantis. The mantis-like insectoid was not as fast as Xia Fei, but it was still able to react in time. Using its inherent defensive abilities, the mantis-like insectoid managed to block each of Xia Fei's attacks but could not retaliate. Its body was now riddled with blade wounds. Although chasing light was unable to kill the insectoid in one blow, it could still continuously deal damage. If this went on, its death was only a matter of time. The arms of the mantis-like insectoid suddenly twisted and began spinning wildly in a spiral, steps away from dying. It went crazy. Die! Xia Fei did not retreat, instead, he used his superior speed and went head-to-head against that insectoid. There were no immovable mountains, and it was the same case with his abilities. Xia Fei circled around the mantis-like insectoid in the smallest radius possible at his highest speed, stabbing the latter whenever he found a gap in its defense. These were the tactics of a wolf, unwavering, never once giving up, and patiently waiting for every opportunity. A few seconds later, 10 or so more wounds appeared on the mantis's body. Its green blood started gushing out and slowly got covered in it. Noticing that the fight was not in its favor, the mantis-like insectoid quickly tried to retreat. "You can't run!" Xia Fei yelled as he rushed toward it with killing intent. The insectoid with super speed triggered his hunger for battle. He had long forgotten that he was facing an insectoid, treating it as a fellow speed ability user. Chasing light struck a heavy blow on the insectoid's back. The mantis-like insectoid staggered as it collapsed backward. Its two knife-like arms pierced the ground. Could the mantis-like insectoid have actually gone mad, attacking the rocks on the ground? Xia Fei did not have time to consider its weird antics. Stamping on the ground with one of his legs and leaving behind a huge footprint on a rock, Xia Fei used the force from this to plunging his blade at the neck of the mantis. Boom! Two sounds were heard almost simultaneously. The sound of the mantis-like insectoid hitting the ground was dull and murky, yet the sound of Xia Fei stabbing its neck was clear and crisp. The huge rock that made up the ground beneath them shattered to reveal a cave leading downward. At the same time, the neck of the mantis-like insectoid was sliced into half by chasing light and dangled in front of its chest. Crash! The body of the mantis-like insectoid finally landed in the cave after a few moments. Xia Fei put away chasing light as he looked down from the cave entrance. The vertical hole was about 2 meters wide. Because of how far down it went and the lack of sunlight in the cave, he could not see what was down below at the bottom of the hole. His night vision goggles still worked. The hole, which was covered by another layer of rocks, only got revealed following the strikes of the mantis-like insectoid. It seemed that it had known about this cave entrance long ago, which was why it was hitting it as it got desperate, hoping to escape via it. Xia Fei took a drag after lighting another stick, letting the smoke marinate in his lungs before slowly exhaling. "Have you seen this kind of insectoid?" Xia Fei asked after tending to his addiction. Phantom had watched the whole fight. Hearing Xia Fei's question to him, he shook his head. No. The mantis-like insectoid was actually living in the stomach of another insectoid. Unbelievable. You should keep its carcass. Insectoids like this should have great research value. Xia Fei agreed, as research value meant it could fetch him a high price. Xia Fei would definitely not give up any opportunity to make money, especially when he needed it the most. Xia Fei pulled out an environmental monitoring instrument, then used it to scan the air at the bottom of the cave. Turned out the air was indeed a bit more contaminated, but the radiation levels were still manageable. Putting away the instrument, Xia Fei threw his cigarette butt down the vertical shaft before jumping into it. He was descending quickly, right behind the light of the cigarette. He had his eyes on it, checking if the stick had reached the ground yet. With the light from the cigarette as well as his night vision goggles, his surroundings were bright as day. It was a great choice to use it as a reference object. 10 or so seconds later, the bright light bounced off the ground before settling in place. Xia Fei quickly extended his arms and legs, using the spikes on his gloves and boots to slow himself down. The spikes were abnormally hard, leaving behind countless deep grooves on the cave walls, which caused tiny pebbles to fall everywhere. As Windshade Mark IV combat suit had defensive capabilities at the legendary rank, making it safer to descend like this. With little to no effort, Xia Fei reached the bottom of the cave. There was a long passageway, angled in such a way that led even further down. The body of the mantis-like insectoid was right by Xia Fei's feet, long dead. The passageway was in the shape of a semicircle welded using black alloy plates. Obviously, this was not made by insectoids but humans, instead. There was also a bright spotlight illuminating the surroundings every 20 or so meters. The lights quickly turned on as they sensed a human nearby, illuminating the passageway so brightly that it was blinding. Xia Fei put away the night vision goggles. Although they worked very well in the dark, their effect would be greatly reduced under strong lighting. It may even damage the eyes if worn for an extended period. What is this place? Xia Fei stared at the passageway for a few seconds before muttering. Somewhere ahead, there was a huge line of writing, "Military restricted area, bear weapons with caution." Xia Fei was filled with happiness as he saw this. He did not expect that he would accidentally stumble on a military base belonging to the ancient civilization. Judging from the automatic lights just from sensing his presence, the base was likely to be in great condition. An ancient military base in good condition did not need any introduction. The army of the ancients was incredibly advanced, and much of their technology was priceless. It was not impossible for him to find a few valuable items here. Many of those who spend their lives excavating ancient ruins would never be able to encounter ruins this well preserved. "Luck is on your side," exclaimed Phantom. Xia Fei pouted. "Don't celebrate too soon. If such a place did exist, why haven't the adjudicators, who previously explored it, found it? Maybe they failed to notice it or they didn't know about it. Quick, just deal with the insectoid and get inside," urged Phantom. It was thanks to the mantis-like insectoid that Xia Fei had managed to find this place. Trying his best to contain his excitement in exploring the ruins, Xia Fei squatted down and started dealing with the carcass of the insectoid. Chapter 137, Research Facility. After storing the blood of the mantis into a few vials specifically used to keep medicine, then putting away the carcass in his spatial ring, Xia Fei headed toward the base. There were slogans on the walls every few steps, such as "The good of the Alliance above all" and "Please abide by the base's confidentiality rules." The passageway was very long, and the bright lights and dirty air would make anyone sleepy. Xia Fei continued along the passageway while maintaining a pace at 50 meters per second. If this was actually a military base, there would probably be strict defensive systems in place. Xia Fei intentionally slowed down and would stop every so often to observe his surroundings. After 10 or so kilometers, he finally reached the end of the tunnel. A huge metal door stood in front of Xia Fei with yellow warning lines around it. There were 4 sentry towers here, and anyone coming through in ancient times would have likely been subjected to intense interrogation. 2 smaller doors stood next to the huge metal door. The large door was probably entry for vehicles or other huge machines, whereas the smaller doors were possibly for guards or other base personnel's use. Xia Fei approached the smaller door on the left. It had 4 layers of defense, biometrics, iris scanner, a DNA test, and an emergency pin mechanism. It was not hard to tell from the layers upon layers of defense how strict the security of the base was. This was when the studies Xia Fei had been doing every day became handy. He used the tip of his chasing light to pry open the protective shell that this pin mechanism was housed in. The protective shells of these pin systems were not tough at all, and the blade of chasing light could easily slice them apart. However, he had to pay attention to the vibration detection device when cutting it. Once the vibration detection device was alerted that the pin mechanism had been tampered with, it would promptly activate the base's emergency defense system. Chasing light steadily cut off the outer protective shell of the pin mechanism. Xia Fei held onto the thin alloy panel with his fingers, pulling it as gently as he could in order not to trigger the vibration detection device. Xia Fei breathed a sigh of relief after throwing the panel on the ground before he took out a small tool bag from his ring. Xia Fei was not only an expert in machinery but was also well versed in electronics. Therefore, he would always have a few tools on him in case he needed any. Xia Fei retrieved a pair of foldable wire cutters and a pair of hair-thin tweezers from his tool bag before investigating the circuitry in the panel. The tweezers searched through the countless tiny optical wires. Finally, Xia Fei found the wire that connected to the vibration detection device. With a snip of the cutters, the vibration system was completely disabled. Clack! Xia Fei, thereafter, proceeded to brutishly pierce through the emergency pin mechanism using chasing light, completely destroying it from the outside. Dazzling sparks flew out of the pin mechanism, and the door quietly opened. Phantom stood next to him, shaking his head. Couldn't you have opened the door without destroying the pin mechanism? Why do things so brusquely? Xia Fei ignored Phantom. Pushing the doors open, he ventured inside. We, assassins, put special attention to not leaving behind any traces. If we don't need to destroy anything, then we don't. Phantom followed behind Xia Fei as he nagged at him about what an assassin should do. Xia Fei lit a cigarette before saying indifferently, I'm not an assassin, anyway. Plus, if there's an easy way to enter, why would I go through all the effort of going the hard way? The door led to a huge spacious hall littered with oars. In the middle of the hall was a huge TV, and by the looks of it, this was where they welcomed guests. Other than Xia Fei's loud footsteps, the silence in the hall was deafening. There was a fashion magazine from a long time ago lying on the sofa, with a scantily clad, blonde lady smiling at Xia Fei on its cover. Xia Fei picked up the magazine and glanced at it once before tossing it onto the sofa. Everything was in its original spot with no signs of damage or disturbance as if the people in here had left just a few minutes ago. There was also a mural next to the reception desk showing the floor plan of the entire base, rules and regulations, as well as reception guidelines. Xia Fei stood underneath the mural, scratching his head as he looked at it with great interest. According to the mural, the building was not as big as Xia Fei thought. Apparently, it was divided into three: a living area that could hold 100 or so residents, a sealed scientific research sector, and an emergency storage sector. Under the mural was a line, Core Mining Company's 155th Research Facility. Xia Fei finally realized that this was not a military base but a research institute of an ancient mining company, instead. He could tell from the layout of the research facility that it was built to support the over 200 people living and working there. In the Alliance, research facilities like this one were not anything worth mentioning. Further ahead were three hallways: the left one led to the storage sector, the right to the living space, and the middle one to the research facility. There was probably nothing special in the living space, so Xia Fei decided to head toward the storage area. There was also a huge metal door leading to the storage area. Xia Fei did the exact same thing, breaking through the door like before to get past it. The storage area was filled with many metal storage crates. Xia Fei slashed open a crate nearest to him to find that it was packed with grey rocks that had light golden striations. This was known as bisto, an incredibly common mineral in the universe that did not have much worth. The crate next to it contained blood-red moor stones. Xia Fei laughed as this was similar to the moor stone currently around his neck, which happened to be where Phantom was residing. There are many more stones here, would you like a bigger house? Xia Fei produced a big piece from the crate with a smile from ear to ear. Right, I still don't know why you're living in a piece of moor stone. Phantom rolled his eyes. Other than minerals, moor stones are permanent energy bodies, but their energy structures are relatively simple. The reason I can live on a small piece of stone now is due to that special technique taught by my master, but I'm unable to tell you what this technique is. Phantom was being serious, so Xia Fei did not want to continue prying. Although he had already spent some time with Phantom, the latter still kept many secrets from Xia Fei. How he died, how he had come to live on a tiny piece of rock, what happened to his fellow disciples. Phantom would always provide vague answers each time Xia brought up those questions. Xia Fei felt that this second-rate killer, as well as the ninth-rate poet, was hiding something from him, but through his observations, Phantom did not hold malicious intentions toward him, so he reckoned that the latter could keep his secrets as he wished. Everybody had secrets that they did not want anybody knowing about. More stone had some value to it, but a huge crate of more stones was too bulky to carry in his spatial ring. Xia Fei gave up the idea of carrying the entire crate of more stones and just continued searching for valuables in this place. Xia Fei looked through the 100 or so storage crates, 70% of which contained ores or minerals, while the rest held food, clothing, or other supplies. These things were not worth much to Xia Fei unless he could take away all the minerals. Of course, that was impossible. It appeared that his last hope was the research facility. The ancient civilization was incredibly developed in terms of science and technology, so the top-tier research instruments would surely attract many research institutions. Finding 1 or 2 pieces of equipment in good condition could ease Xia Fei's financial woes. After walking about 200 steps along the hallway, Xia Fei reached the entrance of the lab. The dense alloy door slowly opened, and Xia Fei took a few steps forward. It was just as empty as before. Who knew where the people originally occupying the labs in this facility had gone? There would have been traces left behind if they died, but from Xia Fei's investigations, it was as though those people had vanished into thin air. Their clothes were still in their cabinets, and the dining hall had leftover meals and half-drunk caffeinated drinks. This particular lab was decorated with various unknown equipment. Xia Fei curiously walked toward the nearest piece of equipment. An antimatter analyzer. Xia Fei excitedly read aloud the label on the white, snail-shaped device. Mineral particle scanner. Ultracentrifuge. All the equipment in this lab gave Xia Fei a big surprise. Although Xia Fei had no clue what most of the apparatuses did, judging from their weird names, they must be priceless. More importantly, everything was in perfect condition. After such a long time, the machinery was just as new, which went to show how exquisite the manufacturing capabilities of the ancient civilization was. I know now. Phantom exclaimed out of nowhere. Xia Fei turned around curiously. What do you know? I think I know why there isn't a single person here, as if everyone who lived here disappeared, Phantom said excitedly with a glow in his eyes. They probably got hit by the robot army's annihilation beam. What else could explain the disappearance of only humans while everything else remained in place? The robot general must have felt uneasy after destroying the planet, so it used the annihilation beam to ensure that no human would survive, which is why we are seeing what we are seeing now. Xia Fei thought for a few seconds. He had read about the annihilation beam from archaic tomes. It was a light beam of destructive wave energy that was developed by the ancient civilization. What made this weird was how it only worked on humans. The strong shockwave could turn any humans in range into undetectably tiny particles. Large annihilation beams could instantly vaporize all humans on a planet. Xia Fei nodded. That makes sense. The people probably thought that they could avoid the assault of the robot army by hiding underground and continue their life as usual, but when the annihilation beam hit, all humans were vaporized into tiny particles, creating this weird and unexplainable phenomenon. This huge discovery had made Xia Fei incredibly happy. There was an instrument, hidden under a piece of white cloth, at the corner of the lab the size of a washing machine. Xia Fei's eyes glowed as he pulled off the white cloth. Chapter 138, Human Experiments. The machine had elegant curves, it was orange-red in color, delicate and beautiful like a fresh strawberry. This was completely different from the other instruments in the lab. Xia Fei took a look at the label to discover that it was a fully automatic mineral particle collector and combiner, which was used to gather tiny minerals and combine them into a single piece of ore. However, the placement of the machine was a bit strange. Far from all the other machineries, it looked quite lonely sitting in that corner of the lab by itself. Xia Fei was slightly shocked when he gently touched the machine, furrowing his brows. Something isn't right with this machine. What's not right? Phantom came closer curiously. This machine feels incredibly fragile, it doesn't have the density of the other machineries here, replied Xia Fei in a deep voice. The strength or density of something could be understood just by touching it with one's hand. It was just like the difference between touching an aluminum can and an aluminum alloy plate. Although both were made from aluminum, one could tell that one was light while the other was heavy. This machine gave Xia Fei an impression that it was incredibly light. With his palm outstretched, Xia Fei pressed the machine gently. He did not have much strength compared to strength ability users, but he was stronger than the average human. The strawberry-colored instrument made a crisp, clanking sound before the shell dented. It turned out that the machine was just an empty shell that could not even withstand Xia Fei pressing on it. Xia Fei squatted and took a closer look on the ground. There was an obvious scratch left on the alloy ground. Obviously, this machine had once been frequently moved. Pushing it along the scratches, the strawberry-colored machine moved. Without much strength, Xia Fei pushed it aside to reveal a secret passage. Xia Fei and Phantom looked at each other. No one would have guessed that this seemingly normal mineral research facility had a hidden passageway like this. Thinking back, Xia Fei finally understood. It was never normal to build a mineral research facility so deep underground. Moreover, it was incredibly secure, requiring 4 different types of authentication just to make it in, showing that this seemingly ordinary research facility was anything but. The secret passageway, only wide enough to fit one person, headed downward. The moment the instrument was pushed aside, the lights in the passageway automatically lit up. Just in case, Xia Fei took a look at his communicator. Although he was this deep underground, the communicator still had full bars of reception. If he actually encountered any danger, he could just send an SOS. Without overthinking, Xia Fei followed the passageway and reached another sealed door less than 100 meters away from the entrance. The protection on this door was much more secure than the ones above. Not only did it have a vibration detection system, but all the opening mechanisms were also connected in series. This meant that if any of the systems were destroyed, it would cause a chain reaction, and the emergency defense system would be triggered. The more tightly guarded the place was, the more it could intrigue others. Xia Fei spat onto the ground before bringing out his tool bag from his spatial ring, arranging the tools he required neatly on the ground. The only way was to undo each security one layer after another. Xia Fei first cut open the control panel like before to reveal the circuitry beneath, then he inspected them to find the most optimal solution. The results of the analysis was most disappointing. The system was not only much more secure than the one outside but also provided no easy way out. Using brute force would be the worst plan of all. Xia Fei held a signal-splitting screwdriver and a tiny needle stripper and made it dance in his hands. Perhaps dance was an exaggeration, but it would not be too far off from describing his dexterity as possessing the agility of a skilled pianist's fingers. The actions of a speed ability user were always more agile than the average Joe. Not only did they improve agility on their body, even tiny actions done by the fingers were much different than average. These tiny actions moved quickly like the beating wings of a honeybee, accurate and effective. It took Xia Fei a good 3 hours to break through the first defense. Xia Fei had been squatting this whole time as he focused on the circuits, thinking as he explored with his tools. This was just like a decryption game to Xia Fei, the benefits of cracking the code was secondary. Now, he was focused on breaking one defense after another as he happily welcomed the challenge. When the defense system let out a crisp sound, Xia Fei's heart skipped a beat. A few seconds later, nothing happened in the tunnel, nor did the alarm sound. Xia Fei was confident that he had cracked the first layer of defense. Xia Fei wiped the sweat off his forehead using his sleeve. Although it was chilly down underground, Xia Fei's high-pressure work had caused him to sweat considerably. Without hesitation, Xia Fei moved to crack the next line of defense. Phantom yawned, for not only did he think messing with the circuits was incredibly troublesome, it was incredibly boring as well. Phantom disappeared with a flash as his voice rang in Xia Fei's ears. "I'm so tired, I'm heading to sleep. I'll come out once you get it open." Xia Fei ignored him. In his eyes, breaking the defense system of the ancient civilization would provide him with a great sense of accomplishment. These circuits and machinery were so advanced that a normal person would call it an accomplishment just to be able to understand all these, let alone crack them. Moreover, the cracking process was also a learning opportunity. Xia Fei first had to determine what the circuits did before he could make appropriate changes to crack the system. As time went on, Xia Fei familiarized himself better with the circuit, and the speed of cracking it naturally increased. The final defense was finally broken under Xia Fei's unceasing efforts. 27 hours had passed at this point. With a gentle push of his finger, the alloy door rustled open. Xia Fei smiled as he stood up to put away the hundreds of tools beneath his feet. Using a few hundred pieces of tools only to open a door could be considered a personal best of some sort. The secret room was 1,000 or so meters squared, much smaller than the research facility outside. There were many sealed glass jars along the wall with a pale red liquid inside, and nothing else. The middle of the room had 2 rows of instruments neatly arranged, though these were not meant for minerals but for biology, instead. Xia Fei got curious. Why would a mineral company have so many biology instruments, and in a hidden room no less? He checked the label on a glass jar. Name, Unknown. Age, 179. Sex, male. Ability type, UV control. Rank, intermediate eternal. Percentage of 7th brain region opened, 64%. Note, the brain of an intermediate eternal rank light ability user. This person had their 7th brain region open to a relatively high percentage. A 3-star talent level, but because his brain development was too intense when he was younger, further promotion opportunity was lost. Detailed file number, CYN00792. Xia Fei was utterly shocked. Turned out, this jar once contained the brain of an eternal rank warrior, and they were doing research on his brain. The ability levels started from the lowest star light, star base, star domain, star river, and legendary rank to the highest eternal rank. The combat ability of someone from this 6th rank could be described as the pinnacle of strength. It was hard to imagine that someone at the top could have their brains in a jar for research. This mineral research facility was not so simple, after all. Using it as a front, they performed human experiments in secret, even experimenting with a pinnacle expert. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Xia Fei quickly checked the labels on a few more jars. Ranging from primary legendary to advanced eternal, there were 14 sets of brains from incredibly powerful individuals. With these many elite ability users gathered, their combat prowess was probably beyond expectations, but in the end, they became somebody else's research material. Xia Fei had a stern face, for he had immense respect toward all these pinnacle warriors. He was an ability user himself, though he did not have a rank like these subjects. Nobody would hope to become somebody else's lab rat. Xia Fei also noticed that these pinnacle warriors did not have a high percentage of their 7th brain region opened, the highest was at 78% and the lowest was only 51%. Xia Fei felt a terrible chill inside him. They've become research subjects with only just over half of their 7th brain region opened. Wouldn't I be in even more danger with 100% of mine open? Xia Fei decided never to tell another soul that his 7th brain region was fully opened, no matter who they were. He did not want to be studied like his predecessors. After walking around this lab, Xia Fei discovered that there were many pieces of equipment here that could fetch him a tidy sum on the market. However, most of these were rather bulky, meaning that he could not take them away. This was indeed something quite unfortunate, just like someone who had to guard a mountain of gold but could not take any of it away. There was also a small door in this secret lab, though no protective measures were attached to it. Xia Fei could walk right through it with a push of a button. This room was even smaller, less than 200 square meters. It was a 20 or so meter long hallway with 8 well-equipped cells on either side. Xia Fei had been in prison, so he was quite familiar with this environment. The only thing different was that the cells were surrounded by alloy bars but used a laser beam to keep the humans within. The alloy bars would stand no chance against the destructive abilities of all these high-rank ability users, but the lasers were a different case. Anyone who dared to get close to it would be turned into charcoal. These lasers were fatal to high-ranked warriors, for almost all of them wore combat suits according to their ranks. The stronger combat suits easily prevented small-scale energy attacks, but these were industrial laser weaponry, not laser beams but laser walls. The ability users locked in here would have had their combat suits removed, but even if they had them on, they would not have enough defense to get through these laser walls. One wrong move and they would be reduced into ashes. Who knows what they were researching with so many pinnacle warriors locked up, remarked Phantom. From the equipment outside, it's likely that they're researching the opening of the 7th brain region. The jars made special note of the status of their 7th brain region. Xia Fei lit up a cigarette first before replying. With the press of a button, the laser walls were turned off. Xia Fei was impressed by the incredible technology of the ancient civilization, seeing as the blue laser walls were still working even after such a long time. Phantom shook his head. That's just a possibility. There's no way for us to know what the ancient civilization's knowledge of the 7th brain region was. We only know one thing about them, and that's their technology was incredibly developed. Makes sense, said Xia Fei. Our knowledge of the ancient civilization is indeed quite shallow. Is there any institution specializing in the study of the ancient civilization? I bet they'll have more detailed pieces of information. There are, but due to the Alliance's regulations, these institute could only do so in secret. Qin Mang in the library for example, isn't he studying the ancient civilization? Actually, you're one too, you've learned quite a lot about the ancient civilization from Qin Mang, after all. Xia Fei pursed his lips. I've only learned a tiny bit so far. It'd be great if I could have access to the introduction to coding robots in the basement. If I knew how to code robots, perhaps I could make a few with artificial intelligence. Phantom quickly waved his hands. That can't be done. A robot with artificial intelligence is no longer a machine but a person created by a human, instead. That violates the law of nature, and you will be punished by it. Xia Fei smiled. Weird. Why do you sound so much like Qin Meng? He says that all the time, too. Phantom's face turned sour. Obviously, I'd be influenced by what I heard from your chats as well. What Qin Meng said before actually makes sense. Humans are just tiny specks in the universe, nothing compared to the vast universe. Even if humans were all wiped off, the universe would still follow its predetermined trajectory, unaffected, so humans should know their place and not try to challenge the universe's will. Xia Fei laughed. Hehe, let's set that aside, for now, back to business. How will I carry this equipment away? Do you have any ideas? Xia Fei only had money in mind. He needed to buy medicinal ingredients, quantum holdings must be further developed, and everything required funds. Xia Fei had gained quite a bit from this trip to the ruins, but bringing these things back was the problem. Although he had a 20 cubic meter spatial ring, this was not even close to sufficient. He might be able to fit 1 or 2 apparatuses, yet he was unwilling to leave these many expensive items behind. Phantom scratched his chin. You're quite fit, how about you put these things into your ring and carry it to the surface? Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Phantom. You call that a plan? Whatever. We still have time. Let's just give the lab a thorough search and gather up everything expensive. If we can't figure anything out by then, we'll just resort to the dumbest solution and move all these up to the surface, as you suggested. Standing up, Xia Fei walked around the cell. The most important thing to do now was to inspect everything in detail, not overlooking a single thing. All of a sudden, Xia Fei's keen perception noticed something white and shiny on the ground in the middle of this cell. Xia Fei kneeled down and picked up the white thing before inspecting it more closely. A tooth, remarked Xia Fei helplessly after staring at it for half a second. Humans had 32 teeth, and by the looks of this one, it was a molar. Who knew which of the pinnacle warriors left it behind? The tooth was white and clean like a piece of ceramic. The surface looked to be in perfect condition too, and so was its root of the tooth. It was shockingly perfect. Xia Fei let out a bitter laugh. This is a pinnacle warrior's tooth, after all, it must be worth keeping. Phantom was disappointed yet still jested, the tooth is quite small, you can fit that perfectly in your ring. All of a sudden, Xia Fei was stunned before saying in a confused tone. Hold on, since this tooth was subjected to the annihilation beam, it should have turned into dust. How come it was left behind? Phantom was also shocked by this fact. Xia Fei was right, the annihilation beam would vaporize anything human, it was impossible for a human tooth to have been left behind in the cell. There were only 2 explanations, 1, the planet had not been subjected to an annihilation beam, 2, the tooth was not human but something artificial, instead. There was no other possible explanation for this weird phenomenon. Phantom leaned backward, laughing. Xia Fei. It's one thing to pick up a tooth, but you actually picked up a false tooth. At this moment, the blue translucent laser walls appeared, trapping Xia Fei in the cell. The cell confinement system had gotten triggered unexpectedly. Xia Fei quickly got on his face, walking to the wall with a terrible look on his face. Crap, we're trapped, said Xia Fei in a rush. Of course, Xia Fei was anxious to be trapped in a cell and accidentally exerted a bit of force, crushing the tooth between his fingers. An inconspicuous golden bead fell quietly out of the broken tooth. Chapter 139, Golden Bead. An inconspicuous golden bead fell from the tooth, which had just been crushed by Xia Fei, bouncing a few times before rolling toward a corner. Xia Fei grabbed the golden bead to inspect it. This bead was similar in size to a ball bearing on a bicycle. It was shiny and golden, though it was incredibly light, not feeling dense and heavy like metal should, almost suggesting that it was anything but metal. That's weird, there's a tiny bead inside the tooth. Phantom scratched his head, obviously confused. Xia Fei also found it weird. Normally, false teeth were made using whole pieces of ceramic. Hiding a bead inside the tooth was indeed a good way to conceal it. Xia Fei sighed as he looked around. He had no idea why the confinement system had triggered itself, and now, he was trapped inside a cell surrounded by blue laser walls. Xia Fei put away the golden bead in his spatial ring. This was not the time to investigate what it was, the most important thing was to figure out how to escape this prison. The laser walls looked extremely thin, like it was just some blue cloth covering the cell, not allowing anything to escape or enter. Xia Fei knew that, though the laser walls seemed thin and fragile, these had immense destructive capabilities. There was no way a human could pass through these unharmed. Xia Fei inched chasing light ever so close to the laser wall. There was a horrible noise the moment the blade touched the light blue wall. At that moment, white smoke burst out of chasing light's edge. Xia Fei quickly pulled chasing light back. He could see that there was a tiny crack on the tip of the blade where it touched the laser wall. Fortunately Xia Fei had pulled back quickly, otherwise the blade would have been ruined. It should be mentioned that chasing light was a legendary rank weapon, and it was not an exaggeration to call it top grade. The thin laser wall had to be incredibly powerful to be able to damage such a weapon so easily. Other than the laser walls on the four sides of him, the ceiling and floor were made of some sort of alloy. Xia Fei tried hacking at the floor, leaving an elegant semicircle behind with his chasing light. They were no more than 2 shallow markings on the ground, like tiny scratches. This method would not work, either. Xia Fei understood that a cell that could trap pinnacle warriors of eternal rank definitely had incredible defenses and was not something he could deal with. Besides, this was a cell made by the ancient civilization, whose technology greatly surpassed today. Do I actually have to call for help? Muttered Xia Fei. After letting out a sigh, Xia Fei took out the emergency communicator from his spatial ring, ready to call Bo Xingwei for help. Obviously, if Moon Song and Chen Dong found out about this, they would most certainly laugh at Xia Fei. However, this was not the time to worry about something like that. Being laughed at was most certainly better than being trapped in a cell for the rest of his life. The communicator was completely black without a single bar of signal. This cell was probably built with a signal jammer, disabling the reception of the communicator, blocking any communication to the outside. What awesome luck I have, Xia Fei muttered angrily. Sure, he was trapped, but now he could not even call for help. Perhaps his fate was tied with cells. This was the second time he got trapped in a cell if the incident on the Blue Sea Star was the first. Now, not only did he fail to find a way to move out the high-tech equipment, he had to ask someone for help. After simmering in his anger, Xia Fei retrieved the golden bead hidden in the tooth from his spatial ring, then inspected it using the microcomputer's image amplification function. All Xia Fei could do was wait for help to arrive. The training camp would never leave a missing cadet behind. In 11 days, on the predetermined rendezvous date, they would certainly send people to find Xia Fei when they discovered that he was missing. Although the lab was off the beaten track, there was no way the Great Adjudicator Union would fail to find it. With nothing to do, Xia Fei decided to investigate the golden bead further. It must have had some use if it was hidden within the tooth of a pinnacle warrior. It could not have been just a normal bead. The microcomputer transferred its images to the projected screen, which was captured using the pinhole camera. The pinhole camera was incredibly detailed, so Xia Fei could see the smallest markings on the bead by enlarging the image on the projected screen. The cracked tooth looked the same as a normal tooth, but after enlarging it, Xia Fei realized that it was hollow. Moreover, the false tooth was covered in a tiny undetectable metal layer. After a simple analysis, Xia Fei speculated that this thin metal layer was a special shielding cover, which protected against detection. This was likely how the screening system had missed this when the pinnacle warrior was put inside the cell, leaving behind this golden bead. If this was a normal bead, there would be no reason for anyone to hide it using such an over-the-top method. This further confirmed Xia Fei's hypothesis that this normal-looking bead was more than what met the eye. After putting away the shattered tooth, Xia Fei started examining the structure of this bead. Every single detail of the bead was made visible to him by enlarging the image several hundred times on the screen. Xia Fei finally turned off the microcomputer's projected screen after half an hour. Following his careful inspection, Xia Fei was sure that there was nothing special with the bead on the surface. If it stored any secrets, it must be inside it. With the bead in hand, Xia Fei lit up a cigarette and leaned back comfortably in the chair as he pondered the matters of this bead. What is this bead used for? Xia Fei wondered. Phantom shook his head. I might be able to help you if you asked me about the Pan-Human Alliance, but you're on your own for anything that has to do with the ancient civilization. I don't know much more about them than you do. Since that pinnacle warrior hid it in their teeth so secretively, they're probably incredibly protective of this. It's probably something quite valuable. Xia Fei pouted. Phantom's words were not helpful at all. Everyone could tell that the bead had worth, but the question was, what was it, and how could someone trigger it? Rather than sitting here, just ruminating, Xia Fei decided to put his thoughts into action. He cheered up and tried interacting with this golden bead in any way he could. First, he tried peeping into it using his mind, but it appeared that the shell of the bead had some barrier of some kind, keeping his consciousness at bay regardless of how hard he attempted to enter it. In a few hours, Xia Fei had tried various different methods to interact with it. Dipping it in water, burning it with a lighter, he did anything that came to his mind. Phantom could finally not take it any longer when Xia Fei poured a carton of milk on it. With a sigh, he returned to his den and let Xia Fei do whatever he wanted. Xia Fei did not seem to care at all. It was his top priority to find out the bead's secret. Who knew how it was activated? He was not going to give up a single opportunity no matter how small it seemed. The cell was slowly littered with cigarette butts. Xia Fei now had bloodshot eyes as he entered the 4th day of his time on this planet. Having not rested even for a single moment, he was now feeling fatigued. He lay down on the cold flatbed, slowly closing his eyes for a respite. A warrior's mental toughness greatly surpassed those of ordinary people, and Xia Fei would be full of energy after a short sleep. Xia Fei always had good quality sleep and would enter deep slumber as soon as he closed his eyes. Sleeping was also a skill. Any outstanding warriors not only needed to learn how to fight and hang on but also needed to master how to rest. True warriors could immediately fall asleep even under their enemy's intensive fire without being affected by their surroundings. Just as Xia Fei entered deep sleep, something weird happened. An undetectable spiritual consciousness slowly exuded from the golden bead in his hand. It followed up Xia Fei's arm straight into his mind. Although Xia Fei was asleep, this did not mean that he had lost the ability to defend himself. His brain was asleep, but his consciousness still permeated all over him, carefully guarding him, detecting any tiny change that might be happening around him. If anything happened, his consciousness would quickly send a command to Xia Fei's brain, waking him up. The spiritual consciousness from the golden bead was just like a thief trying to break into somebody's house, being all sneaky to avoid Xia Fei's layers of defense and reach its goal. It should be said that the tiny consciousness was incredibly skilled. It cleverly avoided the layers of defense Xia Fei had laid down. Although it was not quick, it was incredibly effective, going fore and aft, inching ever closer to his brain. Finally, the tiny consciousness reached his mind, and Xia Fei still did not realize that this oddity had successfully infiltrated his brain as he slept soundly. The consciousness from the golden bead was cleverly moving, more cautious than it was before. What was even more surprising was that the consciousness was heading towards Xia Fei's 7th brain region. The 2nd brain region existed on the left half of the human brain, as large as the tip of a needle. It was such a small part of the brain but provided humans with the most complicated and inexplicable abilities. The consciousness from the bead quietly hid, peeping at Xia Fei's 7th brain region. After a few minutes, the consciousness bared its fangs as it charged towards Xia Fei's 7th brain region. There was no room for Xia Fei to react when it was this close. Splash! Like throwing a stone into the ocean, the weird spiritual energy rushed and disappeared into Xia Fei's 7th brain region, the golden bead establishing a connection to that part of his mind. Xia Fei's eyes, now brimming with energy, suddenly flew open, and at the same time, a sense of anxiety gripped him. Chapter 140, Heritage Planet? 7th Brain Region 100% opened, 1st activation requirement fulfilled. 4-star lineage, 2nd activation requirement fulfilled. Perception, intelligence, perseverance, memory, and charm, sufficient overall coefficient, 3rd activation requirement fulfilled. Test for the 3 main requirements complete, Heritage Planet activated. Estimated time until full activation, 2 minutes 14 seconds. A mysterious voice exploded in Xia Fei's mind, causing him to jump out of bed with chasing light unsheathed, readily adopting a combat stance. Who's there? Xia Fei yelled in a deep voice. Looking around, there was no one else in the jail other than Phantom and him, yet the voice in his head remained clear. 2 minutes until activation of Heritage Planet, please prepare yourself. Xia Fei locked his brows tightly as he tried to search for the consciousness inside his mind. The golden bead, it activated. It even established a tight connection with your 7th brain region. At the exact moment Xia Fei detected the voice, Phantom reappeared. His consciousness was tied with Xia Fei's, so Phantom heard that voice as well. Let me try. Phantom entered Xia Fei's mind before he even finished his sentence. Xia Fei's body was like his host, he could freely enter and exit his body even without the former's consent. Whoosh! A few seconds later, Phantom reappeared from Xia Fei's mind with a bit of panic on his face. Its consciousness is completely tethered with your 7th brain region. I can't sever the connection between the two, Phantom quickly informed. What should we do? Xia Fei asked as he slowly lowered chasing light. Wait, Phantom said in a deep voice. 100 seconds until Heritage Planet activation. 99. 98. 97. Xia Fei nodded. At this moment, there was nothing else he could do other than wait. The golden bead from the ancient civilization had complete control over Xia Fei. This was the first time in his life he had felt that he was in danger, and this danger did not come from physically being in danger but because everything happening was out of his control. It was like facing someone who was much stronger than he was. Xia Fei could not do anything to retaliate as he did not even know where the enemy was. Xia Fei was touched by Phantom's worried expression in such a dire time, lighting a cigarette before taking a drag. We'll just have to see what the golden bead has in store for us. Phantom nodded as he stood beside Xia Fei, completely silent with a solemn expression. 50 seconds until activation. 10 seconds. 3. 2. 1. Heritage Planet activated. A bright ray of white light appeared above Xia Fei, enveloping him. The light became brighter and brighter, making it impossible for them to open their eyes, and when the light reached its peak, there was an explosion. Countless white dots filled the surroundings like stars, falling down from above like a blizzard. The entire secret room quickly became filled with this snow, reducing visibility to less than half a meter. Moments later, the dazzling lights within the room disappeared. The secret room also became empty, and Xia Fei, who was previously trapped in the cell, disappeared alongside everything. At the same time, a radio wave quickly spread from the secret room into the vast space. It soon transmitted to a really distant place, disappearing in the darkness. The radio wave did not just spread quickly but also became filled to bursting with energy. This weird wave of energy never seemed to dissipate, reaching the end of space to a place of nothingness. Any attempts to capture this radio wave were futile as its existence had already surpassed human comprehension. Not a single radar or communicator could detect its existence. The weird waveform that surpassed all frequencies seemed to only be decipherable with an instrument of a unique configuration. Whether such an instrument existed or not in the universe was also a question in and of itself. Life was just like a laser shot into space, once it was shot, it would never turn back. Some lives were incredibly fragile, they might dissipate immediately after they were released into the vast space because they bumped into asteroids, which covered space or, perhaps, got absorbed by black holes, which existed everywhere, never managing to escape. Some lives were incredibly strong. They could destroy anyone who tried to stop them and continue pushing forward. They might be able to reach places deemed unreachable, but one day, they would run out of steam as their energy dissipated. However, this light belonging to Xia Fei was incredibly extraordinary. It started off as a weak light but managed to hang on as he navigated through difficult terrains, obstacle after obstacle, and when Xia Fei's beam passed through a known point, this weak light suddenly gained strength, possessing incredible energy that was uniquely his. The previously weak beam of light slowly shone brighter as it tore any obstacle in front of him into shreds. Just when everyone thought the light would become stronger and stronger, travel farther and farther, before finally leaving his name behind in an unknown corner of the universe, this light belonging to Xia Fei suddenly disappeared as it continued to grow stronger. Even if the whole universe was turned inside out, no evidence of his existence could be found. On the Catalyst-class destroyer belonging to the Enduro Star Region's Heaven Execution Training Camp, Ancient Ruins Area, Planet YZZ 7526. The moment Xia Fei disappeared, all the instruments on the ship were thrown into a mess. Countless indicator lights flashed out of control and various data became jumbled. What's wrong? Bo Xingwei knitted his eyebrows as he walked into the command deck, asking the two pilots. We're not sure yet. All the instruments malfunctioned as though a huge wave of energy disrupted them, frantically reported a curly-haired man. His fingers were dancing across the command deck's panel as he tried to suppress the signals from the instruments, but no matter how hard he tried, the instruments refused to accept any of his commands as if they had, altogether, stopped working. Thankfully, this did not last long, the ship returned to normal after a minute. The pilot hastily checked the status of the ship. He was surprised to find all the instruments were now working as per normal, like nothing had happened. What's going on? Ye Ziohan and two other instructors rushed to the command deck, looking confused. We're checking it out right now, replied Bo Xingwei in a deep voice. Could you determine where the energy came from? The pilot operated one of the instruments for some time before reporting, only its approximate location, it's likely from City 02. Xia Fei. Ye Ziohan jolted slightly. The status of every cadet was under surveillance by the control center, and only Xia Fei went to City 02 out of the 46 cadets, and Ye Ziohan was incredibly sure about that. What happened to Xia Fei? Bo Xingwei asked curiously. Although each instructor had the right to check the location and status of each cadet, the instructors would never actively track them unless they sent out a distress signal or the communicator sent a warning when it detected danger, for this was a test of their survival ability. Secretly tracking Xia Fei's whereabouts like what Ye Ziohan had done was actually against the rules of the training camp. Ye Ziohan's face grew red. Xia Fei is in City 02, perhaps something happened to him. Bo Xingwei furrowed his eyebrows. How do you know he's in City 02? Ye Ziohan was lost for words before slowly muttering, I checked his whereabouts yesterday. Bo Xingwei did not pursue this matter of Ye Ziohan breaking the rules. This was not the time for accountability. Right now, his priority was to figure out what had happened before worrying about other things. To the control room. Bo Xingwei took large strides toward the ship's control room. The command center was for the operations of the ship, where the statuses of cadets were gathered and monitored by the control room. Although the pilots of the warship were still part of Heaven Execution Training Camp, they were different from the instructors of the camp. They lacked the authority to have access to the cadets' information, especially when the cadets were the elites of the internal division, which explained why the cadets' information system was separate from the command system for the ship. Bo Xingwei was the first to enter the control room. He looked quite worried as he led this exploration, meaning that he was the main person responsible for anything that happened during this operation. Another thing was that he had a good personal relationship with Xia Fei. As the latter had not signed a contract with the Union, he was viewed as an extreme maverick, treated as an outcast by the cadets and instructors alike. Why did Bo Xingwei not do the same? Once a member of the Glorious 13, he had transferred to be a deputy supervisor for the internal division due to the stress from losing two of his teammates. But there were often plenty of people talking behind his back about this matter, and though he never said it out loud, he had always felt a kindred spirit in Xia Fei because both men had been unable to integrate with the mainstream, with the latter always being the loner that he was. Turning on the cadet signal collector, the four instructors glued their eyes onto the projected screen. The screen displayed the entire surface of planet YZZ 7526, with each light representing a cadet participating in the exploration. As the screen turned on, Bo Xingwei gasped while Ye Ziohan had to cover her mouth with her hands tightly to stop herself from making a sound. There were 46 cadets from the training camp, 45 of them were alive, and Xia Fei was the only one whose communicator they had lost contact with. Lost contact, muttered Bo Xingwei. The communicators provided by the Union were the best of the best, possessing the most incredible communication capabilities. The signals would not be blocked even if they traveled to the core of the planet. Bo Xingwei shook his head before commanding in a deep voice, immediately start piloting the ship toward the ruins in City 02. Connect the communications system to the training camp headquarters. The Catalyst-class destroyer slowly lifted off the ground as it flew toward the ruins of City 02. Bo Xingwei asked the other three instructors to exit the command room, leaving him to communicate with Battalion Commander Ye Jingshan alone. A few minutes ago, we were subjected to an unknown wave of energy, which caused everything on the ship to malfunction. Plus, a cadet has gone missing. Bo Xingwei immediately reported the situation to Ye Jingshan. Ye Jingshan had a bad feeling in his stomach. Who's gone missing? Xia Fei. Ye Jingshan slapped the table as he stood up. Why is it him again? Chapter 141, The Unlucky Man. Ye Jingshan was awash with great sadness. Xia Fei, that troublemaker, had surely lived up to his name. He was finally quiet in those few months following his return from the Wild Star region, but his first expedition out to the ruins had resulted in the specter of trouble coming back to haunt him once more. Logically speaking, as the battalion commander of the training camp, he ought to send a search party immediately after learning that a cadet of his had gone missing. He should at least express his condolences even if this was his most hated cadet, yet the first reaction Ye Jingshan had was frustration, blaming Xia Fei for his carelessness, instead. It was completely out of line. Why is it him again? Ye Jingshan stood up, frowning. Ye Jingshan instantly realized his gaffe the moment he uttered that line. He sat back down on his seat and massaged his temples with his 2 fingers. Xia Fei was just a normal cadet in his training camp, so he had no reason to be so angry with the young man. What mattered was that his master, Qin Mang, was behind Xia Fei. A vast majority of people in the training camp had no idea about Qin Mang's background, thinking he was just an old coot waiting to die in that library of his, but that obese, old man actually had an extraordinarily unusual influence, and even Ye Jingshan had Qin Mang in his shadow back when he was in the Adjudicator Union's headquarters. The truth of the matter was that even Ye Jingshan could not be certain of his master's roots. When Qin Mang had first taken up the post as a librarian, Ye Jingshan was still in his teens, just a run-in-the-mill cadet in the training camp. It was only with Qin Mang's guidance at every step that he got to where he was today. That was why he had the utmost respect toward Qin Mang, never once daring to go against his master's orders. With his master's favored cadet, Xia Fei, going missing, how was he supposed to explain it to him? Could it be related to the missing cadet case that's been happening in these 2 years? Ye Jingshan pondered gravely. Bo Xingwei shook his head. From the records of the entire alliance, that organization only kidnaps special ability users, not just any ability users, and their targets are always girls who have yet to reach 16. Xia Fei simply doesn't fit the bill. Besides, this is a secret training ground of the Union. Few know about this location, so those people might even be unable to find the place, so I think that this should be treated as an isolated incident. Bo Xingwei had arrived at a very logical analysis of the situation. Ye Jingshan also felt that he had given the matter too much thought. For the past 2 years, though the Union had taken extreme precautions against this, they were still unable to prevent the abductions, and this fact had always been a lingering worry that the Adjudicator Union could not shake off. Ye Jingshan was quiet for a good time before he said, "Stop the ruins exploration at once. Begin the search of the place. I'll be sending Ho Beishan over with his men from the reconnaissance division to assist you right away. No matter what happens, I want you to return either with him alive or with his corpse." Bo Xingwei nodded without a sound. Handling the matter in this fashion was still in line with how a battalion commander should act. When Ye Jingshan blamed Xia Fei just then for being careless, Bo Xingwei felt an inexplicable sense of indignation rising in his chest, almost causing him to forget his place and refute Ye Jingshan. After all, this place, which was the ruins of the ancient civilization, had danger lurking at every corner. How could they blame the cadets for being careless? "I understand, I'll detail a search party right away." Turning off the communicator, Ye Jingshan instantly called the experienced Ho Beishan into his office, ordering him to take the most elite members of the reconnaissance division and hurry over to assist Bo Xingwei with their search. It was just that Ye Jingshan felt the need to continue keeping Qin Mang in the dark. After all, he could not be more familiar with his master's personality, and just the thought of how angry that man would be caused him to feel a cold sweat on his back. Anyone who had not seen Qin Mang yell in anger would never imagine that that seemingly warm and obese old man could actually turn into a demon whom everyone would seek to avoid when angered. There was even a quality that Qin Mang shared with Xia Fei, and that was how unreasonable they would become once provoked. Ye Jingshan was starting to understand why Qin Mang was so taken by Xia Fei. The pair actually had quite a lot in common. Both were equally obstinate, crafty, and shared the same worldly disdain. Qin Mang probably saw a younger version of himself in Xia Fei, which was why he had decided to keep the latter around him as a librarian. It must be said that this was the one and only time Qin Mang had taken in a librarian in the 4 decades he had been in that place. Back then, Ye Jingshan had begged for many years before he had been begrudgingly accepted as a disciple by Qin Mang, yet he was not even allowed a step in the library. Qin Mang valued that dilapidated library more than his life, and just this one point alone was enough to tell that becoming a librarian was hardly a shameful matter. Just the opposite, in fact, for it was the greatest fortune, only no one truly understood this fact. "I'll just hide this for as long as I can." Ye Jingshan leaned back in his chair, grimly telling himself this. Planet YZZ 7626, Ancient Civilization's Underground Mineral Research Facility. "Are you certain that this slash mark was left by Xia Fei?" Bo Xingwei somewhat nervously asked. Ho Beishan stood up from the ground and nodded. "This door has very obviously been destroyed with a very sharp blade, and the cut made is almost 90% similar to what Xia Fei leaves with his chasing light. The only question is, since when did he know how to crack the ancient civilization's alarm systems? Even I wouldn't have the confidence to do this without any additional support, given the complexity of it. Ahead is the last location we found before Xia Fei disappeared. I'm afraid that you'd be even more shocked by what you'd see on that door there than here," said Bo Xingwei even as they forged ahead. They did not expend much energy to locate this research facility, This was the most prominent structure in the city, so it naturally became the first goal for the search party, and they would, of course, not skip over the tunnels heading underground. After using a full day's time, the search party ultimately reached this point and stumbled upon the evidence that Xia Fei left behind. Right now, all they could do was wait for the expert scout Hobation's final evaluation. The moment he concluded that Xia Fei was missing, the search would come to a stop, and Xia Fei's name would join the names of those people who had gone missing, squirreled away in the secret archives of the Adjudicator Union. Walking through the long corridor, Bo Xingwei led Hobation to the secret human experimentation laboratory. Sure enough, when Hobation saw that sealed door with its compound defense system, he stood there in place, completely stunned. He squatted down and examined it for the longest time before getting up. Astonishment could be heard in his voice. This is unbelievable. The defense to this door was extremely sophisticated. I can't believe that Xia Fei managed to open it without tripping the alarm in this research facility. Bo Xingwei nodded. Yet, how unfortunate for that sprouting to go missing. The two were quiet for a good while, especially Hobation. Lockpicking was a mandatory course the reconnaissance division had to undergo, and Xia Fei's skills in this avenue evidently surpassed his. Being unable to recruit the man was Hobation's biggest regret. Everything in the human experimentation laboratory was kept the way it was. Bo Xingwei had not touched anything inside and had specifically waited for Hobation's arrival to infer what could have happened. Looking all around, Hobation spoke. Have you informed the headquarters of what happened here? If they learn that we've discovered a human experimentation laboratory with so much of its equipment intact, they'll definitely send men to take over. Not yet. I decided to wait till we conclude this matter before reporting, Bo Xingwei answered. Inspecting the area outside, Bo Xingwei and Hobation came up to the secret prison. Bo Xingwei pointed to a cell and said, this was Xia Fei's last known location. The laser walls in this cell have long been activated by the time we discovered the place, and we found a pair of tweezers belonging to Xia Fei in one of the cells. I believe that he got trapped in this cell and was unable to find a way out, but I simply couldn't make sense of how he disappeared. Hobation was silent. As an expert scout, he needed to be ever vigilant. He was not about to come to any conclusion before he got hold of any concrete evidence. Pulling out specialized analytical instruments from his spatial ring and placing it on the ground, Hobation stepped into that prison and began a detailed search, while Bo Xingwei stood to the side and waited with folded arms. Hobation proceeded with this task slowly and carefully as well as methodically. Every nook and cranny was being inspected by him several times, and approximately 3 hours later, Hobation kept his instruments and left the prison. How is it? Are you able to draw a conclusion from all this? Bo Xingwei anxiously asked. Though he did not share anything resembling a deep relationship with Xia Fei, he nevertheless did not harbor the hope of him inexplicably disappearing like this. After all, that 18-year-old man had left an indelible impression on him. Be it the tenacity he demonstrated during the crisis grade assessment, his maverick ways after entering the training camp, or the courage he demonstrated while chasing an insectoid warship, each of these recollections was hard to forget. Heaving a soft sigh, Hobation replied, the space here is stable, and traces of Xia Fei's DNA are present in the prison. Its timing coincided perfectly with the bizarre energy fluctuations, which means that Xia Fei suddenly disappeared while in a completely sealed environment. Bo Xingwei's eyebrows knitted tightly together. Is there no other possibility? Hobation did not like others doubting him. At the end of the day, there were few in this line that had the qualifications to do so, yet this time he did not blame Bo Xingwei for it. Nope. It is conclusively clear that this is a unique disappearance incident. Human factors can be excluded. You can take a look after I'm done with my report. Ironically, Bo Xingwei felt his body relax after he heard Hobation give such a resolute conclusion. Regardless, this matter did ultimately reach a conclusion, and that was better than an unexplained disappearance. The two men headed back out, side by side, when Bo Xingwei suddenly burst into laughter. He pointed over at all the equipment in the laboratory and asked, Old Ho, how much do you think all this stuff is worth? Hobation thought for a moment before giving his reply. That's hard to say. It'll probably be over 100 billion star coins, and if you include the Union's contribution points on top of it, there are probably plenty of good things one can exchange for. Why did you ask? Bo Xingwei scratched his head. I was just thinking that Xia Fei probably still doesn't know that anybody who discovers completely intact ancient civilization remnants will be granted a 10% cut of the total value, in addition to a large number of points he will automatically be given. That rascal Xia Fei has always been quite avaricious. The fact that he disappeared right after discovering this gold mine is seriously bad luck. Ho Baishan patted Bo Xingwei on the shoulder and chuckled. That's true. With all the points and money he would have earned, there's no way he could spend it all even if given several lifetimes to do so. Truly, what a grave misfortune. Let's go and share a drink or two to commemorate that unlucky man. Chapter 142, 1 year later. Bo Xingwei and Ho Baishan announced Xia Fei's disappearance to the cadets waiting outside the tunnel. Just as expected, this news did not create any wave among them. Xia Fei being in the internal division was already an aberration, and with how he only spent 3 hours in the Stygian training center every day, rarely attending any of the training courses the internal division provided, most of the instructors and cadets inside the division only knew of his name and could not even recognize him. To them, Xia Fei was no more than a librarian who managed to enter the internal division through sheer coincidence and serendipity, and he was on a completely different level from all the gifted geniuses that they were. Someone whom no one cared to understand or even recognize would naturally not draw anyone's attention. Nobody cared that he had disappeared since Xia Fei was only living in the internal division by name, his inclusion or absence hardly mattered. Ye Ziohan bowed her head low, her face maintaining that emotionless and icy features she always showed, but it was clear that, deep down, she had already lost all control and her heart was beating furiously, her mind blank. Due to her strict and Spartan upbringing, she had no idea why she was feeling this way. All she knew was that her heart ached terribly at that very moment as if a sharp blade had pierced through it. Without a word, Ye Ziohan used her speed ability and instantly ran off. It was a habit of hers to escape from what she had no idea of facing directly, and it was the only thing she could presently do. Only Moon Song and Chen Dong showed expressions of grief out of all who remained. Moon Song pursed her lips and stared coldly at the expressionless cadets all around her. Chen Dong knew very well what Moon Song would be about to do, and just how terrifying this young tigress would become once she showed her stripes. Actually, that ferocious expression Moon Song usually wore was not actually her being angry. It was merely how she intimated her attitude, her tendency to solve her problems through violence. If anyone mistakenly assumed that Moon Song was mild-mannered, this person would be in for a huge surprise. Just what kind of attitude are you guys showing? Moon Song's icy glare shot across the others around her, her tone matching it in coldness. She fisted her 2 hands as 2 veins popped up on her forehead. It was evident that she was already infuriated, and there was no one who could stop her ensuing rampage. Why are you guys happy with Xia Fei's disappearance? Moon Song's voice was slightly cracked as she growled. Moon Song's voice was crisp, like the trill of a songbird. The other cadets had no idea that catastrophe was upon them, so they continued their chatter in low voices, sniggering. Bai Ye took several steps backward in a hurry. As the only person who knew about the depths of demonic rage Moon Song could reach, he had a far better understanding of the lady than the average person. He rubbed his sore left shoulder uncomfortably, having experienced what it was like to be on the receiving end of Chen Dong's teaching. On his first day into the ruins, Chen Dong found him and beat him up without even saying a word of warning. His arm was still hurting painfully from that experience. All right, this madam here shall let you experience schadenfreude properly. Moon Song growled. Saying this, everyone suddenly saw everything in front of them morph and change following the unleashing of her illusion special ability. She had completed the prerequisites while she was speaking, so all these men were enfolded into a tide of monsters without warning. Countless terrifying monsters appeared in all directions, pouncing right at these gloating cadets. These were monsters that Moon Song had conjured, though none was real, that hardly made a difference to those caught in her illusion. Every strand of hair and fang was very real to them. The crowd was instantly thrown into a frenzy. Those hapless cadets that were unprepared found themselves submerged in the illusion with no hope of extricating themselves. A cadet with a flat-top hairstyle threw a punch at a bull-headed monster beside him, only to realize that it connected. The contact he felt through his hands told him that this was real, the monster truly existed. Meanwhile, this monster, which had been punched, made a wild lunge at that cadet, and the two became entangled in fisticuffs. This was the cleverness of the illusion special ability. Unbeknown to these cadets, the monsters they saw were actually the other people standing next to them, and it was only through Moon Song's amazing ability that they had this misconception. A messy brawl between the dozens of cadets outside the tunnels broke as if all had gone insane. Ho Baishan furrowed his brows. He was about to step forward and stop this, only for Bo Xingwei to hold him back with a tug at his sleeve. Forget it. We aren't on campgrounds. It's only natural for these cadets to fight among themselves. Ho Baishan was no fool. He easily understood what Bo Xingwei meant, since he was already feeling somewhat miffed with these cadets gloating over Xia Fei's misfortune, he might as well let Moon Song teach them a lesson this way. Besides, it was a good way for these cadets to find out how they should deal with an illusion ability user. They might just become more composed when dealing with someone with such abilities after getting the short end of the stick this time. The two men exchanged looks and laughed, taking long strides away, leaving the cadets who were caught up in that chaotic brawl to their devices. The other instructors and subordinates saw how their two bosses had turned a blind eye on this situation, so they followed suit and paid no heed to it as well. They quickly chased after the two men, all departing from the place. "Chen Dong!" Moon Song yelled out loud. "What is it? Beat these people up to an inch of their lives for me." "Sure. Who do you want me to beat?" "All of them." Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 3 months. Xia Fei's disappearance was like a stone dropped into a body of water, it hardly caused a wave, not even creating a ripple on the endless ocean's surface. On this day, Planet YZZ 7526 welcomed a group of special guests. A voyage fleet had suddenly landed not too far away from City 02. Thousands of fully armed warriors swiftly disembarked from the warships, their weapons at the ready, throwing themselves at the insectoids that were living amid the ruins. In this sense, all the insectoids here suffered from this intrusion. It was as if these warriors intended to cleanse the ruins of all insectoids, mercilessly eliminating each one they saw. Regardless of their gender and age, they were all hunted down and slain. Over time, the scent of the blood unique to these insectoids became stronger. These warriors had high cultivation, so the low-rank insectoids were no match to them. Soon, the desolate city ruins were filled with the smell of blood. The lead ship for this fleet was an Amaryan-Abadan-class battleship. It had a shiny gold exterior, gigantic and sturdy in size. 8 huge laser cannons flanked the sides of this battleship, and the muzzles of these were pointed right at the sky. Just as these warriors finished clearing the insectoids in the ruins, the hatch of that warship slowly opened, and an escalator stretched from within. A 16-year-old blonde and an old man were accompanied on the escalator by a young officer in his 20s. The escalator slowly moved and delivered the teenager from the warships, down to the ground. If Xia Fei were here, he would most definitely be able to identify this pretty teenager, for she was no stranger but the girl he had come to know on the interplanetary internet, whom he had yet to meet in person. Just that Xia Fei would never have guessed that Avril's family background was actually so extraordinary that she could have an entire fleet escorting her when she went out. This was not mentioning the other response fleet orbiting the planet as of this time, as well as the 3 reconnaissance fleets several 10,000 light-years away. Avril's face was as beautiful as ever, her delicate skin as soft as a newborn baby's. It was only that the pretty face of hers was looking sickly pale, her 2 eyes having lost their former gleam, a picture of desolation, the sight of which made people's hearts ache. A specially modified luxury shuttle sedan came driving in from afar. This shuttle had its suspension system especially modified for it to travel with ease on these roads littered with debris and collapsed buildings. It was more than 2 meters off the ground and drove with great stability, so nobody inside felt the slightest tremor from the uneven ground. A young ensign opened the door and stood at attention. Avril and her old butler called Peng sat in the back seat, while the commander of Starlink Corporation's First Fleet sat in the passenger seat. Several minutes later, the black shuttle slowly came to that tunnel where Xia Fei had disappeared previously. There were fully armed men standing on both sides of the tunnel. These elite warriors were like javelins the way they stood upright, all of them maintaining serious mugs. The shuttle stopped at the empty space in front of the mineral research facility, and Avril stepped off the car without saying a word. Elder Peng brought out a single white lily and handed it to his charge. "Mrs., why don't I help you bring that in? The air inside is a bit turbid." Jansen bowed at his waist and smartly remarked. Avril did not even throw a glance his way, treating him as nothing but air. She lifted her long white skirt slightly and made her way toward the inside of the research laboratory with quick and small steps. Anyone familiar with Avril would know that her favorite color was usually pink, and she could even be called a maniac over it. From the decorations in her room and the clothes she wore to the dolls she owned, all were in pink. However, today, she was wearing an all-white long dress, which was a very rare sight. Butler Peng stared at Jansen before following Avril closely. It had been 3 months, and Avril was like a changed woman. She barely spoke anymore, and her smiles were becoming less and less infrequent as time passed. Her body had also slowly gotten skinnier over time. The process was very simple. Avril placed that white lily at that cell of Xia Fei's last known location and whispered, "Mina, I refuse to believe that you died just like that. If you don't come back, I'm going to." The rest of her words could not be heard, and no one had any idea what she said. In any case, Avril placed the flower down, said a few more words, and took off in that Abaddon-class battleship straight for space. Could she have travelled the millions of light years over, all just to offer a flower and chide Xia Fei? Time continued to flow, and soon, it was spring. Xia Fei had been missing from this world for close to a whole year, and people had slowly forgotten about his existence. In some unknown location in this universe, a young man in his late teens was standing on top of a mountain range, looking at the jungle in the valley below. There was a single meandering river in that valley, which led to misty grassland. The occasional cries of a wild beast sounded from this valley, and based on the noises made, it was evident that this was no nirvana. This young man slightly stretched his back, clearly somewhat exhausted. A dirty mop of hair hung off his shoulder, the beard growing on his chin thick and unkempt as if it had been a very long time since he last shaved. A cyan blade was still on his right arm, the body of the blade itself was filled with cracks and was chipped in places. It was quite apparent that the battles he had fought in this place were unimaginable to the common man, or else this top-tier blade of his would not have deteriorated to such a state. Lighting a cigarette, he took a drag before he gazed at the murderous land below, mumbling to himself, "I think it's time for me to head back." Chapter 143, Going Back to the Living. Xia Fei was standing atop the mountain with articles of clothes in tatters and a bedraggled face, like a savage who lived in a primitive society. In just a year's time, his crown of hair had actually turned slightly grey, peppered with numerous strands of silver. It was a messy and dirty mop, appearing as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He used his hand to tidy up his clothes and comb through his messy mop of hair before brushing a finger over his spatial ring and pulling out a golden bead, which he placed in his palm. Phantom quietly watched him from the side, a little unwillingly saying, "What a pity. There's still plenty of good stuff here that we can't bring back with us, what a great heritage planet. The strength of the ancient civilization is truly well beyond what we can possibly imagine." Xia Fei smiled. "It's fine. I've already gotten hold of what I needed the most. Since the rules of the land are as such, we ought to abide by them." Phantom nodded. "You're right. No matter how great things are, they're all for the service of man. As long as you're alive, you'll have other fortuitous encounters in the future." With a light flick of his finger, that golden bead flew in a parabolic arc down to the valley. All of a sudden, it disappeared without a trace mid-air, taking Xia Fei along with it. Planet YZZ 7526, Ancient Civilization Remains of City 02. A team of instructors from Heaven Execution Training Camp were leading cadets through to the Mineral Research Facility. The lead instructor, who went by the name of Dooley, happened to have been part of the exploration team under Bo Xingwei when Xia Fei went missing a year ago. Today, he, who had since been promoted, could now lead a team of his own. Behind him were over 50 new cadets who had just entered the internal division this year. Just like Xia Fei, they were given this chance to explore the ruins. Bringing freshmen over to this planet for a visit every 6 months was a practice the internal division strictly adhered to. This is a completely intact mineral research facility from the ancient civilization. Though the things inside are gone, you can still feel their culture then. Later, I'll bring you guys in to look around, so you can have the good fortune of seeing this ancient base with your 2 eyes. Dooley used one hand to point to the entrance of the base as he chuckled. The cadets were all very excited. A completely intact ancient facility was far more interesting than the dilapidated ruins all around them. After all, there were far and few buildings that remained standing in this universe from that time after the bloodshed caused by the robot army, so each of these buildings was precious. The alloy door that Xia Fei had once destroyed had already been repaired, and the training camp had installed their own security system in place. Now, the entire base was under the control of the Adjudicator Union. Verifying his identity through both a retina and fingerprint scans, Dooley led these cadets into the empty facility to look around. Anything valuable had long since been carted off by the Union, so the entire research facility was all the more empty than before. Even though none of them could see these intricate machinery and devices, the living spaces and residents of this base remained well preserved, and the cadets curiously examined the bedroom that the ancient humans had once lived in, looking around to see if they had left any clothes behind, even lying on the bed for a try and tasting the food made by the ancient humans' food synthesizers. The synthesized food tasted extremely bad, yet these cadets enjoyed every morsel of it. They imagined the scene of their ancestors living here in this space, and their eyes were filled with yearning and admiration. Come, let me bring you all to this facility's greatest secret, a laboratory hidden away for human experimentation in an ancient prison. The cadet who had discovered this research facility had disappeared right in one of this facility's prison cells, not a trace of his existence could be found ever since. All of you need to keep close, or else I can't guarantee that you won't be the next to get swallowed by that hidden black hole inside the prison, Dooley joked. Is there really a secret black hole here? How did that cadet go missing? Everyone discussed it avidly, extremely curious about the case of Xia Fei's mysterious disappearance. They were a bit frightened. After all, their senior had once abruptly disappeared in that secret room, and they could not help but conjure up wild associations to it. Dooley brought them along that secret passageway and into the secret lab, circling around the place before heading into the prison. Just as Dooley opened the door, he was stunned. In front of him was a young man, who was staring right back, dressed in ragged clothes with a cigarette between his lips. Cadets from behind Dooley each pulled out their weapons, all getting into stances as they waited. The way Xia Fei looked was a little shocking, so they could not be blamed for being alarmed. Scratching his head, Xia Fei flashed a smile at Dooley before he strode right up to them. Dooley suddenly found this person to be very familiar. Though this person was now sporting a beard and had unkempt hair unlike a year ago, he was still able to clearly discern his facial features. Xia Fei, exclaimed Dooley. His two eyes widened in bewilderment, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. You're back? How did you return? Where have you been in this past year? Dooley sputtered a barrage of questions, his voice full of disbelief. Xia Fei knitted his brows and thought to himself, that's a troublesome question. How should I explain it to them? The Gaian Catalyst class destroyer was still the ship that ferried the cadets to the planet, and after Xia Fei was assigned to a secluded room, he simply minded his business by staying in it. Regarding all the questions that everyone had thrown his way, he gave them all the same one line, just call me when it's mealtime. Xia Fei closed the door behind him, leaving Dooley and the others dry outside, and the sound of running water was soon heard from inside the room. Everyone, return to your rooms, don't just stay rooted around here. Dooley snapped and dispersed all the cadets before he went inside the control room to make a direct video call to the training camp's headquarters. He's back. Dooley anxiously blurted out the moment Ye Jingshan's figure appeared on the screen. Ye Jingshan's face was placid. Look at you, gasped for breath, what sort of example are you setting? Be concise, who's back? Xia Fei. Xia Fei's back. Ye Jingshan was stunned. What? What did you just say? Dooley recounted the matter in a flurry, giving his report to Ye Jingshan about how he had led the new cadets over to the ancient research facility to look around, only to bump into Xia Fei inside. Ye Jingshan heaved a long sigh after hearing everything. Did he say anything about where he's been in this past year? Not at all. Dooley shook his head repeatedly. No matter what I probed and asked, Xia Fei simply refused to answer. From the injuries he sustained and the clothes on his body, he must have been through a lot in this past year. Ye Jingshan contemplated this for some time before saying, do this, then, you will make a return trip with Xia Fei to the training camp right away. I want you to handle this matter personally. Plus, make sure to keep this under wraps. Don't tell anyone yet and listen only to my orders. Dooley had a difficult expression on his face. What about the cadets if I send Xia Fei back now, Commander Ye? Ye Jingshan furrowed his brows. Do you need to ask me such a simple question? Leave them there and leave a few other instructors behind to monitor them. Get the warship to send Xia Fei back first, then we'll make arrangements after. Understood. Dooley nodded. Ye Jingshan was as cold as an iceberg, and it was a severe test every time he had to face the battalion commander. Turning off the display, Dooley placed a hand over his heart, which was now going at over 200 beats a minute. He waited for it to settle before he stepped out of the control room and acted in accordance with what Ye Jingshan had instructed. Icy cool water splashed upon his face, an invigorating sense of freshness spreading through him as a result. His hair was tangled, so Xia Fei used a pair of scissors to cut it off at random, then a shaver to remove all the beard on his face. If anyone stood outside the bathroom, they would immediately notice how different Xia Fei's body had become. Xia Fei was a lot skinnier than before, but his muscles were also leaner. There were countless scars on his back, thighs, and chest, and all of them were not left by light wounds, in fact, some directly extended to the inside of his muscles. This collection of innumerable scars made him give off a very scary and savage sensation. After a simple wipe of his body with a bath towel, Xia Fei stepped out of the bathroom and walked to his bed, picking up that Windshade Mark IV combat suit from the ground. Examining the combat suit under the lights, Xia Fei grimaced and shook his head. This legendary grade protective suit for special ability users was now riddled with holes of varying width, length, and shape. Lights passed through, unimpeded, these many holes, forming motley shadows on the floor. Forget it. This combat suit can't be worn anymore, so just throw it away, Phantom said nonchalantly. Xia Fei nodded and tossed it to the ground. Though in his heart, he found it to be a bit of a waste. The fact was that the combat suit had sustained so much damage that it was simply impossible for it to be repaired. A combat suit that could not protect its user in battle had essentially outlived its use. That's over 200 million star coins. Xia Fei laughed bitterly. Phantom rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. It's just a combat suit, is there a need for this? You've never been poor, so how would you understand the importance of money? Xia Fei immediately riposted. It is as the old saying goes, money isn't omnipotent, but the lack of it makes one omnipotent. Phantom thought about it carefully. Indeed, he had never been worried about money in his life, so it was hard for him to appreciate Xia Fei's attachment to it. Xia Fei took out an old-fashioned tracksuit from his spatial ring and put it on before picking up his chasing light. He wanted to clasp it onto his right arm. It had been a habit of his to have that blade bound to his right forearm. He simply could not sleep well if he was not holding chasing light, feeling as if he were missing something. Holding chasing light in his hand to inspect it, that cyan blade had a web of thin cracks, with many chips on the bite of the blade, making it look as if it were saw-toothed. Xia Fei clearly remembered each crack on the blade, all those tough and dangerous battles that he had been through flashed right before his eyes as if it happened yesterday. Phantom was about to say something, but Xia Fei raised his hand. Enough. I understand. Chasing light is already worthless, so that's another 200 million star coins gone. That wind eye ring was also tossed to the ground. With his present rank, that trinket was already useless to him. After cleaning up everything, Xia Fei could only feel a sense of discomfort wash over him. Without the Windshade Mark IV combat suit and chasing light, it was as if he had lost two of his arms, giving rise to this feeling of restlessness inside him. He took out his things from inside his spatial ring and did an inventory. After a grueling year, not only was his combat suit gone, even the medicines that he had stored were already all used up. He had also used that ancient killer robot, Golden Cicada, in a time of crisis, so there was pretty much nothing left in his spatial ring. Placing all that was left on the table, Xia Fei suddenly discovered that the circular ancient signal receiver that old Porter had left for him was shining, dimming, and glowing periodically. Chapter 144, Death Trio Star Region. Old Porter had especially left him a golden ball, which was this very signal receiver, and the fiery red glow of it was presently flickering, going bright and dimming periodically. In the past year, this signal receiver had remained dormant, yet now that he was back in the Alliance territory, it suddenly kept flashing. Could old Porter have sent a message to him? Xia Fei anxiously picked up the receiver. In his eyes, old Porter was a very mysterious person. From his outward appearance, he was merely a highly skilled mechanic when it came to maintenance and retrofitting, but this very mechanic gave Xia Fei a long-range signal receiver, as well as an overclocking chip from the ancient civilization. Just how could a normal mechanic have come to possess such things? Even stranger was how he could actually use the Meteor script, which only the major families in the Alliance would come to know after decades of studying. Clearly, this was an indication that Porter's background was far from ordinary. Xia Fei was holding that golden ball when, all of a sudden, a display screen shot out to display several words. Head to the Black Abyss Star Region, D1C3. Locate Windchime, Xia Fei read to himself aloud. The Black Abyss. Phantom exclaimed in surprise, his two eyes wide as if very afraid of something at the mention of that place. What's with the Black Abyss? Xia Fei furrowed his brows in question. Phantom pursed his lips. The Black Abyss isn't a good place, you'll understand once you see the star map. Why would old Porter run to the Black Abyss all by himself? From the date, old Porter appeared to have sent this message 2 months ago, and he had only received it today probably because the heritage planet did not allow contact to the outside. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. It's already been so long, could something have happened to old Porter? Turning on his microcomputer, Xia Fei quickly pulled out the star map to look. The computer system star map covered all the known star regions to humanity, and the Pan-Human Alliance spanned over 300 star regions. Beyond that, there were plenty of star regions that humanity had no knowledge of, which would therefore not be included within the star map. Entering Black Abyss into the address bar, the star region, including those near it, very quickly appeared on the star map. It was projected in 3D, so it conveniently included a flight path from Enduro star region to the Black Abyss star region right away. After some time, Xia Fei sucked in a cold breath. There was no cardinal direction in space, so he had to rely on up, down, left, right in order to determine position. Enduro star region, which was closer to the insectoid territory, could be considered as one of the more distant star regions in the Alliance. Going from Enduro star region to Black Abyss star region would pretty much require Xia Fei to traverse through the entire Pan-Human Alliance territory, a distance that was more than 10 million light-years away. More importantly, though Enduro was considered distant, it was at least within known star regions, and anyone could reach the insectoid territory as long as they passed through the wild star region, which humans had a semblance of understanding toward. Meanwhile, Black Abyss was completely different. Traveling from that star region would mean wandering into a large swathe of the unknown expanse. Naturally, nobody knew what was beyond Black Abyss, what sorts of life forms were there, or what dangers existed beyond. Looking at the surrounding star regions of Black Abyss again, he saw names such as Evil Gulf Stream Star Region, Terminus Star Region. Just the mention of their names and anyone would know how terrifying and dangerous they were. If the massive Pan-Human Alliance was likened to Earth, then Black Abyss, Evil Gulf Stream and Terminus Star Regions would be like the Moon, for they were all tightly packed together like a round cluster, more than 10 million light-years away from the Pan-Human Alliance, far away from the Human Galactic Society. Why is the Black Abyss Star Region so far away from the Pan-Human Alliance? Xia Fei asked. Phantom sighed. Those 3 star regions are also called Death's Corner. A very long time ago, there was a stable wormhole that connected the place directly to Kurusu star region inside Alliance territory. Many humans, either because they had nowhere to go or were seeking for an adventure, went through the wormhole and arrived there, settling down in the 3 star regions. Over 400 years ago, that wormhole suddenly collapsed, and Death's Corner became a Pan-Human Alliance's enclave. Though it belonged to the Alliance in name, it had in fact since been independent. There's no way for the Alliance to keep control of the place since it was so far away. Xia Fei realized how serious this matter was. He used the flight calculation system to plot a path from Enduro star region to Black Abyss star region, and even the shortest route would take him at least 2.5 months' time, and half a month would be spent flying blind in the uninhabited territories. It must be said that in this age of warp engines being highly popular, taking over 2 months to get from one place to another essentially meant crossing an unimaginably far distance. How do people live there? Is there any military presence protecting those 3 star regions? Xia Fei asked. They do have a military, but these are troops that no longer follow the Alliance naval dispatch, now working in a feudalist monarch system. They each has taken to commanding their respective dominion and viewed one another with animosity. The natives mainly depend on their local produce, as well as the biannual large-scale military convoy. Because those 3 star regions are essentially independent, the supply the Alliance offered toward them is already reducing over time. Ultimately, the place is a chaotic mess, without any unified management or supplies, and the lives of the citizens there are as lowly as ants, Phantom explained. Xia Fei pondered for a moment. In that sense, isn't the Death Trio star region similar to the Wild Star region? Phantom waved his hand dismissively. The Wild Star region is populated by pirates, not having any major military strength to their name, but the Death Trio star region has over 100 combined fleet garrisoned, and those fleets are already operating as private mercenaries for the local warlords and tyrants. They are far more vicious than pirates, and considering the existence of many other fleets and pirates, the place has since become chaotic to the extreme. With how powerful the Pan-Human Alliance is, why haven't they gone over to restore order? The Alliance ought to have the ability to do so, Xia Fei asked again. Phantom coldly snorted. The Pan-Human Alliance is actually a loose coalition of organizations, and the Alliance itself actually does not have many fleets under their name. The real, large-scale armies are all in the control of several major territories, while the Death Trio star region is extremely barren, lacking any material wealth. None of these major territories care to pay any attention toward it. Why would the politicians care about the life or death of the citizens there? Xia Fei slowly came to realize that the Death Trio star regions were not just 3 regions that had been ignored. Instead, they had left the Human Galactic Society and formed their own culture and rules. It was akin to how the different territories did not have to listen to one another's orders, only conforming to the Pan-Human Alliance in name. Indeed, this is somewhat troublesome. Xia Fei, who was lying in bed, mumbled to himself. And I still have no idea why old Porter wants me to visit such a place. The Catalyst-class destroyer slowly took off, heading in the direction of Heaven Execution Training Camp. The moment the warship departed from YZZ 7526 and left the planet's communications restriction barrier, Xia Fei's microcomputer automatically connected to the interplanetary internet, and just like what had happened when he had gone to Wild Star region, a barrage of emails filled his inbox, and the amount this time around was way more than what he received before. It seemed that it was a habit of Xia Fei's to disappear for a time every so often, but it was because of just how sudden his disappearance had been this time around and the fact that he had been gone for a longer duration than usual. Xia Fei closed the emails and patiently waited, knowing that the mischievous sprite Avril would come contacting him. As long as he was somewhere with an interplanetary internet connection, that girl would always appear sooner or later. It was as if she were omnipresent and as if no rules of the interplanetary internet bound her. Alas, after waiting for a whole 10 minutes, Avril still did not contact him. That was when Xia Fei began to wonder, which slowly turned into a feeling of unease. Could something have happened to Avril? Xia Fei pretty much knew nothing about the mysterious Avril. He did not even know her contact number or her address, much less confirm if her name was real. Opening his email, Xia Fei composed a message addressed to Avril, informing her of his return and, at the same time, asking about what she had been up to recently. This email was the only method of contact he had with Avril, and Xia Fei had no other means to locate her aside from this. In the past, the lady could always reach him whenever she wanted, and he had not been able to shake her off even after changing to an anonymous account. Conversely, if Xia Fei wished to contact Avril, he needed to send out an email. If she was free, she would very quickly send a video call to him. In fact, even if she was ill-disposed, she would still send him a reply, arranging for a time that they could meet and chat. However, this time, this email of his was like a stone dropped in the middle of a boundless sea. There was no reply at all. Avril not only did not connect with him but also did not reply to his message. Xia Fei felt very melancholic. The two of them were like old friends. Even though they seldom saw each other, he did miss her somewhat. Now that this person he had been missing was no more, he could not help but feel sad. He tapped the screen and was about to send another email when Xia Fei stopped in the middle of composing it. The facts were very apparent, given how Avril had such amazing means on her fingertips that she could reach him whenever she wanted. What use would there be in composing a million emails if she simply did not wish to chat? What Xia Fei was most worried about was whether something had happened to Avril or not, and he did not really care about all the other things. There's no telling if old Porter is alive in the dark abyss, and I haven't gotten any word back from Avril, either. Just what is going on here? Xia Fei mumbled to himself in bed. The soft mattress made it easy to lull people to sleep, and as Xia Fei contemplated these worrisome matters, he slowly began to drift into dreamland and was soon fast asleep. Phantom, standing all alone in that cabin, stared at the star map of the Death Trio star region for a very long time, seemingly muttering something under his breath. His expression looked somewhat lost, which the dreaming Xia Fei was completely unaware of. Chapter 145, News about Avril. Planet Heck was still as beautiful as ever. After a whole year living a perilous existence, Xia Fei actually felt somewhat uneasy being at ease. Arriving at the Heaven Execution Training Camp, Xia Fei observed his surroundings as he strolled along, softly saying, I suddenly think that making the training center so luxurious and comfortable actually isn't a good thing at all. Though this sort of safe and secure environment is conducive to improving warriors' cultivation, they will be unable to gain greater crisis awareness, and a warrior not having that can very well be a fatal flaw. Phantom was unfazed. The main reason I advised you to join the training camp is mainly their special cultivation improvement system and abundance of medicinal ingredients as well as equipment. It seems that people have been overestimating the Heaven Execution Training Camp nowadays, and all the rumors have eventually turned this place into a holy land for all warriors. Xia Fei nodded and did not say another word. Of course, it was a wondrous thing that this place had a method of allowing people to absorb the universe origin energy for their own use, but it was unfortunate that the internal division strictly guarded it, making it far from something someone of Xia Fei's caliber to come in contact with. Pushing open the door, Xia Fei stepped into the library and saw elderly Qin Mang with his leg in a figure of four sitting in his usual spot. A pot of tea on the table, there was even a cigarette between his lips. Seeing Xia Fei step in, Qin Mang did not reveal any look of surprise but merely nodded his head and commented lightly, "You're back." Xia Fei chuckled as he got approached. "Old man, why did you start smoking as well? I recall you mentioning more than once how smelly you find the smell of cigarettes." Qin Mang flicked the butt into an ashtray on the table and stretched. "Oh, I was bored while you were gone and remembered how much pleasure you showed whenever you smoked them, so I got myself a few packs to try, only to end up getting addicted to them. The taste of cigarettes is very overwhelming at the start, but once you get used to this strong flavor, it'll help the smoker calm down, which can be considered as its unique aspect." Add latest chapters at freehodnovelo only. As if he had never left, Xia Fei habitually made Qin Mang a fresh pot of tea before he began cleaning the library once again. When that was done, the old man and young man sat across each other, both holding cigarettes between their fingers, puffing away with gusto. "Where did you go off to this time?" Qin Mang curiously asked. Xia Fei shook his head and laughed bitterly. "All I can say is that it's an amazing place. I'm not allowed to tell anyone about it due to the restriction of the rules imposed on me, so it's best if you don't hound me, just take me at my word." "Can't tell anyone about it?" "Not a soul." Xia Fei was being very sincere and honest, so Qin Mang sighed somewhat disappointedly. "There's actually such a thing in this universe? Forget it. Everyone has their secrets, so I won't bother pursuing this matter further. I noticed that your speed has improved quite a lot from the last time I saw you. Enhancing your speed ability is no walk in the park, for you to have improved it to such a degree in a year's time, I can tell that you've been through a lot. What's your rank now?" "Intermediate star domain," Xia Fei bluntly answered. "Intermediate rank." Qin Mang was quite taken aback after hearing this before his demeanor returned to normal. For a speed ability user to reach intermediate star domain was already a tremendous achievement. The speed ability was the hardest to improve out of all the special abilities, and Bo Xingwei had only cultivated until advanced star domain to this date, while Ye Ziohan, who had always been recognized as extremely talented, was also only at intermediate star domain like Xia Fei. After all, Bo Xingwei and Ye Ziohan were both instructors within the internal division, not to mention that Bo Xingwei had once been part of the Glorious 13. For Xia Fei to have attained the intermediate star domain rank at the age of 19, the rate of his improvement was simply astounding. Old Black, nuzzled in Qin Mang's arms, paced over to Xia Fei with its cat-like laziness. It meowed twice, and Xia Fei smiled and took Old Black into his arms, his right hand stroking it gently across the back. "Looks like Old Black missed you. You ought to hang around for a while now that you're back. Honestly speaking, you're not at all steadfast, always causing some trouble after some time passes." Qin Mang chuckled. Xia Fei was left speechless for a good while. It was not as if he wished for such things to happen, but if incidents kept occurring left and right to him, what could he do about any of it? "I still won't be staying for long this time around, I'm afraid. I'll be reporting to Battalion Commander Ye this afternoon and will be leaving tonight," Xia Fei said. "So soon?" Qin Mang knitted his eyebrows. "Just what exactly is going on with you? Why do you have to leave after returning so soon?" Xia Fei thought about it and decided to tell him about old Porter's situation. A strange smile appeared across Qin Mang's face after he heard everything. "In that case, you do indeed have to go and take a look." This time, it was Xia Fei who was nonplussed. He had only come to the decision of going to the Black Abyss to look for old Porter after struggling with it inside for some time. After all, this trip would be fraught with dangers, and there was simply no telling what he might encounter. The reason why Xia Fei had ultimately decided to take this risk was down to the curiosity he harbored and his keen intuition telling him that he should look for old Porter, yet Qin Mang had readily agreed to his decision, so why was that? As he thought about this, Qin Mang suddenly asked him, "What do you know about that Porter person?" Xia Fei took some time to mull over the question before he vaguely answered, "My only contact with him was when I went to the warship graveyard, hearing that he had once served in the army and opened his factory to become his boss after retiring." Xia Fei only revealed a portion of what he knew. He did not reveal how old Porter had gifted him an overclocking chip or his knowledge of Meteor script. These were all the old mechanic's secrets, and since Xia Fei did not like people prying in his secrets, he naturally also disliked divulging other people's secrets. Qin Mang nodded. "Since he's asked you to go, you should. Anyway, Porter is no ordinary man, so being with him will bring you lots of benefits." Qin Mang gave a similarly cryptic answer, and Xia Fei did not dig further. It was evident that the other knew something about old Porter but was unwilling to speak about it. Trying to find out more when the person did not wish to elaborate would effectively be pointless. In any case, Qin Mang was always profoundly unfathomable to Xia Fei, so if even this obese librarian agreed that he should look for Porter, it only served to steel his resolve. However, before he left, there were still several things he needed to take care of. He needed to check in with Quantum Holdings, and Avril's current status was also a source of worry for Xia Fei. That cute lady had pretty much become an enigmatic affliction in his heart, and her sudden disappearance left Xia Fei feeling restless. The minor changes on Xia Fei's face from all these thoughts did not escape Qin Mang's eyes. The wise, old man that he was could be said to be a master when it came to observing people and their moods. You seem to have something on your mind. Xia Fei forced a smile. It's nothing, actually. Just a friend of mine whom I suddenly couldn't get hold of, so it's making me somewhat worried. If you're so worried, why don't you go visit your friend in person? Xia Fei somewhat awkwardly explained, if I knew where she lives, I would have already gone and paid her a visit. That friend of mine is quite special, she's always been the one to initiate contact with me, while I know nothing about her. Qin Mang seemed to be somewhat hesitant as he adopted an inscrutable expression. Are you talking about Avril? Xia Fei's heart palpitated, the cigarette in his hand shaking, nearly causing him to drop it to the ground. Xia Fei had never mentioned anything about Avril, so how did Qin Mang learn of her? That's right. It's Avril. Do you know her? Xia Fei asked, puzzled. Qin Mang burst into raucous laughter, his chubby hand patting Xia Fei's shoulder hard. I'm not telling you. He clearly knows something but is unwilling to tell me, just what sort of game is he playing? Xia Fei felt a bout of sadness wash over him, feeling an ache in his chest. Qin Mang was satisfied upon seeing Xia Fei look so defeated and smiled. How is it? Not a nice feeling, right? Not telling me what you've been up to this whole year, now, you aren't getting anything from me about Avril as payback. Xia Fei was completely helpless. Qin Mang and he had known each other for some time, and he had never seen this obese, old coot demonstrate such a side of petty resentment. Since Xia Fei had not revealed anything about the heritage planet to him, he was quick to return the favor to him. I really can't tell you about it, Xia Fei said gravely. His expression was very serious. Xia Fei would never be ambiguous when the issue concerned life or death. Even if he could never see Avril for the rest of his life, Xia Fei needed to keep the secret. He knew deep down what was the heftier price. Qin Mang's laughter ended. He originally wanted to joke about this with Xia Fei and, at the same time, vent a bit of his foul mood, but who knew that Xia Fei would show such a decisive attitude, which went well beyond Qin Mang's expectation. You do have something you can't disclose, hey, Qin Mang said, more to himself than to Xia Fei. It seems that this matter is actually quite serious. Xia Fei's brows were furrowed as he lightly nodded his head. Avril tried finding you after you went missing, and she even went to where you had gone missing to look. It seems that that lady is very concerned about you, but... Qin Mang stopped talking once more, suddenly laughing to himself as he mumbled under his breath, why should an old man like me intervene with the matters of the young? With that, Qin Mang found some paper and pen, then he wrote down an address, handing it over to Xia Fei once he was done writing. Don't say that I didn't warn you, but your friend isn't of the same breed, there's a large gap between you two, Qin Mang gave his sincere advice. As a human, you ought to do everything within your means. Xia Fei did not understand what Qin Mang meant. He anxiously took that piece of paper and looked to see a single address written on it, Canid Star Region, Venal Galaxy, Capital Planet, Sunset Villa. Canid Star was the core region of the Pan-Human Alliance, its technological and prosperity levels were at the height of the entire alliance. Even the capital of the Pan-Human Alliance was based there. This meant that Avril was living in the capital of the Pan-Human Alliance in a place called Sunset Villa. There were hundreds of millions of humans living in the universe, and only a rare few could stay in the capital of the Alliance. It was said that there were a variety of strict access systems on that planet. The vast majority of humans would never even get the chance to step one foot on that planet, yet Avril's family actually lived there? Xia Fei kept the piece of paper into his spatial ring without making another sound. The keen intuition that he possessed gave him a very bad feeling, though he simply could not put a finger on why that was the case. Given who you are right now, there's no way you'll be able to enter the capital, but I can lend you a hand. I'll obtain a temporary visa for you to be allowed 72 hours of stay there, Qin Mang said. Xia Fei thought about this for a moment. Thank you very much for this. Since I'll be passing by Kanid Star region on my way to Black Abyss, I want to pay her a visit. A glance at the time on his microcomputer and he saw that it was already noon, meaning that it was about time for his appointment with Ye Jingshan. Xia Fei got up. Old man, I'm going to see Battalion Commander Ye now. I'll come and find you later. Qin Mang waved offhandedly. Go on. Remember to come back earlier, I have some things I want to give to you. Chapter 146, Item Exchange. Just as Xia Fei stepped out of the library, Qin Mang made a video call to Ye Jingshan. As always, Ye Jingshan appeared on that display screen with a look of reverence. Master, are you looking for me? Yes. Qin Mang nodded slightly. There are a few things I need you to do. Ye Jingshan was startled. It was very rare for his master to approach him first for anything, much less make a request to him. This was truly unprecedented. Master, just instruct me whatever you wish, and Jingshan will obey them all. Ye Jingshan lowered his head. Qin Mang cleared his throat. Since Xia Fei has returned, the reward for his discovery of complete ancient relics back then ought to be remunerated, right? Ye Jingshan's face momentarily darkened. He never would have guessed that what his master wanted to discuss was actually Xia Fei and that he had personally made this call all for that young man's sake. This realization did not sit well with him. He was uncertain of this feeling. In terms of qualifications, he and Xia Fei were about the same, and in terms of respecting his master, Xia Fei and Ye Jingshan were miles apart. These past few decades, Ye Jingshan had been exceptionally deferential to his master, while Xia Fei was the exact opposite, calling his master old man so nonchalantly. However, it just so happened that Qin Mang did not mind and, instead, felt that Xia Fei was more to his liking. Xia Fei would often gift Qin Mang tea leaves, snacks, and other such small treats to curry favor with him, and in Ye Jingshan's eyes, he was no more than putting on an act, yet Qin Mang happened to enjoy it and had even learned the vice of smoking from Xia Fei. Ye Jingshan was a very old-fashioned person. The way he saw things, Xia Fei was no different from a rogue fresh off the streets, neither knowing how to act nor caring to learn it, only knowing how to go about his crooked ways. His most respected master ended up being fooled senseless after having been exposed to Xia Fei's unorthodox ways. How could Ye Jingshan be reconciled with this? Master, going by union rules, Xia Fei can indeed be rewarded with 10% of the total value of his discovery and will additionally get 100,000 contribution points. I'll be sure that not a point less will be given to him, post-haste. Ye Jingshan did his best to control the seething rage in his heart as he gave his answer. Qin Mang nodded his head with satisfaction. Very good. Since you've already decided to give Xia Fei the reward he deserves, why don't you let him exchange points for items in the high-tier database? That kid has had it rough, his head's turned white in just a year, and he's looking so much skinnier. Plus, all his fairly decent equipment has received damage beyond repair. It's truly hard to imagine how he managed to survive that whole year. Qin Mang said it so lightly. Xia Fei's Windshade Mark IV combat suit and chasing light were both legendary-grade equipment, yet these two precious treasures had merely gotten a so-so evaluation in Qin Mang's eyes. Ye Jingshan's shoulders shuddered slightly, thinking to himself, Master, you've only known Xia Fei for a handful of days, yet you're already considering so much for his sake. I have been loyally following you for over 40 years, when have you ever treated me like that? Sighing, Ye Jingshan said, Master, you probably don't know, but Xia Fei doesn't have the authorization to access the high-tier database. I'm afraid tongues will wag if I privately let him access it. Qin Mang glared at him with his old eyes. Though they were separated by a screen, Ye Jingshan was still jumping in his skin from that shocking aura his master gave off. Does it mean that you're not willing to do it? Qin Mang's forehead creased as he asked. Ye Jingshan nervously waved his hand. No, that's not what I mean to say, Master. Then, what do you mean? Qin Mang did not let the matter go, pressing like a teacher inquiring for an explanation. Helpless, Ye Jingshan blinked a few times. He now knew that his master was not joking this time around, and he was afraid that he would get the short end of the stick if he did not obey his request. Fine, I promise to let Xia Fei choose 3 items from the C-tier database. Make it the B-tier, with no limits, Qin Mang said angrily. Look at you being so stingy. The training camp isn't even some family business you've opened, what are you guarding all that crap as if everything's treasure? Though Ye Jingshan looked very dignified in the eyes of the other instructors of the training camp, with all of them wishing that they could take a detour to avoid him, the very same Ye Jingshan was actually the most afraid of his master, Qin Meng. Furthermore, this fear was not a pretense but a sort of horror etched in his very psyche. Gritting his teeth, Ye Jingshan nodded. I'll listen to you. B-tier database, no limits. Now that Ye Jingshan had agreed to his request, Qin Meng did not make things difficult for him. He stroked Old Black in his arms and smiled. Actually, you won't have to trouble yourself much further very soon, for Xia Fei is leaving tonight. You've always disliked him, so at least you will be rid of this frustrating eyesore. Ye Jingshan did not show anything outwardly, which itself was a silent admission to Qin Meng's words. His attitude towards Xia Fei kept changing, from the initial appreciation to the eventual loathing. Even President Robert, who had strongly recommended Xia Fei in the beginning, was the same. In fact, Robert even wished that he could expel Xia Fei as soon as he could, preventing him from causing trouble all day long. Except Ye Jingshan could not make sense of why he would be heading off after returning so soon. Why did it seem that the young Xia Fei was busier than him, a battalion commander? Just what sort of trouble had he gotten himself into again from behind the scenes? Qin Meng said some more words of consolation to Ye Jingshan, who was so busy stewing in his resentment that nothing else registered on his head. Turning off the screen after, Ye Jingshan fitfully waited for Xia Fei to knock at the door before permitting him entry. Xia Fei smartly arrived at his office and stood right before Ye Jingshan. Battalion commander, were you looking for me? Xia Fei asked with a smile. Actually, Xia Fei's expression and tone were completely normal, and it did not have a hint of sarcasm or flattery toward Ye Jingshan, but every word coming out of his mouth ended up becoming unbearable to the older man's ears. Where have you been in this whole year? You need to give an account of things to the camp, Ye Jingshan snapped with that emotionless mug of his. Xia Fei shrugged, offering the line that he had already prepared for such a question. I don't remember. All I recall is falling asleep inside that secret laboratory, and when I next woke up, an entire year has passed. Ye Jingshan sighed. Xia Fei had actually used amnesia as an excuse for himself. With someone like his master, Qin Meng, backing this young man up, Ye Jingshan could only helplessly accept such an outrageous lie. Fine, I'll report this matter thusly to the Union. As for your contribution in discovering completely intact ancient civilization remnants and relics on YZZ 7526, the Union has decided to reward you with 10% of their total market value, as well as an additional 100,000 contribution points, Ye Jingshan said. He was now in a hurry to get rid of himself this troublemaker Xia Fei, which was why he had skipped past the interrogation and went straight to allocating the latter rewards. He figured that there was no point in trying to probe the young man further. He could tell that Xia Fei had no intentions of revealing anything. It's only 10%, but I guess that's better than nothing, Xia Fei thought to himself. There was still that mantis carcass inside his spatial ring. Due to the fact that the space within a spatial ring was completely devoid of air, the carcass remained perfectly preserved. Xia Fei thought about it and decided not to take it out now. He would first see if there were other research institutions outside that would be willing to buy it for a high price. He was not about to let the Adjudicator Union profit off his labor like this. Everything within that research facility when converted into cash comes up to 80 billion star coins. 10% of that will be 8 billion star coins, and the contribution points can be used on the Union's item exchange database at your discretion. Whether you wish to exchange all now or save them for the future is up to you. Ye Jingshan rapidly rattled off. 8 billion star coins. Xia Fei was stunned for quite a long time. He originally thought that the 10% he would be getting was not much, but who knew that it would actually be as high as 8 billion star coins? After swallowing a mouthful of spit, Xia Fei answered, I'd like to redeem them immediately. All his equipment had pretty much been completely destroyed, and even his supplement supplies had been used up until he was nearly out. Right now, Xia Fei was essentially destitute, and since he was given this chance, he would of course be willing to replenish some of his necessities. Without another word, Ye Jingshan accessed the item database, entered a password, and pulled out a screen. Panels upon panels of equipment and items appeared on it, leaving Xia Fei dumbfounded. Xia Fei had looked through the internal item exchange database quite a few times himself, but what had been on offer was not even a tenth as good as what was before his sight at this moment, with the grade of the items far outstripping those he had seen before. What happened? Did the database of the training camp get expanded? Xia Fei wondered to himself. He was completely unaware that this was a B-tier database Ye Jingshan had given Xia Fei access to, and it did not belong to the camp but the entire Enduro Star region's Adjudicator Union branch. The Heaven Execution Training Camp was only a subsidiary of the Union, so the items that they could exchange for were of course much fewer than what would be available to the entire Union. Besides, a B-tier database was leaps and bounds better than the database cadets could have access to in the internal database, therefore, there were plenty of high-grade items appearing on the screen that had usually been hidden deep in the Union warehouses. Even Phantom could not help but exclaim in awe, "Not bad. Not bad at all. These items are all very decent in terms of grade. That's why I say that the Distinguished Adjudicator Union couldn't possibly be just trash." Ye Jingshan purposely coughed a few times. "I'm going to leave now. You have 30 minutes to choose the items you need, so don't dawdle." With that, Ye Jingshan marched off his office. Actually, he did not have any other business to attend to but merely did not wish to stay in the same room as Xia Fei. 30 minutes. Xia Fei muttered to himself. He immediately realized that there might be some chicanery behind this, but no matter the case might be, a chance was a chance. It was only the possibility that this chance might not come by again, which was why he was determined to find the most valuable item to exchange for. His journey to the Black Abyss was about to begin, and any worker would need to sharpen their tools if they wished to do well. Xia Fei prioritized the need to acquire some good equipment right now, and given how his cultivation was no longer what it used to be, it was all the more important that he found some top-grade equipment that could further augment his capabilities. Should I buy a normal edition Windshade Mark IV combat suit since the one I originally owned can't be used anymore? Xia Fei said this as he saw a similar combat suit to the one owned before appearing on the list, so he asked Phantom for his opinion. Don't. Since you have access to even better products now, why settle for something less? Phantom shook his head. Let's take a good look at everything that's on offer first, find all the top grade, and filter them out after. Quick, don't just stand there. 30 minutes isn't a lot of time. Hurry up and go through the pages, Phantom excitedly urged. The two of them acted as if they had been plunged into a thrilling battle, with only their eyes swiftly scanning through the screen in front of them, showing a solemn countenance to the task at hand. Ye Jingshan stood outside the door and silently counted the time, not sure why he felt somewhat worried. The B-tier database of the Union had several very valuable high-grade items, and Ye Jingshan was worried that Xia Fei would end up choosing one of these, which meant that he would really be suffering a loss here. A B-tier database was prepared for those members who had made a significant contribution to the Adjudicator Union. Not only was there a great variety of items inside, even the price was lower than their market price. Ye Jingshan was not willing to let Xia Fei obtain these top-grade items from within, which was why he had pulled a stunt. He had the complete database of B-tier and below all opened up so that these top-grade items would be hidden in the tens of thousands of trash, making it that much more difficult for Xia Fei to pick and choose. Xia Fei is only a cadet, so he should not know about these items. Besides, he only has 100,000 points on him, I doubt he'll be willing to use it all just to buy one item, Ye Jingshan thought in an attempt to console himself. Chapter 147, Celestial Moon. Time passed quickly, and after 20 minutes had gone by, Xia Fei managed to pick out 57 of the most valuable items. Some of these were no doubt top grade, and the price happened to be within the acceptable range in Xia Fei's eyes. Ye Jingshan was correct, Xia Fei did not have any way to discern these top grade items, but what he was unaware of was the presence of this strange master of his, Phantom. The Comet 90 combat suit is very good. In terms of its grade, it's more than half a rank higher than the Windshade Mark IV, reaching peak legendary standards. Though the speed enhancement it provides is slightly lower than that of Windshade Mark IV, it possesses very powerful defensive capabilities, and I don't think you need me to tell you twice why you'll need defense, Phantom somberly commented. Xia Fei nodded. If he was just doing a singular assassination, it was only natural for the Windshade series to be much better, but when actual combat began, especially in sustained combat situations, a combat suit's defense rating would clearly become important. His year-long fighting on the Heritage Planet was already proof of this point, and just having a single combat suit was insufficient for a top-rank warrior. This was especially important in Xia Fei's case, who was a warrior not only possessing great strength in assassination but also capable of mass destruction and powerful offensive. He would at least need 3 sets ready to deal with different combat needs. Of course, he would also need weapons he could swap between for a more targeted impact, for different scenarios. Xia Fei presently did not have that many points to exchange for all this equipment, so he could only settle for a set of combat suits in the meantime. He could not have it both ways, so Xia Fei had to make his choice between a speed increase or a higher defense rating. If I go with the Comet 90 combat suit, I'll still be able to match it with a Wind Spirit ring to boost my speed. This way, I can attain a sort of middle ground, having both a powerful defense as well as a decent speed increase. Then, there are weapons. With your present cultivation, choosing the higher grade weapon, Extreme Light, will be a better fit than Chasing Light. After all, you're already used to the combat style of having a hidden glade up in your sleeve, and you're extremely handy with it, too. With the additional concealed wheel lock as an auxiliary weapon, you'll thus possess the capability to engage in ranged combat. If I were you, these are the 4 pieces of equipment that I would choose. Being of sufficiently high grade, and with the total coming up to just about 98 points, this will be well within the range you're able to afford. Phantom very clearly laid things out point by point to Xia Fei. Phantom's analysis was sound, comprehensively considering factors from every angle. Though this second-rate assassin was not particularly practiced with his profession, he was still quite accomplished in his knowledge of medicines and equipment. While 100,000 contribution points did not seem small, it was actually not that much in reality. Especially in the face of all this top-grade equipment, each of them exceptional, so their price matched in excellence as well. His contribution points could buy plenty of average equipment, though it would be a stretch if used to purchase top-grade equipment. At the end of the day, being a warrior was an expensive profession, and a warrior's need for top-grade equipment could be described as insane. Xia Fei very quickly calculated everything in his mind, until his gaze fell upon an anomalous weapon that was listed at the very bottom of his screen. This anomalous weapon was called Celestial Moon, and it was a transformation weapon. From its outer appearance, it looked like a phoenix's tail from the legends, formed out of 18 sectional circular blades, and that dark grey color faintly giving off a murderous aura. Celestial Moon was made from a super crow alloy. Its blade was paper thin, yet it was imaginably hard and keen. It was tightly linked, loop by loop, through a complex mechanism, and when it was not in use, it would look like a frisbee disc, seemingly clasped onto the user's arm with the same arm binding method Chasing Light had. He could adjust the length of Celestial Moon through a mechanism when in use, and every sectional blade boasted a 15 cm diameter, roller-shaped in appearance. Unleashing 3 would form a strange-looking short sword, which was around the length of 45 cm, while 10 would create a 1.5 meter long linked longsword. All 18 sectional blades completely unleashed would turn into an almost 3 meter long claymore, more than capable of splitting mountains and parting the sea. Celestial Moon was not only able to change its length but also let the user use the built-in mechanism to change its shape however they liked according to the 18 sectional blades. It could turn into a long whip to create a swing attack or form into a shield to defend against an opponent's ferocious attack. As long as it could be imagined, the weapon could conform arbitrarily to the user's desire. There was no doubt it was a top-grade anomalous weapon. It was strange not only in its transformation, it even demonstrated its crazy form of attack. In addition to the Celestial Moon's capabilities as mentioned, it could also do dispersion attacks. All it took was a push of a button and the 18 thin sectional blades would immediately break away from the main mechanism and form a single circular knife, able to attack enemies in all directions. It would not be easy to predict where the attacks came from, leaving the enemies nowhere to hide. Beyond that, just the anomalous and variations that Celestial Moon was designed meant it had already reached the pinnacle of human weapon designs, historically speaking. Only the most insane genius could possibly design a weapon so complex and weird. Furthermore, it was still able to maintain sturdiness while using a complex mechanism. No matter how he looked at it, this weapon could only be considered marvelous. Phantom followed Xia Fei's gaze and chuckled. "What, you're still not giving up on that Celestial Moon?" Xia Fei nodded. "That's right. I can't think of another weapon that suits me more than Celestial Moon. It's almost as if this weapon has been specially made for me." Phantom sighed. "Though the Celestial Moon is great, choosing that weapon means you won't be able to exchange your points for other equipment." Xia Fei did not respond, his expression was stoic. Right now, he needed to use his brains to determine what to take or let go. As the word suggested, taking was easy, and anyone could do that, but as for the other option, letting go was always the hardest. If he wanted to leave the place with something, he would have to abandon the other, and if the value between the two choices happened to be about the same, that would make the choice all that more difficult. Xia Fei smirked as he began to chuckle. He took out a hung taschen from his pocket, appearing to be very at ease. "I've made my decision. I'm going with Celestial Moon," Xia Fei softly concluded. Phantom broke out into a self-deprecating laugh. "I spent all that time trying to plan the perfect purchase, yet you're still gone with Celestial Moon, or should I say, even when it comes to choosing your equipment, you're still taking the lesser road traveled. I think you're just mad to the bones. Do you understand that, though choosing Celestial Moon will afford you the strongest offensive power, you'll do so at the loss of your defense, and your overall combat capabilities will be far lower as a result. That is why I've picked out 4 pieces of equipment to help balance you out better. This is no more than spending the same amount of money to achieve one thing when you can achieve 4. You've always been stingy, so why are you suddenly willing to spend all the points you have on just a single weapon today? Xia Fei smiled. I'm not stingy, it's just that some expenditures are spent unnecessarily, so it is best to save what we can, but in crucial moments, I'll most definitely not feel heartbroken spending money. Though choosing Celestial Moon loses me the chance to gain the other equipment, I'll give me the most powerful offensive power in return. When doing something, we ought to do it to the best of your abilities, or else we're better off not doing anything at all. Phantom sighed. Xia Fei was a stubborn man, since he had already made his choice with Celestial Moon, nothing else he said could convince him otherwise. Thus, he opted to just soundlessly dive back into his nest in the moor stone. Ye Jingshan pushed open the door and returned to his office in a timely fashion. He was abruptly stunned when he saw the list of equipment Xia Fei had single-handedly picked out on the screen. How is it possible? He actually managed to pick out all the most valuable equipment in the database. Just which did he choose in the end? Ye Jingshan was apprehensive as he sat back down in his chair and asked Xia Fei, "Are you done choosing yet?" Xia Fei nodded, gesturing with one hand to Celestial Moon, which seemed to be exuding a sanguinary aura on the screen. "Commander Ye, I'd like to redeem this Celestial Moon." Ye Jingshan's expression changed. "Are you certain that you want to spend 105,000 contribution points to purchase Celestial Moon?" Xia Fei nodded. "Indeed, though I currently only have 100,000 points. Is it possible for me to use star coins to make up the remaining 5,000 that I lack?" Hearing that Xia Fei did not have enough points, Ye Jingshan instantly felt his mood alleviate quite a lot. That weapon was one of the few eternal rank weapons in the B-tier database. The previous president in Robert's place had been the one who used the weapon, and he had bequeathed it to the Union after his death. Because no one knew how to use it, it had remained in the Union's warehouse, collecting dust, for so many years, and the value of this weapon was most definitely incalculable. What a joke! How can the Union's contribution points be substituted with star coins? It's best if you choose something else, Ye Jingshan said. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and thought for a while before saying, "Command Ye, may I give a call to old man Qin Mang to borrow the contribution points I lack? I'm sure he has some save up after working for so many years here in the training camp." Ye Jingshan instantly got nervous. Xia Fei had no idea that Qin Mang was actually his master, so he would surely be taken to task if his master learned about this matter. At this point, all he could do was not further anger his master. Ye Jingshan would be willing to jump right in a pit if he had to. "Hang on." Ye Jingshan gritted his teeth. "There's no need for you to do that. I'll just record down the 5,000 contribution points you owe for you to pay back at a later date." Xia Fei was elated, never expecting Ye Jingshan to be so amenable. "That works, too. Then, I will have to thank you, Commander Ye, you're really a nice guy." After Xia Fei departed, Ye Jingshan secretly transferred 5,000 points from his own account right into the Union's account, shaking his head as he muttered to himself, "Truly, not only have I failed to gain what I sought, I ended up losing out, instead. Master, just how did you find such a rascally disciple?" Xia Fei was in a great mood now that he had acquired Celestial Moon. He sprinted back to the library and told old man Qin Mang excitedly about everything that had just happened. Qin Mang's eyes were squinting as he asked skeptically, "You chose Celestial Moon? I recall that it isn't a weapon that speed ability users use. Only mental ability users are able to unleash its full potential. You can only use 40% of its combat capabilities at best. A weapon like Celestial Moon is full of variations, able to be soft, disperse, or concentrate. Furthermore, Crow Alloy itself was specially made for mental ability users, able to improve interaction frequency between the weapon and the brainwaves. The weapon would be more suited to a mental ability warrior than a speed ability user, for its greatest strength was the dispersion attacks. Unleashing all 18 sectional blades and using psychokinesis to make it fly around, attacking unpredictably, that was the proper way to use the weapon. Though speed ability users were able to use the length and hardiness transformation to attack, that would still be lacking the strongest combat style that mental ability users had access to. Xia Fei chuckled softly. "Old man, what a speed ability user emphasizes is a flexible combat style that has plenty of variations. Though I may not be as powerful as a psychokinetic ability user with Celestial Moon, I'll still be able to provide plenty of supplementary potency with my attacks. Besides, this Celestial Moon is very hard to use. If I am able to exchange it with others for the equipment that I need, it'll also be a great bargaining chip, no? Qin Mang nodded. What Xia Fei had said was logical. The value of Celestial Moon was plain to see. If there was ever a day when Xia Fei came across a top-grade weapon that he could better take advantage of, there was a good chance that he could swap for it with Celestial Moon. Meanwhile, Celestial Moon's transformational combat style could still be considered highly practical for Xia Fei to use in the meantime. Xia Fei had always been very astute, and Qin Mang did not really suspect his explanation to be anything but the truth. Pulling out 2 letters he had personally written from his pocket as well as a memory chip, he handed them all to Xia Fei. These are what I am giving to you. Out of these 2 letters, one is for an old friend who is living in the capital and the other is for a disciple of mine that is in the Black Abyss Star region. Help me pass these along to them. The memory chip contains the books that I've prepared for you. This time, I'm afraid that you won't be returning from the Death Trio Star region in a year and a half's time. It's necessary for you to train and fight, but you mustn't neglect to regularly read books. Knowledge is an equally important aspect to a strong warrior. As for the visa to enter the capital, I've already applied for it on your behalf. I reckon that it'll be delivered to your inbox 2 days from now. You'll be allowed entry to the capital for a whole year, granting you permit to stay in the city for 72 hours. This is already the best I can do, Qin Mang confessed with great concern and heavy-heartedness, almost as if he somewhat could not bear to see Xia Fei leave. Xia Fei stored the 2 letters into his spatial ring and inserted the memory chip into his microcomputer. Opening it to take a look, Xia Fei was instantly stunned. All he saw in the catalogue of books was the first row of words, which read an introduction to coding robots. Old man, this. Xia Fei was completely taken aback by this. He had never expected that Qin Mang would actually store that book on coding robots from the ancient civilization into a memory chip. After all, this was a book about AI, and it was considered to be the greatest taboo topic in the Pan-Human Alliance. Xia Fei was about to open his mouth to ask when Qin Mang promptly reached his hand out and stopped him. Don't say a word. Now, let me speak and you listen. Xia Fei nodded anxiously, his expression turning solemn. I have nothing to say. Qin Mang spoke each word out slowly, his 2 cloudy eyes flashing craftily. Xia Fei immediately understood what he meant and silently kept that memory chip. Smiling, he said, "Thank you." Qin Mang calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip, his other hand stroking Old Black's back repeatedly. Be sure to store everything properly. After receiving those letters I personally penned, the 2 recipients of the letter will treat you as one of their own, so look for them directly if you have any issues. As for those books, read them whenever you find the time. Qin Mang had intentionally emphasized the word those. His intentions were already apparent, and it was his hope that Xia Fei would learn what was inside that introduction to robot coding book. Xia Fei had gotten himself even more acquainted with old man Qin Mang's mysteriousness. Gaining entry into the Alliance capital was extremely difficult, yet Qin Mang had managed to get it sorted in the time it took to boil a fresh pot of tea. Furthermore, his recommendation of people whom he personally trusted to Xia Fei, just this extension of fellowship itself was enough to make Xia Fei cast a sidelong glance. Old man. I'm beginning to realize more and more that you're really mysterious, Xia Fei jokingly commented as he helped top up Qin Mang's tea. Qin Mang took the teacup and chortled. Rascal, you're not the only expert when it comes to having secrets, anyone and everyone has their share as well. Chapter 148, An Introduction to Coding Robots. That night, Xia Fei invited Moonsong, Chendong, as well as Bahai, Manjun, Bosingwei and Yeziohan to share a meal, bidding them all a simple farewell before he immediately set off for the Alliance capital in Kanid Star region. Vampire slowly lifted off into space. After Xia Fei switched the warship to autopilot, he retired into his cabin to carefully study and research. The journey from Enduro Star region to Kanid Star region would take at least 20 days, and since Xia Fei had nothing to do during this time, he got ready to study how he could get Quantum Holdings to carry out a large-scale industrial upgrade as soon as possible, from a small company that could only produce the cheapest products to a medium-sized business that could compete with others in the Alliance. From his video calls with Charlie, Xia Fei learned that Quantum Holdings had not only managed to survive and become a fierce competitor on the market but also achieved a net profit of 1.5 billion star coins. This bit of money was nothing to Xia Fei, but to Quantum Holdings, a company that had just taken the first step in establishing themselves, it was a critical sum. After all, every money earned was from the pockets of extraterrestrials, and it was the first time in history that an Earth-based company had profited from interstellar trade. This was not only good for Quantum Holdings but also a great encouragement for the whole planet. The facts proved that as long as humans put their heart to it, they too could compete for their position within the Pan-Human Alliance. They were all humans, so there was no reason Earthlings would not be up to par against extraterrestrials. Now, Andrei had already taken a back seat and was managing everything as an aide, only participating in board meetings when pertaining to important decisions that Quantum Holdings would be making. The burden of being the chief executive officer, CEO, had already befallen on the young Charlie's shoulders. Though Charlie was 2 years younger than Xia Fei, born into the Rothschild family, he was gifted with a head for business. After shadowing Andrei all those years, Charlie had slowly begun to shed away his initial shyness and was now turning into a shrewd and bold businessman in his rights. Xia Fei had a hands-off approach toward Quantum Holdings. He had never once participated in its day-to-day operations, leaving it for Andrei, Walong, and the others to operate. Xia Fei trusted those men, and their performance had not disappointed him thus far. He believed that it would only be a matter of time before Quantum Holdings became a heavyweight company in interstellar trade. Boateng, Sarah, Alan, Sunny, and their family were people whom Xia Fei had recruited from all across the universe to help him with the company as they slowly began to play a more important role in it. Boateng and Sarah were providing support for the company's transport fleet in their own way, with Boateng responsible for fleet maintenance and Sarah in charge of fleet operations. Both of them performed to their best of abilities to help the fleet become outstanding. Alan, who had joined the company's technological research team, used his experience with radars to create a small radar called Dust. This radar was not particularly powerful, but it demonstrated its uniqueness by collecting weak signals with higher precision. Last year, almost 1/3 of their profits came from the sale of this Dust radar, becoming a representing product of their company. Sunny, who had a more cheerful personality, had joined Quantum Holdings' sales department as their business representative, specifically responsible for negotiations with other companies. This man who started out driving a taxi had managed to demonstrate his talent in diplomacy, spending his time traveling to various locations in space, discussing contracts with other companies on behalf of Quantum Holdings, establishing business deals left and right. Xia Fei had once been worried that Sunny growing up in the warship graveyard would give him an aura of a hoodlum which could not be washed off, and he might not be able to greatly contribute to any measure, but now, it appeared that he had truly been worried over nothing, that slick and persuasive personality had become Sunny's greatest weapon, and it was reported to him that if the company were to come across someone who was tough to talk sense with, Sunny would be sent. It was as the saying went, everything has its vanquisher, and it takes a crook to fight a crook. Xia Fei was beginning to feel that everyone actually had the potential as long as they were placed in the right position to shine fully. Who would have thought Alan, a man who barely had enough to eat, could become an inventor on Earth, and that Sunny, with his ruffian mannerisms, could become a qualified business representative. In the past year, Quantum Holdings had already accomplished its acquisition and reorganization of the planet's productivity, now wielding a great manufacturing capacity that spanned across the globe. Now, the question was how to turn productivity into profits. As Earth was starting to become more prosperous as it traded with other sovereign territories more and more frequently, the Federation dollar was rapidly increasing in value as well. Presently, a star coin could be exchanged for about 1,200 Federation dollars, and in the future, the Federation dollars would surely reach its true purchasing power and be accepted by the Alliance, too. It would then be accepted into the universal currency system, and the Federation dollar would be completely replaced at this stage, bringing Earth into the star coins era. Even if Earth Federation's dollars could not be entered into the Alliance's universal currency system, Xia Fei had no plans of depending on low-end products to develop the company. Low-value products had terrible profit margins, only a few hundreds of star coins per tonnage even after adjusting the operating costs. It was hardly profitable and was definitely not a long-term plan. The screen was blank, the thought-assisted composition program on standby. As long as Xia Fei had a thought, the screen would immediately display what he was thinking about. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei sat down in a chair and quietly contemplated. Industrial design was a broad and profound field of study, and the products that Quantum Holdings could produce were not too high-tech, for it would be extremely difficult to produce if it was too high-tech. Even if they relied on extraterrestrials to ship in equipment and forcibly get them started on production, the yield rate would be a huge problem. After all, Quantum Holdings did not have the experience or the capabilities to produce complex products yet. Furthermore, industrial designs also needed Xia Fei to have a handle on the technical foundations. There was no way that he could come up with anything beyond his standard even if he died trying. Electronics, machinery, pharmaceuticals, these were the three main topics Xia Fei was focusing on at the moment, and also the things that he was mainly learning outside of his training. He had gotten the foundation, but the lack of experience in product designing was greatly restricting him. Industrial design and designing something were two entirely different concepts. The top priority of industrial design was cost control. Every cent the base cost of a product lowered meant another cent to profit and competitiveness. In contrast, a product made for personal use did not need to be so particular, where pricing was not an issue as long as it was suitable for use. After pondering on this for a good while, Xia Fei was still clueless on how to proceed. To someone who had no experience in product design, it was difficult to come up with a complete design for industrialized products. Furrowing his brows, Xia Fei asked Phantom, who was seated in a corner of the cabin, "Is it possible to mass-produce those medicinal formulas of yours?" Phantom slowly opened both eyes and sniggered. "First, these formulas are from my discipleship, so you don't have the right to take it and mass-produce them. Second, it isn't as if you haven't tried the medicines yourself. All of them are extreme to a great degree, potentially becoming lethal if even the slightest mistake is made during the process. Even if you can reproduce them, that sort of pain is not something the average individual can handle. If you were to attempt and produce these as you claim, you might very well end up becoming a pauper." Xia Fei was silent for a good while. Phantom's pharmaceutical methodology all depended on using medicinal ingredients with conflicting properties, which created insane effects, and the risk to partake in these was a lot. It appeared as if Xia Fei would have to eliminate pharmaceuticals from the plan, leaving him to find opportunities within the fields of electronics and machinery. Though the saying "once the fundamentals are understood, the rest will follow" rang true, and Xia Fei had a better understanding of mechanical principles after learning ship maintenance and retrofitting. He was still fairly mediocre when it came to the principle of modifying machinery. The former was through picking up old porters' lifetime worth of experience in the field, while the latter was merely just what Xia Fei slowly figured through plenty of practice, and it was hardly fitting to compare the two. As such, he had to eliminate the machinery option as well, leaving just electronics for Xia Fei to dabble in. Electronics was what Xia Fei had picked up in the last year or so from ancient civilization books, and there was no question that it was technologically advanced. However, the problem with this sort of advanced technology was the necessity of a strong production capacity to support, so even if Xia Fei was able to come up with an entirely new product by imitating the ancient technological designs, he would still face plenty of trouble mass-producing it back on Earth. After going a whole round, Xia Fei was back to where he started. It seemed that product designing was not as simple as what Xia Fei had imagined. Somewhat dejected, he lay down on his bed and started reading. Putting the introduction to robot coding Qin Mang had given him on the screen, Xia Fei began to read it studiously from the contents page. After reading dozens of pages, Xia Fei gradually realized that this book was not simply an introduction to computational programming but the entire process of robotics manufacturing as well as AI coding. The book was just a simple introductory text and the theoretical information presented could not be considered unfathomable, yet it also provided a grand blueprint on how to manufacture robots for all its readers' sake. From the very basics of how to design the appearance and balance control of the robots all the way to the kernel code to code robots, including the theoretical knowledge and practical application, everything was described in great detail in the book. Most importantly, the book even provided many practical cases of robot manufacturing, enabling readers to form a series of scenes, as if they were watching a movie, on how ore could be smelted into metal, creating the robot's appearance, until finally the installation of an AI system, which would let a robot possess intelligence and emotions, just like humans. Xia Fei voraciously read page after page, deeply absorbed in every word in the book. As he read the cases of research and development failures of the robots, Xia Fei shared in the sadness of these researchers, and when reading about the successful development of robots, Xia Fei also shared in their excitement. Xia Fei had completely lost track of time and space. He was like a plant that was rapidly growing at that moment, continuously absorbing the nutrients found in the book as he immersed in that robot world, unable and unwilling to extricate himself. The Beast Spirit Codex had given Xia Fei superhuman vision, and his keen nervous system allowed him to register 10 lines at a single glance. His completely opened 7th region of the brain made it so that he could understand the problems raised within the book exceedingly fast, and Xia Fei took only 3 whole days to completely finish reading the tome with over 10,000 pages. Turning off the screen, Xia Fei closed his eyes and tried to rest for a while. Despite his fatigue, his brain managed to retain the memory of what he had just read, and a feeling of extreme excitement made it hard for him to fall asleep. I might as well read it again, Xia Fei muttered to himself. He had no words to describe that excitement he felt inside him. It was like each freshly minted robot was being placed in front of him, and Xia Fei could even see these robots interact with one another, working busily. Though they appeared cold and emotionless, he could see the indubitably human heart in them. Happiness, anger, sadness, and joy, the myriad of emotions under the sun, all these feelings uniquely humans could all be found in the robot's expression and words. Xia Fei did not receive the indoctrination of how robots had wiped out humanity. Though it was a reality that nobody could change, Xia Fei was ultimately unable to feel any aversion or antipathy toward the robots. Since robots were capable of the range of emotions humans possessed, then the qualities, which had once defined them, had essentially gone well past the scope of basic machinery, becoming completely human in the process. War was human nature, and Xia Fei felt perhaps there was some yet unknown catalyst that triggered humans and robots to clash, which ultimately devolved into war. He continued to read on with great enthusiasm, and by doing so again and again, he was inadvertently repeatedly absorbing the many high-tech theories found within, which had been developed by the ancient civilization. Meanings could be discovered after reading 1,000 times. Concepts and portions of the book that Xia Fei could not make sense of the first time he read it began to make sense after he did so a second and a third time, persisting until he could comprehend all that what was written. Xia Fei's reading style was not like those geniuses out there. Repeated reading was actually a very clumsy method, yet Xia Fei had never once solved this problem. He had no other options, for his foundation was way lacking compared to others. The Earth Federation's education standard itself was fairly limited, and since Xia Fei was essentially someone who hardly had any education to speak of, the difference in terms of his reading techniques and knowledge retention could hardly compare to the top students from more advanced planets. Fortunately, Xia Fei was resolute. He was like a foolish man moving a mountain, using the most rudimentary method to study and dissect the profound knowledge in the text bit by bit, not once giving up or complaining about how arduous this was. Time passed very quickly, and Xia Fei, who had spent half a month living on his ship, would be arriving at the Alliance capital in 5 days' time. Xia Fei had not rested for even a minute in this half-month. He would casually eat mouthfuls of cold rice whenever he was hungry and drink tap water from the bathroom whenever he felt thirsty. He did not even spend time showering or shaving, dedicating all of it to reading, unaware of the passage of time. 9 times. This was the number of times Xia Fei had read the introduction to robot coding when inspiration struck when, suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind. Just like how when a rainstorm began, the water droplets would gradually gather to form puddles before finally becoming a river that flowed on a path of its creation. Xia Fei knew that when inspiration came to him, he needed to hold onto it tightly in order to develop this idea into a complete plan, which could be put into practice. Hopping off his bed, Xia Fei was in front of his desk in a jiffy, rapidly formulating and fleshing his idea out. That blank screen began to be filled out via the utilization of the thought-assisted composition program as several complex lines were conjured unceasingly. In a handful of hours, a complete drawing of a mechanical composition appeared on the screen. This was a design that came as a result of Xia Fei's knowledge and inspiration and original creation that he came up with, which borrowed the technological accomplishments of the ancients. A creation was like an inventor's child, and Xia Fei of course loved it very much. What he must do now was nurture this child into a man, to breathe in a complete personality and life to it. The drawing was repeatedly amended and revised, every detail needing improvement. Furthermore, the ideas that kept coming to Xia Fei's mind fueled him with further inspiration as he made progress on this design toward perfection, step by step. 3 days later, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and admired the design diagram on the display screen with satisfaction. He was in a surprisingly calm mood, almost as if this was not the first time he had done such a thing. What is this? Phantom finally could not resist asking this question. Xia Fei smiled. A product, something that can be sold all over the universe. Chapter 149, Energy Shield Booster. Xia Fei's video call to Quantum Holdings connected, and the screen was filled with figures one after another. Upon hearing that Xia Fei was calling a meeting, the company's main team all came. Having not seen one another for a year, these people that Xia Fei trusted had all changed by quite a bit. Sarah had learned how to put on makeup and was becoming more particular with her clothing choices. Her light blue attire was professional and adequate, even wearing a pair of subtle diamond earrings. She was giving off more of the air that a young woman should have than before, though that sense of wildness in her had not entirely faded. Sunny was wearing a suit, that gleeful grin on his face was unchanged, though he did seem a lot calmer and more capable. The only one who was still the same was Boateng. He was still wearing denim overalls, a work cap on his head, and a pair of universal pliers strapped to his waist. Xia Fei did not tell Boateng that he was on his way to the dark abyss to find old Porter, and he was feeling somewhat guilty about it. The journey there and back would not only take a long time but also be fraught with danger. Boateng, who was just a regular mechanic, would probably have difficulties protecting himself and might likely require Xia Fei's protection if they went there together, which would bring him unnecessary trouble. Besides, there was no telling whether old Porter was dead or alive. Boateng would surely be inconsolable if Porter was dead, which was something Xia Fei would be unwilling to see. To such a staunchly honest man, death would be an indescribable pain, so he decided it was better off keeping this from him to give him a bit of hope. Xia Fei smiled at everyone present. Very good. Since everyone's here, we can officially begin this meeting. With a light tap of his finger, Xia Fei transmitted the blueprint right to everyone's hands via the interplanetary internet. This is a new product called the Energy Shield Booster. I've already done my research, and up until now, there's not one manufacturer making this type of product anywhere in the Alliance. The next step for us would be to make this Energy Shield Booster our company's flagship product, mass produce and sell them, but you all must look at the blueprint first and ask me if you have any questions about it. Everyone anxiously nodded their heads and checked the information in their hands. Sarah glanced at the design and continued to stare at Xia Fei. She could not make heads or tails of the diagram in front of her, so she decided to just sit there and observe the facial changes Xia Fei would make. Her gaze was fiery, seemingly able to channel her passion through it. This woman who came from the Wild Star region was straightforward in presenting her emotions, not at all beating around the bush. Xia Fei was unperturbed, letting her gaze fall on him however she liked. Boateng was the first to understand what had been drawn. After all, warship components was his line of work, and the decades of ship maintenance experience had given him a decent foundation. Xia Fei, that's quite the bold product you've envisioned. In all my years doing ship maintenance, I've never once come across such a thing. Will it really work? Boateng asked, astonished. Charlie also set aside the blueprint and laughed bitterly. These diagrams are too profound, I can't understand anything about them at all. Mind if you give a simple introduction on what we are seeing? Xia Fei's design had borrowed plenty of advanced technology from the ancient civilization. Even Boateng only managed to make sense of the energy shield booster's uses. As for the theory behind the product, he could not make sense of it either. However, any space vessel in the vast space, small or big, would have energy shields. Be it to protect their ship from random floating space debris or to defend them from attacks, it was a piece of very common equipment to have on all warships. Upon encountering an assault or ambush, the strength of the energy shields would continuously drop until, finally, they collapsed completely. This was when an energy shield recharger would be helpful. Shield rechargers worked like a maintenance mechanic, able to rapidly replenish the damaged shields, and it was especially important when in a space battle or when dealing with a meteor shower. What Xia Fei had designed was a piece of equipment called Energy Shield Booster, which was able to further improve the effects of the shield rechargers without any additional consumption of energy. If they were able to put it into production, it would definitely be a new line of products transcending ages. For example, if the shield strength of a warship was rated at 100 and it dropped by half after taking damage, shield rechargers would need 5 minutes to get it fully repaired. But by installing the booster, the time needed would be reduced to 3 minutes, greatly reducing the repair time and effectively increasing a warship's defense. By improving the recharge speed by 30%, while taking up less than 30% of the energy required, this was essentially quite the superior equipment for any warship. Everyone was utterly shocked when they heard this explanation. Even a fool could understand the immense value that an energy shield booster represented. Be it in a practical viewpoint or a military angle, installing such equipment in a ship would grant it greater defense, and if all the ships in the Alliance were fitted with it, Quantum Holdings would most likely see unimaginable profits. Alan wrinkled his brows. After examining this design, the idea of using the energy fluctuation of the shields to power themselves, compressing and then supplementing, is definitely well ahead in our time, but the technology behind this molecular compression tank isn't simple, and I'm afraid that our current production capabilities just aren't there yet. Alan's worries were all very reasonable. The technological level of this equipment could even be considered as the top standards in the entire Pan-Human Alliance, and the demand for the production would be fairly high. At the moment, there was no way the Earth Federation could mass-produce such a design. Xia Fei nodded. I've already considered that issue you raised, but we can't let the difficulty stop us from taking this step. I've decided to establish a secret facility for doing further research regarding the feasibility of manufacturing energy shield boosters. Anyone and everyone participating in this project must keep things strictly confidential. Find an inconspicuous location that has no contact to the outside world. Also, Wolong and Alan, you two will be overseeing this. Wolong and Alan nodded their heads repeatedly, agreeing to Xia Fei's assignment. Xia Fei paused for a moment before saying, I'll be sending over all the funds you will need right away. Plus, I'll be registering the patent in the Alliance capital as soon as I can, just in case. Charlie, before the feasibility study is complete, our factories must be ready for the transition, making sure all the machineries and facilities will be devoted to this product in preparation for its mass production. If my calculations are correct, the demand for this product in the Alliance will be astronomical. This is a major opportunity for our company, so everyone must give it their all to make it a success. Xia Fei slowly gave out his orders one by one. Everyone was excited at the prospect. There were millions and millions of spacecraft of different types all over the Alliance. Even if only a third of them could have this booster equipped, that was still an imaginable sum. When the time comes, Quantum Holdings subsidiaries would all be devoted to its production, and the production rate might be unable to match the demand. As such, what they needed was the company to make prior preparations, concentrating every available resource to ensure a successful mass production. Xia Fei thought about it some more before mentioning, Boateng, Sarah, how's the development of the transport ship pilot training for now? Sarah deftly tapped on the screen like a professional office lady and very quickly pulled out the training program on display as she reported, at the moment, our flight school has successfully nurtured 2 batches of pilots, ship mechanics, and a handful of scheduling and management talents. In our current manpower capacity, we are able to operate a fleet of 30 industrial ships at any given time, with no problems on the logistics and ground support. Xia Fei nodded. Very good. Boateng, contact all your old friends in the warship graveyard and buy from them 42 industrial ships as well as 8 frigates. This way, we will have a total of 50 industrial ships and 10 frigates to form a complete transportation convoy. We need to quickly get people to recognize what we do. Once we are able to mass produce the energy shield boosters, our transportation orders will surely increase in scope and frequency as well. Boateng nodded. I'll get on it right away. Plenty of my old friends in the warship graveyard will surely give me face. Give me 3 months, and the entire transportation fleet will become a sizable force to be reckoned with. Actually, if talking about large-scale transportation trading, only freighters would qualify as heavy lifters. After all, a single freighter could fit 10 million cubic meters of goods, comparable to what 40 industrial ships were able to ferry. Furthermore, the automation of a freighter was far more advanced and the crew requirements were much less compared to industrial ships. However, the 4 billion star coins price tag of a freighter was a big problem for Xia Fei, and Quantum Holdings as of present could simply not rear such an expensive beast in their backyard. Xia Fei still had around 8.2 billion in his bank account, but a significant portion of this money would be used in research and development, as well as buying the raw materials and the machinery necessary on top of building the transportation fleet. Furthermore, Xia Fei still had to buy a set of equipment for himself. He had to make preparations for his very long-distance trip, so Xia Fei had to save what he could on the fleet front. Charlie, calculate the funds the company will need to upgrade the equipment, expand our production capacity, and to purchase raw materials. I'll transfer the money to the company's account in a moment, Xia Fei said. Charlie nodded as he began to very quickly calculate the capital needed for this expansion right there in front of the screen. Meanwhile, Andrei, who was mulling over something, hesitantly spoke. Xia Fei, if we really do put this high-end energy shield booster into production, are we considering hiring researchers and technical engineers from other planets? That way, we can further increase the efficiency of our research by another level, greatly shortening our development time. Xia Fei dismissed this with a wave of his hand. It isn't the time to do that yet. I've already shown you all the blueprint for the energy shield booster, what you need to research now is how to mass produce it. This matter is of grave importance. Before our product makes it on the market, we mustn't let anyone else gain access to our trade secrets. We ought to take precaution even against our fellow researchers from Earth. Xia Fei's goal was very simple, and that was to leave a deep imprint of Made on Earth through quantum holdings. To accomplish something independently without any extraterrestrials' help was a type of challenge, and it was also a form of training. After all, there were plenty of problems and crises that the company would face in the future, so it was a good chance to help nurture talents while the company was still in its infancy. After some time, Charlie halted the movement of his hand as he said, "Xia Fei, as per your request, for the company to undergo mass production on a grand scale, it requires plenty of new equipment and raw materials. I've already transferred all the available company funds and done my best to reduce costs, but we still need 3.7 billion star coins more as an investment." Everyone was momentarily knocked out of their breath hearing that they required 3.7 billion star coins. It must be mentioned that Quantum Holdings' total assets were approximately around 1 billion star coins at the moment, meaning that this project they were about to undertake far outstripped their company's financial capacity. Xia Fei nodded and, with a wave of his hand, generously transferred 4 billion star coins into the company's accounts. "I've already made the transfer of 4 billion star coins, if that still isn't enough, report to me as soon as possible. No matter what, we need to work together and get this project off the ground and operational. The moment we start mass producing the energy shield boosters, Quantum Holdings won't just be a small company that manufactures low-end products but will become a highly competitive manufacturer of battleship equipment in one fell swoop." Everyone felt extremely excited upon hearing this, their faces aglow with passion, especially the earthbound Wolong, Charlie, and the others. Establishing a company that could compete with other companies in alliance from the Backward Earth Federation, it was the aspiration all Earthlings shared. Now that the hope of fulfilling this dream of theirs was within grasp, there was no way these native Earthlings would not feel exhilarated. Xia Fei spent some more time discussing the details of how the company would operate in the future before ending the meeting. Each of them, after being given a new directive, was eager to dive into work. Andre alone was asked by Xia Fei to stay, and once the rest had turned off their screen and exited the video conference room, Xia Fei asked, "How is Xiao Yu's family doing?" Xia Fei wanted to visit Xiao Yu's home many times but ended up rejecting his thoughts every time. For some reason, he always felt that he owed that girl, which was why he had secretly gotten Andre to take care of Xiao Yu's family. It was his way of making up to her. Andre chuckled. "It's been so long, I didn't think you'd still be hung up on her. Actually, her disappearance had nothing to do with you, her family is well taken care of, so don't you worry, I'm around to see this." Xia Fei nodded, "Then, I'll leave it to you. As long as Xiao Yu's family can lead a good life, money is not an issue." With that done, Xia Fei did a search on the interplanetary internet for Sunset Villa's address. He would be arriving in the capital's star cluster tomorrow, so as per usual, he wanted to prepare everything in advance. The tract of land that Sunset Villa covered was much larger than what Xia Fei had imagined. There was a crystal-clear pool by the foot of Half Moon Mountain, called Half Moon Lake, and the locals called the piece of land Half Moon Mountain and Lake. The mountain and lake were part of Sunset Villa and, in fact, formed its backyard. The distance from this end of the villa to the other was around 30 kilometers. Xia Fei sucked in a cold breath, knitting his eyebrows together as he mumbled, "Avril's residence is huge." The fact that this was the Alliance capital meant even having a small house was already a symbol of unimaginable prestige and wealth. What more if one owned an entire manor encompassing a massive plot of land with a beautiful backdrop? Xia Fei took a closer look at the description of the villa. Sunset Villa, owner of Starlink Corporation, the residence of the Jian family. Chapter 150, Adjudicator's Headquarters. The capital was actually just a general term, it was more accurate to call it a capital ring. That was because 23 habitable planets, as well as 7 militarized planets, were all located in the Venal galaxy and made up what was known as the capital. Earth was merely the only habitable planet in the Milky Way, while the Venal galaxy had a total of 51 planets, with 29 of them being habitable. It was simply God's gift to mankind. Every single planet had its set of coordinates. Venal 17 was where the Alliance Congress, Alliance Parliament, and Supreme Court, in fact, most government agencies were based on this planet. Venal 20 was the Alliance's commercial hub, filled with pretty much the headquarters of all the heavyweight banks, securities firms, and financial companies. Venal 36 was the main camp of the Alliance Army, where the General Staff Center of Operations, Naval Headquarters, Equipment Depot, and other military organizations were based. It was said that mankind originated from the Venal galaxy many centuries ago. It was historically the place where the first humans had learned to stand on their 2 feet, used tools, and created their respective language. Due to how long ago this was, there was no way to prove the validity of the theory, but no one could deny the prosperity of the venal galaxy. Xia Fei had yet to enter the capital ring, but he was already awestruck at the view that greeted him. Countless spaceships were on the other side of the porthole, and even further was a sea of battleships. The venal galaxy was under stringent ship restriction. Every foreign warship was not allowed into the capital ring, and these ships of varying sizes could only wait to be let into their berth at the edge of this galaxy, while those on board the spaceships were only permitted entry through the Star Transit Company. Somewhere far away from where Vampire was, a massive defensive fleet was slowly floating in the inky black space. A normal, combined fleet would comprise a single capital ship as well as 12 battleships, while this super fleet, which was in charge of protecting the capital, had 2 large carriers, 12 small carriers, and 12 dreadnoughts. The battleships and ships smaller than that were all like ants, uncountable in the vast backdrop of darkness. It was rumored that there 8 such super fleets were stationed near the capital, which could very well be seen as a super defense force. Xia Fei's eyes did not stay on the fleet for long. He was anxiously waiting to enter the capital ring. The closer he got to Avril's location, the more excited he felt. I only hope nothing bad happened to her, thought Xia Fei as he lit a cigarette. The Star Transit pilot led Vampire toward a planet beyond the galaxy especially used for docking ships. After paying the berthing fee, Xia Fei hurried to Star Transit's visitor center and prepared to disembark in the capital ring. After some miscellaneous procedure, Xia Fei was finally able to board a high-speed passenger spacecraft as he wanted, heading straight for his first destination, Venal 15. Before dropping by to see Avril, Xia Fei needed to visit the Adjudicator Union's headquarters and deliver Qin Mang's letter to someone named Thuram, then proceed to Venal 21 for the patent registration of his energy shield booster, and finally go to Venal 24 to see Avril. Xia Fei was very nervous about this 72 hours window he had, but it was a good thing that the passenger spacecraft of Star Transit was fairly efficient, shuttling people between the planets 24/7, non-stop. There would be a passenger spacecraft going off every 5 minutes, spending no more than an hour from planet to another, making it as convenient as riding a train, except the speed they were going between planets was much faster. Just like the other planets in the galaxy, Venal 15 had its own coordinates as well, and this was where the headquarters of Adjudicator Union and Monastic Order was located. The headquarters of other warrior and mercenary organizations of varying sizes were also based there, and it could be said that this was the main camp of many independent forces in the Alliance, where tens of thousands of elite warriors gathered. Walking off from the spaceport, Xia Fei could feel the difference in Venal 15 from the local conditions. The wide streets had elite warriors everywhere, each of them dressed in different organization uniforms. Shiny emblems shone on their chests as these men walked around, looking all heroic and upright. Xia Fei got into a taxi to make his way to the Adjudicator's headquarters. The old taxi driver was very talkative, and upon hearing Xia Fei's destination, he began praising the organization to high heavens, professing his admiration toward it and its contributions. Xia Fei had plenty of things in his mind, so he did not really care for casual chatter, vaguely engaging in the conversation as they traveled. The hovercar entered an underground tunnel and began speeding off at top speed. About 30 minutes later, the hovercar emerged from the tunnel and, in front of Xia Fei was a huge metropolis. This metropolis was constructed on an island, with dozens of cross-sea highways connecting it from every direction. The clear, blue sea with its rolling waves made for a breathtaking view. Opening the car door, Xia Fei stepped out and took a deep breath of the salty sea breeze, instantly feeling his senses come alive. The headquarters of the Adjudicator Union built here was rather delightful. The headquarters of the Union was open to the public, as long as anyone was willing to pay the required fee of 1,000,000 star coins for a tour. There were also additional surcharges if anyone wanted to gain entry into the various departments within. Even the headquarters could be turned into a tourist attraction for a fee. The commercialization of the Adjudicator Union has been bred in the bones to such a degree. Phantom said excitedly beside Xia Fei. This was also his first time entering the Pan-Human Alliance capital ring, and his excitement was no less compared to Xia Fei's. Xia Fei smiled. I, instead, find this to be very normal. How many of the warriors in the Union will be fighting for scraps if they don't engage in commerce? Besides, doing it this way can create a sense of endearment toward the citizens, letting the public feel that the Union is approachable. The leaders of it are sure shrewd. Phantom did not agree with Xia Fei's assessment, gravely saying, "Don't forget that we are warriors. How could warriors have money earning at its forefront? We should be devoting ourselves to cultivation." Xia Fei flashed the official ID the Union had given him and easily gained access into the headquarters. The city where the headquarters was located had a very simple layout. Not only was the road narrow and cramped, even the buildings along it looked as if they had been constructed a long time ago, all of various heights, made of red ceramic tiles and white stone bricks, similar to Rome on Earth. What made it all the more remarkable was the existence of bars, shops, nightclubs, and casinos on the main street. The vibrant nightlife here was apparent, and the elite adjudicators stationed at the headquarters were sure never to feel lonely. The city was huge, so the taxi took 7 or 8 turns in over an hour before they arrived at Xia Fei's destination, adjudicators' headquarters, weapon and equipment department. Xia Fei had the taxi wait for him as he still had another place to go after he was done here. Time was of the essence, so he needed to seize every minute. From its outer appearance, the weapon and equipment department was made up of several old castles. Its white sandstone walls had long become mottled, with green creepers climbing all along the outer walls. The place looked like it had borne silent witness to the many lives passing by. There were 4 guards outside the entrance, the badges from the Union pinned on their chests. The highest among them was a silver 4-star, while the lowest was silver 2-star. The headquarters sure is different. A silver rank adjudicator in Enduro Star region can be considered the Union's pillar and is responsible for very important tasks, yet they can only be guards here, Phantom gleefully gloated. Xia Fei agreed with his observation. Using silver rank adjudicator as guards was indeed a little too extravagant. As an apprentice adjudicator, he would not even qualify as a help here in the headquarters. The moment he presented his official ID and showed the letter he was requested to give to Thurum, the guard took out a phone. A curly-haired, young man bearing a silver 5-star badge soon came walking out from within the castle. "Hello, I am the personal secretary of Department Head Thurum. Are you Xia Fei?" The curly-haired young man extended his hand and smiled in greeting at Xia Fei. "Department Head?" Xia Fei was somewhat puzzled, shaking the person's hand. "Yes, I am Xia Fei. Old man Qin Mang asked me to pass this letter to Department Head Thurum." The curly-haired man was slightly taken aback, his eyes revealing some degree of shock by how casual Xia Fei had referred to Qin Mang as old man. He was quite flabbergasted by it, and his gaze on Xia Fei turned respectful. "Please follow me." What greeted his eyes upon entering the place was a large garden, with 4 castles to his left and right. Right in the middle was a 5-story quaint building. This one at the center was the largest out of all the structures within, and the curly-haired young man brought Xia Fei directly to it. The old castle was dimly lit, and several portraits of men from different eras hung on the walls. From the description text, Xia Fei learned that these were all elite adjudicators who had once made great contributions to the Union, and each of them had since passed. Taking the stairs to the 5th floor and going left to reach Thurum's office, the curly-haired, young man first got Xia Fei to wait outside as he went in alone to report. Several minutes later, Xia Fei was invited into the office, and he saw a man, who looked to be in his 70s, propping his chin on his 2 hands, his eyes staring right at Xia Fei. This man was wearing the Adjudicator Union's uniform, a transparent badge on his chest. "Diamond rank adjudicator!" Xia Fei exclaimed in his heart. The transparent badge represented the highest rank in the Union. It seemed that this elderly man was Thurum. To think Qin Mang's friend was actually a diamond rank adjudicator, Xia Fei was quite surprised at this realization, though he did not reveal any of these emotions outwardly and still maintained his calm and placid countenance. Though he was getting on in years, Thurum's 2 eyes were still as sharp as an eagle's. His piercing gaze shot forth as a cold killing intent was directed at Xia Fei. Killing intent? Xia Fei was completely baffled on why this calm and collected department head would show such a killing intent toward him. His finger hovered over his spatial ring. No matter who he was up against, no matter their goal, that icy cold killing intent had already stirred Xia Fei's vigilance. Thurum might be very powerful, but Xia Fei was not one to give up without a fight. As long as this other person made any peculiar move, Celestial Moon would immediately be unsheathed without any hesitation. This strange atmosphere between the 2 men, who were 7 or 8 meters away from each other, continued for some time. Thurum wielded his gaze as a weapon, which he unleashed on Xia Fei. An unseen challenge unfolded soundlessly. That curly-haired, young man at the side sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he thought to himself, "Oh, dear. Looks like the department head's old habit is rearing its ugly head again." Xia Fei, who had seen plenty of death in that year he was on Heritage Planet, had experienced all kinds of killing aura. Though Thurum's killing intent was strong, it was still within realms that Xia Fei could bear, both his heart and mind were unfazed by this assault. Thuram was slightly amazed, and the more Xia Fei defied him strongly, the more it roused his long, silent warrior's heart. Humph! Thuram coldly harumphed, his figure suddenly moving. Leaping up high like a hawk striking from the skies, Thuram pounced right at Xia Fei. Conversely, Xia Fei made his move right where he stood.